Good evening, and welcome back. Before we begin, take a slow breath in. Feel the weight of your blanket, the shape of your pillow, and let the room around you grow a little quieter, a little darker. You are about to hear a story that moves the way snow slides off a rooftop in the middle of the night. Quiet, heavy, impossible to stop once it starts. In your ears, you will hear the soft clatter of metal ration tins rolling across a trailer floor, the brittle snap of glass giving way under a desperate hand, the low murmur of a man praying that he will not be the one left alone in the dark. Under all of that, if you listen closely, there is something else breathing with the wind, a presence that does not like the sound of fire, that seems to lean in every time a match is struck and whisper, very gently, "Don't." If a tiny noise in your own room makes you jump for just a second, a creak in the wall, a tap in the pipes, a car door far outside, that is all right. You are here, you are safe, and this darkness belongs to you. Settle in, let your screen dim, and let the night gather softly around your bed. And if you find comfort in drifting off to stories like this, you can quietly tap subscribe now. So on the next long night, you will know exactly where to come back to. Tonight, we go to Feather Ridge, and we listen to how 5 men tried to survive a winter road that never meant to let them go, and why one of them was never found. The afternoon had the kind of warmth that made the mountains look almost kind, as if the ridgelines had softened and settled back to watch the day go by. Sunlight lay in wide golden bands across the pines, slipping between branches, catching on dust and insects, and the faint breath of pollen hanging in the air. The sky above Feather Ridge was a clean, pale blue, the kind that made people forget that winter ever existed here at all. The riders came in a loose line, engines humming, tires spitting little bursts of gravel. 4 of them, spread out just enough to kick up their own thin plumes of dust along the pale ribbon of service road. Helmets bobbed, shoulders relaxed. They moved in that easy, casual way of people who had been doing the same ride on the same kind of weekend for years. When they came around a bend, the trees fell back for a stretch, and the world opened just enough to show off the slope below them. A long sweep of forest, dark green and dense, with old logging roads like scars. They did not slow to admire it. They had seen it before, in summer and autumn, and once or twice under snow. It was background, like the sky, like the hills, like the years they did not count. One of them, Mark, on the leading bike, lifted a hand without looking back, a silent signal that they were easing off the throttle. The engines dropped from a roar to a steady, lower growl. They coasted for a few seconds, letting the air push through the vents in their jackets, letting the warmth roll past their chins and throat guards. "Nice day for a haunting," someone called through the helmet radio, voice crackling with static and laughter. "Shut up, Nate," another answered. "You're gonna spook a deer into my spokes." They laughed, the sound half snatched by the wind. Somewhere off on the left, a bird cried once, sharp and short, and then was quiet. A gust came down the slope and rattled through the pine needles, making them shimmer like 1,000 tiny green coins. It was then that they saw the side road. It came out of the trees at a lazy angle, half hidden by tall grass and the low fringe of brush that had crept over its edges. Old tire ruts cut through the weeds, 2 pale, compacted lines that disappeared into shadow. The mouth of the track looked narrow, almost uncertain, like it was changing its mind about whether it wanted to be a road at all. Mark rolled to a stop, the others stacking up behind him. The engine sounds stuttered and died one by one until the air seemed to expand around them, full of the quiet they had been riding too fast to hear. "Where the hell does that go?" Nate asked, visor tilted toward the trees. "Service camp," the oldest of the group said, easing his bike closer. "Forest Service. There's a tower up there, some old trailers, a couple miles in." He pointed with his gloved hand, and now they could see it. Between the trunks, at the end of that overgrown track, there was a hint of man-made shape. A pale rectangle, some vertical lines, metal catching the sun in a tired, half-hearted way. "Place isn't on any of the maps," the older rider added. "They just slap these things wherever they feel like it." The road into the camp was uneven, more suggestion than promise, but it was passable, and it was something different in a landscape that had looked the same for the last hour. That was all it took. "Let's go check it out," Nate said. "Stretch the legs a bit." There were no real objections. It was still early enough, the light still strong. They had time to waste. One by one, they turned their handlebars, tires crunching over gravel and slipping into the ruts as they eased down the sidetrack and into the trees. The temperature seemed to drop as soon as they passed under the first arch of branches. Sunlight broke into pieces, falling in thin strips and patched coins on the ground. The smell of dust and warm chain oil was replaced by something cooler: damp earth, sap, the faint sharpness of old smoke from some long-ago campfire. Their engines bounced noise off the trunks, a contained, echoing snarl that felt closer, less free. "Feels like a horror movie back here," Nate said into the radio. "We're gonna find, like, a clown or something." "Relax," Mark answered. "Government doesn't pay clowns. They're too expensive." A laugh flickered through the group again, easier this time, and for a moment the trees were only trees. The camp announced itself first with the silhouette of the tower, rising above the canopy like a metal skeleton. It was not very tall, not compared to a city structure, but up here it looked blunt and out of place, a straight line in a world of slopes and branches. The top was bare, no one on lookout, no flags or flashing lights, just the thin crossing bones of metal and cable. As they broke out into the clearing, the full shape of the place took form around it. One large trailer sat on cinder blocks, white once, now more a patchy gray, streaked with rust and old rain. Two smaller cabins crouched nearby, one with its door slightly ajar, showing only a stripe of darkness inside. A generator box rested in the grass like a forgotten animal. Off to one side, bolted to a warped wooden pole, hung a small American flag, its colors bleached and its edges torn into long, thin tongues that hung limp in the still air. They killed their engines. Silence came down all at once, so complete that it had weight. The last echoes of the bikes faded into the trees, and with them went the familiar comfort of vibration and noise. The clearing seemed to exhale, the long, dry sigh of a place that did not get visitors often. Loose sheet metal somewhere on the main trailer rattled, tapping against its frame in slow, irregular beats. The radio tower's cable swung lazily, the clip at its end tapping against the mast with a hollow, metallic tick-tick-tick, like fingernails on a pipe. A faint breeze slid through the grass with a soft shh. They took off their helmets, one by one, blinking at the sudden brightness and the full force of the warm air on their faces. Sweat cooled quickly on their necks. Dust settled on their eyelashes. "Looks dead as hell," Nate said, tucking his helmet under his arm. "You sure anyone uses this place?" "Sometimes in winter," the older rider said. "Search and rescue, fire watch if things get bad. Rest of the time it just sits here." He did not say what the camp looked like when there was snow. He did not talk about the way the trailers must hunch under the weight of it, how the tower would look like a black needle poking up from a white sheet. He did not need to. The image slid into the silence anyway. Mike, the quietest of the four, took a few steps forward, boots flattening the grass. From here, he could see the main trailer more clearly. The narrow set of metal steps leading up to the door, the blind stare of the windows, the faint reflection of himself in their dirty glass. One window had a hole in it near the bottom corner, a clean, punched-out circle ringed with tiny cracks. It looked less like an accident and more like someone had decided, very deliberately, that they needed a way in. "Creepy," Nate murmured. Mark shifted his weight, listening. There was a sound, deeper than the rattling metal and the brush of grass. A kind of low, high-pitched hum, like electricity stretching too far down a wire. It was there, right at the edge of hearing, raising the hair on his arms. And then it was gone. "You hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" Nate said. "Nothing," Mark lied, feeling a small, unreasonable embarrassment. It was broad daylight. The sky was clear. The heat lay over everything like a blanket. Nothing bad ever happened in this kind of light. That was the rule, unspoken but trusted. They stood there for a few more seconds, soaking in the stillness. A fly drifted lazily past, then another. Somewhere behind them, a branch cracked under the weight of something they could not see, then settled. "Hey!" the oldest rider said suddenly, his voice a shade quieter than before. "Isn't this—" He paused, frowning toward the main trailer, as if trying to line up the memory with what he saw. "Isn't this where they found that guy?" "What guy?" Nate asked, though he already felt a small, cold knot forming in his stomach. "The one who froze," the older man said. "Up here, in one of these, middle of summer." He let the words hang there, like the flag on its weathered pole. None of them moved for a moment. The sun stayed warm on their shoulders. The clearing stayed bright. But the day, very gently, began to feel different. The smell reached them before the silence had fully settled. It came in a soft wave, almost polite at first, threading itself through the warm air that still tasted like dust and gasoline. Then it thickened, grew heavier, pushing into their noses and throats, clinging in the back of the mouth. It was sweet in the wrong way, like overripe fruit left in a hot car, like syrup burned black at the bottom of a pan and then forgotten. Underneath the sweetness was something chemical and sharp, the sting of spilled antifreeze baking in the sun. Nate gagged, reflex quick and ugly. He turned away from the main trailer, bent at the waist, one hand on his knee, the other clamping his helmet tighter under his arm as if he might drop it. "Jesus," he managed, voice muffled. "That is nasty." Mike reached up and tugged the collar of his jersey over his nose, the fabric dark with sweat. "Dead animal," he said. The words came out flattened, as if the cloth ate some of their strength. "Gotta be. Maybe a bear got hit and dragged itself in here." "No way a bear fits in that thing," Nate muttered, still half choking. "Maybe half a bear." Hughes, the oldest rider, just squinted toward the main trailer, lines gathering at the corners of his eyes. The smell was worse directly in front of it, It seemed to ooze from the seams around the door and the thin, poorly sealed windows, pooling on the metal steps and sinking into the mud below. The warmth of the afternoon took hold of it and kept it low, so that standing there, helmet in hand, they felt almost as if they were waiting in it. "Could be a deer under the porch," he said, "or something got in and couldn't get back out. These places sit empty for months. Things crawl in sometimes." "Great," Nate said faintly. "Mountain buffet." They laughed a little at that, but the laughter was tight, the kind that started and stopped too quickly. It did not ring out in the clearing like their earlier jokes had. It seemed to fall straight down, like stones dropped in thick syrup. They moved closer in spite of themselves. Curiosity was a stronger pull than the stench. Up close, the camp looked even more forgotten. The steps up to the main trailer were streaked with old mud, the metal chipped and blistered with rust. Someone, sometime years ago, had painted a number on the door in black stencil. It had peeled away in places, so it now read more like a half-faded symbol than anything official. The windows were opaque with grime on the outside and condensation stains on the inside, turning the glass into dull mirrors that reflected the rider's back as shapeless smudges. On the far side of the trailer, just visible beyond its boxy silhouette, a propane tank rested on a concrete pad. Its white paint had yellowed, and spiderwebs stretched in delicate nets between the valve handle and the line running into the trailer's skin. Weeds had grown up around its feet, brushing the curved metal with every small gust. It looked like it had been sitting there for a very long time, offered and never used. "Man, that flag," Nate said, nodding toward the pole. The cloth hung in tired strips. Its red faded to rust, its blue to a kind of cloudy gray. "Whole place looks like Uncle Sam's retirement home." They edged toward the window with the hole in it. From this side, the damage was clearer. A neat, fist-sized circle punched out near the bottom corner, glass shards still clinging to the frame in a starburst of thin cracks. It was not the shattered chaos of a thrown rock. It looked like someone had driven something specific. A fist, an elbow, a tool, through at a very particular angle. "Bet you $10 someone's been squatting in here," Nate said. "Or some raccoon setting up a meth lab." Mike swallowed against the smell, stepped up onto the first metal riser, and leaned down to peer through the hole. The edges of the broken glass scratched lightly at the shoulders of his jacket as he tilted his head to see inside. At first, there was nothing but the change in light. The interior was cooler, dimmer, washed in a flat, greenish cast as the daylight filtered through dirty glass and old curtains. Shapes emerged slowly. A metal table bolted to the floor, a line of cupboards against the far wall, a chair with one leg bent inward. The air inside looked motionless, as if even dust motes were reluctant to move there. "What do you see?" Mark asked. "Just stuff," Mike said. "Table, cabinets, no bear, no dead, anything." He hesitated. "At least not from here." He blinked a couple of times, waiting for his eyes to adjust further. Something about the stillness of the room made it hard to focus, like looking into water that only pretended to be clear. There were no obvious shapes on the floor, no heap of fur in the corner, no telltale dark stains. Just the feeling of a space that had not been opened in far too long. "Could still be something in the back," the older writer said. "Bedroom, maybe. These units usually have one." "Yeah," Nate muttered, still behind his jersey mask. "Cool. Let's all go find the dead thing. Sounds like a great afternoon." Mark looked at the door. Up close, the lock did not look very intimidating. It was just a simple handle with a keyhole, the kind you could probably coax open with enough determination and a good shoulder. The painted number above it seemed to watch him. "We could just walk away," he said, more to test the sound of the option than to mean it. "And then wonder all week what the hell we smelled," Nate replied. "Nah, man, we'll be thinking about it every time we grill." The older rider shrugged. "Place is government property," he said. "But the door doesn't look like it's been touched in months. If something's rotting in there, they probably want someone to know before it turns the whole hill into an air freshener from hell." He put his hand on the handle and tried it. The latch turned. The door did not swing open easily. It stuck for a moment, edges gripping the frame as if the wood had swollen and decided it was tired of letting people in. When it did move, it did so with protest, a low, drawn-out creak that rose at the end into a thin, almost vocal whine. The sound leaked out into the warm day like a secret being reluctantly shared. As the gap widened, the smell of rot surged, no longer muted by layers of glass and metal. It hit them in the face like a physical thing, thick and sweet and wrong. For a second, all three of them on the steps froze, eyes watering, throats burning. "Okay," Nate choked. "That is not a deer. That is like 5 deer, fully committed to the bit." Flies had been waiting. With the door open, their buzzing swelled from background to foreground, rising in pitch and volume like a radio being tuned sharply upward. They moved in a loose cloud just inside the doorway, restless dots against the dim interior, their wings weaving a sound that was less like individual insects and more like continuous static. Mark forced himself to look past them into the trailer. His boots thudded on the hollow metal steps as he climbed the last riser. He could feel the thin give of the door under the older rider's hand as the man held it open, could feel the slight vibration as the sheet metal sides of the trailer caught the wind. "Come on," the older man said quietly. "Quick look, then we call it in if we have to." They hesitated on the threshold, framed by sunlight behind them and gloom in front. The air at the doorway was a border between two worlds, warm and buzzing on one side, cool and fetid on the other. Crossing it felt less like stepping into a room and more like stepping into someone else's story. Finally, they did it. One by one, they lifted their boots and stepped over the small raised lip of the doorway. The floor inside took their weight with a soft, hollow sound, like old bones under thin skin. The interior swallowed them. The buzzing of flies wrapped around their heads, loud and insistent, making it hard to think. The light dropped to a murky half-shadow, and shapes sharpened. The table, the cupboards, the narrow walkway between them, the open door frame leading toward the back of the trailer, where the smell was strongest. Somewhere deeper in the unit, there was another sound. It was quiet at first, almost impossible to separate from the hum of the flies and the whisper of the wind against the outer walls. A soft, slow scraping, like fabric being drawn over a metal edge. It came in short bursts, with little pauses in between, as if something or someone was shifting its weight, dragging a long weight of cloth a few inches at a time along a steel surface. Drag, pause, drag. None of the riders reacted. Their attention was locked on the doorway ahead, on the dark rectangle that led to the back room. The sound had slipped under the threshold of their awareness, too faint and too strange to register as anything but part of the general background of a place gone bad. But it was there, in the layered noise of the trailer, the creak of the door settling back into its frame, the legs of the table pinging softly as they cooled in the shade, the angry whine of wings, the dragging sound repeated, slow and patient, as if whatever lay in the rear of the trailer had heard the door open and was adjusting itself, just a little, to welcome them. The smell grew thicker with every step they took. Inside the trailer, the air felt cooler, but not in a clean way. It was the cool of basements and closed closets, of places the sun had not touched in a long time. The light from the open door stretched only a little way down the narrow aisle before it fell apart, breaking into weak, hazy patches on the floor. Beyond that, the dimness took over, and the world became a collection of vague shapes and edges waiting to be named. Their boots made the faintest hollow thumps on the linoleum, as if the floor were suspended over something that refused to echo properly. The buzzing of the flies was constant now, a wall of noise that seemed to press in along with the smell, making their temples tighten and their thoughts feel slow. The walls, up close, had once been off-white. Now they were yellowed with age and nicotine and the breath of too many seasons. Greasy marks lingered where hands had rested, the ghosts of fingers long gone. Near the ceiling, a brownish stain spread like an inverted continent, as if something above had seeped through and tried to reach down. Empty cans lay scattered across the small counter and the floor beside it, dented and tipped at odd angles. The letters on the labels were faded, but still legible in places. "See ration," stamped in army stencils. A few lids clung by thin strips of metal, peeled back and bent like half-open mouths. The sharp, metallic tang of old meat and preservatives rode under the heavier stench of rot, making the whole mixture feel layered, complex, wrong. "Someone's been eating in here," Nate whispered, though there was no reason to whisper beyond the instinct that loudness did not belong in this place. "Or tried to," the older writer muttered. A metal cabinet loomed beside the small kitchenette, tall and pale. One of its doors hung slightly ajar, casting a thin, vertical shadow on the floor. Inside, from where they stood, there was only darkness, a solid block of it that seemed too deep for such a shallow piece of furniture. Mark's eyes lingered there, waiting for some detail to emerge. A box, a shelf, a can, anything to prove that it was just a cupboard and not a hole. Nothing came. The smell was worse at the far end of the trailer, near a narrow doorway that led into what had to be the back room. The flies were thicker in the air ahead of them, their bodies turning the dim light into a shifting, restless haze. The buzzing changed pitch as they moved forward, as if the insects were displeased at having to share their space. "Bedroom," the older writer said quietly. "Probably where—" He did not finish the sentence. He did not have to. They advanced in a tight line now, shoulders almost brushing the cabinets, careful not to touch anything more than they had to. A single droplet of something clear and slow fell from the edge of the counter near Mark's hand and hit the floor with a tiny wet tick. He tried not to think about where it had come from. Beyond the doorway, the light dipped further. The back room was narrower, the ceiling a little lower. The smell of rot was almost physical here, a blanket over the air. For a moment, Mark thought his body might refuse to let him breathe at all. On the right side of the room, pushed up against the wall, stood a steel-framed bed. The metal had once been painted a dull gray. Now patches of rust bloomed along the legs and headboard, eating into the finish in jagged, irregular bites. A thin mattress lay on top, its edges visible beneath a mound of blankets piled so high they nearly reached the wall's midline. The pile looked ridiculous at first, almost like a prank. Layer upon layer of fabric, different colors and thicknesses, thrown over each other in a lumpy hill. A floral pattern peeked out from under a plain brown woolen blanket. A cheap, striped bedspread folded over the top like the last layer of a cake. Corners tucked in here, hanging down there. It was excessive in a way that would have been funny anywhere else. No one laughed. The flies were busiest around the far edge of the bed, that place where fabric met frame. They swarmed in a dark, writhing cluster, drinking at something they had decided belonged to them. Every so often, a few broke away and zigzagged through the room, only to return to the same spot, drawn back by whatever held their fascination. Nate lifted his hand to his mouth again, but this time he did not gag. He simply stood there, eyes wide, chest rising and falling too fast. Mike swallowed hard enough that it clicked in his throat. "There," the older rider said, voice barely more than breath. "That's it." Mark did not realize he had moved until he found himself stepping closer to the bed, his fingers curling unconsciously at his sides. It was as if the room had tilted slightly, and he had slid forward without permission. The edge of one blanket brushed his leg, cool and stiff. "We should just call someone," Nate said from behind him. "We should go back outside. Get air. Call it in. Like, right now." "And tell them what?" Mark heard himself answer, his voice distant and strange in his own ears. "We smelled something. We think maybe..." He could not say the word. It hovered there, heavy and obvious, refusing to be spoken. "Look at the flies, man," Nate hissed. "What do you think it is? A piñata?" The joke cracked and died as soon as it left his mouth. The older rider stepped up beside Mark and reached out, fingers inching toward the corner of the top blanket where it hung over the side of the bed. The fabric was stiff from cold and time. It rustled faintly as his glove brushed it. For a second, his hand hovered there, suspended between decision and retreat. "Just a peek," he said. "If it's an animal, we tell fish and wildlife. If it's not..." He did not finish that sentence either. He pinched the corner of the blanket between thumb and forefinger, took a breath through his mouth, and pulled. The sound the blanket made as it peeled back was small but unbearable. A sticky, tearing whisper, like tape being pulled up from skin. The fabric clung for a second, then gave way in a slow, reluctant slide, pulling free and folding back to reveal what lay beneath. Gray skin, waxy and tight over bone, stared up at them. The face had once been that of a man in his 30s, maybe early 40s. Now, time and the cold and the strange, dry rot of this place had changed it, sharpening some features, softening others. The beard that covered his jaw and cheeks had grown long and uneven, wild in places, patchy in others. It formed a dark halo around his mouth, which hung slightly open, lips drawn back just enough to show the line of his teeth. His eyes were closed, the lids sunken. The hollows beneath them cast shadows on his cheeks. There was a faint, powdery dust on his eyelashes, as if someone had sifted ash over his face. For a frozen heartbeat, no one breathed. Then Nate let out a sharp, involuntary sound, half yell, half gasp, that snapped the moment in two. Mike jerked back so fast his shoulder hit the doorframe. His heel caught on something on the floor, and his leg buckled, sending him staggering sideways into a small metal chair in the corner. The chair tipped with a shriek of scraping legs, slammed against the wall, and bounced back, almost falling over, before catching on the edge of the bed. The older rider dropped the blanket corner and stumbled away, one hand flying up to press against his chest as if something inside it hurt. The blanket fell back partially, leaving the dead man's face still exposed, caught in a grim half-reveal. "Out," Mark heard himself say, though he could barely hear his own words past the pounding in his ears. "Out! Now!" They turned and fled down the narrow aisle, tripping over empty cans, bumping shoulders against the cupboards, knocking into one another like panicked animals in a chute. The flies buzzing surged as their bodies disturbed the air, then swirled back toward the bed as soon as they passed. The front door seemed farther away than it had been on the way in. When they reached it, the light from outside hit them like a slap, making them squint and blink. The sudden openness of the clearing, the bright, hard edges of the sunlit world, felt wrong after the dim closeness of the trailer. The smell followed them out, clinging to their clothes, but it was thinner here, easier to escape. Nate stumbled down the steps and bent double beside his bike, this time actually vomiting into the grass. Mike stood a few feet away, one hand on the seat of his ATV, breathing in fast, shallow gulps. The older rider had his back to the trailer, one arm braced against the wall, head bowed. Mark stopped a little ways off, hands on his knees, staring at the dirt as if it might explain something. No one spoke for a long stretch of seconds. Only the sounds of the mountain moved around them, a distant bird crying out and then going silent, the lazy tap of the cable against the tower, the dry shiver of the flag when a breeze finally decided to rise. "What do we do?" Nate rasped eventually, wiping his mouth with the back of his glove. "What the hell do we do?" "Call it in," the older rider said. His voice was steadier than he felt. "Sheriff's office, highway patrol, somebody. We can't just leave him there." "And say what?" Mike asked, eyes wide. "We broke into a government trailer and found a corpse under a blanket." "Say we smelled something. We checked. We found him." The older man swallowed. "They're not going to yell at us for that. They're going to be glad someone did. Or we just leave," Nate said weakly. "Pretend we never came up this road. Somebody else eventually." Mark straightened up and shook his head. "You want to dream about that face every night and not know if anyone ever came for him?" he asked quietly. "Because I don't." Silence settled over them again, heavier than before. The decision felt like a stone dropping. In the end, it was not really a decision at all. One by one, they nodded. The older rider pulled out his phone, thumb trembling only slightly as he scrolled to the local sheriff's office number. The line rang in his ear, distant and unreal in the bright afternoon. When the dispatcher answered, his voice came out strange, flat, as if someone else were speaking through him. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "We're up near Feather Ridge, old forestry service camp. We think we found a body." While he gave rough directions, the others drifted away into the clearing, keeping their backs to the trailer, as if afraid the dead man might somehow appear at the doorway. The tower cable ticked. The flag whispered. The sun kept shining, hot and indifferent. Later, much later, another voice would enter the story. Not in that clearing, not in that afternoon, but here, where you are now, lying in your room with the light dimmed and the night pressing softly at your window. Later, authorities would say he did not have to die here. They would walk through that trailer with notebooks and cameras, ticking off everything that could have kept him alive. He had food, He had shelter, he had heat, he had friends nearby for a while. The man under the blankets, the one the riders uncovered with shaking hands and a single terrible peel of fabric, was named Theo Weller. And when he left home that night in February, it was supposed to be just another ball game with his friends. Not a slow death in a locked room that had everything he needed, except one thing: a way to understand what was happening to him. Riverbend was the kind of town that did not appear on most maps unless you knew exactly where to look. It sat in a shallow bowl of land between low hills and higher mountains. Its streets laid out in simple lines that followed no great plan beyond, "Here is where people decided to live." The afternoon light slid down the roofs and settled along the sidewalks, turning the cracks in the pavement into thin, dark rivers. Somewhere, a dog barked lazily and then thought better of it. Inside a small, single-story house on Pinecrest Lane, Theo Weller's fork clicked gently against his plate. The sound was light, almost musical, as he cut another square from the slice of meatloaf in front of him and mixed it carefully with mashed potatoes, making a little wall of white and a little mound of brown on either side. He liked his food organized. It made sense that way. His mother sat across from him, hands folded loosely near her own plate, watching more than eating. The TV in the corner of the living room, visible from the kitchen table, muttered through the end of a local news segment. The volume was low, so the anchor's voice sounded far away, like someone talking from another room. "So," his mother said, "you all set for tomorrow, honey?" Theo nodded enthusiastically, cheeks puffing slightly as he chewed. He swallowed, chased with a sip of milk, and grinned. "Coach says if we win tomorrow, we go to the big one," he said. "Regional tournament. Means we're one step closer to Los Angeles. They might put us on TV." His eyes flicked toward the screen, and he laughed softly. "Maybe I'll be where that guy is sitting. Maybe I'll read the scores." "You'd be better at it than him," his mother said, smiling. "He always looks so serious. You'd at least smile." Theo stabbed a bit of green bean. "Maybe I'd say hi to you on the camera," he added thoughtfully. "Like, 'Hi, Mom, this is Theo, reporting live from the—'" He waved his fork vaguely. "From the big gym." She chuckled, the sound small but genuine. "Just make sure you get some sleep tonight if you want to play well," she said. "No staying up watching your late games." He rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "I don't stay up that late," he protested. "Besides, I'll be tired after all the cheering tonight. College guys run a lot. We'll have to shout extra loud." Over by the TV, the news anchor's tone shifted. The ticker at the bottom of the screen changed from a story about roadwork to a small blue graphic of a cloud with white flecks. "And later tonight, a chance of light snow in the higher elevations," the anchor said. "Nothing to worry about. Just a few flurries here and there. Roads should remain clear for most drivers." The words floated into the kitchen, softened by distance. Theo's mother glanced at the screen, then at the window, where the sky was still clean and pale. "Maybe you should take your coat," she said gently. "They're saying there might be some snow up there. It gets colder at night." Theo shook his head, already shaking it before she finished speaking. "We go, we watch, we come home. Easy," he said. "I'll be in the car, then in the gym, then in the car. I don't need a coat. Coats are for when you stand around doing nothing. We'll be busy." She wanted to argue, but there was a kind of bright certainty in his face that was hard to push against. She settled for saying, "At least wear a sweater," and he nodded as if that concession satisfied the universe. In another part of Riverbend, beyond a small cluster of shops and a gas station that advertised both coffee and bait, the hospital sat on a low rise. It was not large, only 2 main floors and a basement, but it had the slightly tired air of buildings that see more endings than beginnings. Inside, fluorescent lights hummed faintly overhead, a constant, pulseless glow. In a quiet corner of the second floor, Bill Stanton sat beside a bed, his chair pulled so close that his knees almost touched the metal frame. An elderly man lay propped up against pillows, his eyes closed, mouth slightly open, breathing in slow, shallow pulls. Machines around him beeped at measured intervals, little electronic heartbeats that seemed to mark time in a more insistent way than the round clock on the wall. Bill's Bible was open on his lap, the thin pages crinkling softly as he turned to a familiar passage. He had read it so many times that the words were more like a song stuck in his head than text on a page. But he liked to see them anyway. It made them feel more real, more anchored. "And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world," he read, voice barely above a whisper. His fingers traced the line without thinking. "Even unto the end." He paused, looked up at the man in the bed. "He is with you too," Bill added gently. "You're not alone, even if it feels like it tonight." The man did not move, but his chest rose and fell on schedule, as if obeying a different script. Bill closed the book slowly, careful not to crease the thin paper. The sound of the pages coming together was soft, like the brush of a hand over fabric. He bowed his head. "Lord," he whispered, "please watch over him tonight, and watch over my team too. Help us play well tomorrow. Help us be kind to each other. Help us not get too mad if we lose. And if we go to Los Angeles, let it be because we made you proud." The machines responded with another set of beeps, exactly as they had before. Somewhere down the hall, a cart rattled past, wheels squeaking slightly on the linoleum. A nurse laughed quietly at something someone said, the sound brief before the hall swallowed it. Bill lifted his head, offered the unconscious man a small, earnest smile, then stood, tucking the Bible under his arm. He patted the bedrail once, as if it were a shoulder. "I'll see you after the game," he said. "We'll tell you if we win." Outside, in the parking lot, the air felt cooler than it had in town, as if the hill had caught an early taste of the evening. Bill zipped his jacket all the way up, said a quiet goodbye to the building under his breath, and started down the sidewalk. Back on Maple Street, in the driveway of a small rental house with paint peeling in discreet vertical strips, Jack Marino wiped a rag slowly across the hood of his Mercury. The car was older than some of the kids who drove the new models out of the dealership down on the highway, but it was clean. The faded blue had a subdued shine in the afternoon light, and the chrome around the headlights reflected Jack's face back at him in a stretched, slightly comical way. He liked it that way. The car was simple, understandable. You gave it gas, it moved. You checked the oil, it ran smoother. You paid attention, it did not surprise you. He dropped the rag over his shoulder and crouched beside the front tire, pressing his thumb into the rubber. It gave just enough. He nodded to himself, then reached across the driver's seat and popped the glove compartment. Inside, beneath a stack of registration papers and an old cassette tape, lay a folded map book. He pulled it out carefully, the spine creasing with a familiar crackle, and flipped to the page that showed their part of Northern California. The lines of highways and county roads spread out across the paper in a spiderweb of red and black. His finger traced the route from Riverbend up to Chico, a path he had already rehearsed in his head. Out past the feed store, onto the main highway, off at the right exit, around the loop road to the university gym. All wide, maintained roads. All familiar enough by now that he could almost see the signs in his mind. No mountain roads, he said under his breath. Saying it out loud made it feel like a promise. We're not doing any of that this time. The rag on his shoulder slipped as he straightened. He wiped a faint smear off the windshield, more out of habit than necessity, and looked up at the sky. It was still clear, but the color had deepened a shade, sliding from pale to something richer. The sun had started its slow drop, turning the edges of the clouds faintly gold. He could hear the TV from inside, filtered through the thin walls and the half-open window. The faint sound of an anchor's voice drifted out, along with the soft clink of cutlery as his neighbor finished a late lunch or early dinner. A chance of light snow in the higher elevations tonight, the anchor was saying. Nothing to worry about, just a few flurries here and there. Roads should remain clear for most drivers. Jack snorted lightly. Light snow, he said. They always say that. He closed the map book, slid it back into the glove compartment, and shut it with a small, firm tap. The tires squeaked as he leaned his weight against the front end one last time, testing. Satisfied, he ran his hand along the top of the hood in a quick, affectionate pat. Tomorrow, he told the car, we get the boys there, we get them back. Easy. In Theo's kitchen, the weather report ended and the station cut to a commercial for a local mattress store. The anchor's easy assurance about the flurries evaporated from the screen, replaced by smiling actors falling backward onto beds that swallowed them whole. Theo's mother reached for the remote and clicked the volume down a little more. The TV's glow dimmed against the late-day sun. In the hospital, a nurse turned the channel in an empty waiting room, the forecast flickering away to something louder and more colorful. In Jack's driveway, the last words of the report slipped out through the open window and dissolved into the air before he could really register them. It was the kind of forecast you forget as soon as you turn the channel. The kind of casual reassurance people heard 100 times each winter and filed under not tonight's problem. Unless, of course, your whole life was already hanging by a thread you did not know was there, and the snow was waiting, very patiently, for you to walk straight into it. The Gateway Center did not look like much from the outside. A low, square building with beige siding and narrow windows. It could have been an insurance office or a dentist's waiting room. The sign out front had lost a few of its letters and now read, Gate I Program. But everyone who needed it knew what it meant. The parking lot was half full, the white lines fading, a couple of weeds pushing up through cracks in the asphalt. Inside, the air smelled faintly of coffee, disinfectant, and the sugary ghosts of snacks eaten at the long tables. A radio played softly from somewhere in the staff office, a song from 10 years ago that no one in the main room was really listening to. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, steady and relentless. Jamie Hughes sat in the back corner, tucked into the space where two walls met. His chair pressed close enough that he could lean his shoulder against the cool, painted surface if he wanted to. His head was tipped slightly forward, as it always seemed to be. as if he were listening to something on the floor that no one else could hear. A sheet of paper lay on the table in front of him, edges curling a little at the corners, and his pencil moved over it in short, careful strokes. The room around him had its own small life. At the center table, two men argued cheerfully about which basketball team had the best uniforms. A woman nearby sorted beads into cups, humming to herself in a tuneless way. A staff member moved from person to person, checking in, offering help or praise, or a gentle redirect when attention started to fray. Jamie's tongue poked the corner of his mouth as he drew. He knew what he wanted to put on the page. He had seen it clearly in his mind earlier that morning, right before he woke up, and he did not want it to fade. It started with a line. He pulled the pencil straight down from the top of the page, then thickened it, turning it into a long, narrow band. He shaded the edges slightly, leaving the center lighter so it looked like something flat and pale stretching out toward the bottom edge. A road. A white road. He added short vertical lines on either side of it, the suggestion of trees. They leaned in a little, their trunks angled, as if the road were a gravity well, and the forest was slowly, gently falling toward it. At the top of each trunk, he scribbled clouds of dark graphite, not bothering with individual branches. The way the pencil smudged made it look like the trees were blurred by falling snow. He paused, glanced up. Across the room, Theo sat with another group, stacking checkers pieces into towers, laughing when they toppled over. Bill was bent over a simple puzzle, offering a quiet word of encouragement to the person next to him every time they snapped a piece into place. Jack wasn't here yet. He would be picking everyone up later for the drive. Gabe sat near the window, staring out at the parking lot in that absent way he had sometimes, as if his focus were somewhere miles away. Jamie turned back to the paper and smiled a little to himself. He drew 5 stick figures in the middle of the road. He did not give them faces. There was not enough room for that. But he made sure their heads were round, their bodies slightly different heights. One had a wider torso. One stood a little closer to the others. One had arms slightly lifted, as if talking or pointing. At the very end of the road, where the paper cut off, he drew a large, boxy shape. Not a house exactly, more like a rectangle with a flat top. On one side, he drew a smaller square inside it and shaded it a little, leaving a tiny blank square at the center, a window, lit from within. He pressed harder with the pencil at the edges, making the box look heavier, more solid. The little inner square stayed bright white, a single glowing hole in the gray. He wrote above it, slow, careful, the letters uneven and crowded. Cabin. What you drawing, Jamie? The staff member, a woman named Lisa, with her hair pulled back in a loose bun, had moved up beside him without him hearing. He jumped a little, then hunched instinctively over the page as if to shield it. Road, he said after a second. His voice was soft, almost swallowed by the hum of the lights. Us. Lisa leaned in, squinting. Oh, I see, she said. You're all going somewhere. Is that the gym? For the game? Jamie hesitated. His pencil hovered over the little square window, not quite touching it. Yeah, he said finally. The game. Looks good, she told him. I like the light. Makes it look cozy. He nodded, but his eyes stayed fixed on that small white square at the end of the drawn road. Cozy wasn't quite what he felt. In his mind, the window was bright, yes, but the light inside it was the kind that made shadows sharp. Hours later, when the sun had tipped further west, and the day had taken on that slow, late afternoon heaviness, a clock was ticking too loudly in a small bedroom on the edge of town. The room belonged to Gabe Matheson. The bed was neatly made, the blanket pulled tight and smooth. A single poster hung on the wall, curling a little at the top corners, showing a mountain lake at sunset. On the dresser stood a cheap alarm clock, red digits blinking the time, and a plastic casing that amplified the soft tick of its internal mechanisms into something almost intrusive. Gabe sat on the edge of his bed, elbows on his knees, staring at the pill bottle in his hand. His fingers hovered around the cap, not quite twisting, not quite letting it go. The label had his name on it, printed in black beside the dosage instructions he could have recited in his sleep by now. He had been good about it for months. Take with food, take with water, take with hope. He had been good, and life had rewarded him in small, steady ways. The voices had quieted. The edges of the world had softened. He could hold a job with his stepfather's landscaping crew, push a mower, trim hedges, feel the clean ache in his muscles at the end of the day, and know that tomorrow would probably look much like today. Lately, though, the nights had shifted. He closed his eyes, and the room fell away. In the dream, he was always walking. His boots, sometimes he wore boots he didn't own in waking life, sometimes bare feet, moved along a road so white it hurt to look at. Snow covered everything. But the road itself was packed flat and smooth, a pale ribbon through the woods. On either side, trees crowded in, tall and dark, their branches heavy with snow, leaning inward. The sky above was the same color as the road, so that sometimes it felt like he was walking along the inside of a long tube, ground and air and horizon all blending into the same off-white. It was quiet in that dream space in a way that real forests never were. No birds, no distant cars, just the soft crunch of his own steps and the occasional quiet thud as clumps of snow slid from branches and hit the ground. And then there was the voice. It did not come from any particular direction at first. It was just there, in the air around him, in his ears, in the back of his head. Not loud, not shouting, just insistent, like someone calling his name from the other end of a long hallway. This way. He would look up, and there, at the end of the road, the faint yellow glow of a window would appear. A cabin, or a trailer, or something rectangular with a door he could not quite see. It's warmer here. As he walked closer, the light would seem to grow and shrink at the same time, brightening but never quite resolving into detail. The trees would press in more tightly, the trunks closer together, the sky lower. You belong up here tonight. He would wake before he reached it, every time. Heart beating too fast, shirt damp at the collar. The room would be dark, the clock's red numbers too bright, the sound of its ticking far too loud. The window would be closed, but there would be a faint suggestion of wind somewhere, as if someone were blowing gently over the house from a great distance. He had tried not to think about the dream in the morning, to file it away as just a weird pattern his brain had gotten stuck on, but it kept coming back, more vivid each time, like a program looping and refining itself. Now, sitting on the edge of the bed, with the pill bottle sweating in his palm, he could feel the echo of cold air on his skin. A tremor ran through his fingers. "Come on," he murmured to himself. "You've done this 1,000 times." He twisted the cap. It gave way with a familiar crackle. The sound of plastic unscrewing seemed to bounce off the walls, louder than it should have been. The clock ticked in counterpoint. Steady, insistent, tick, twist, tick. He shook one pill into his hand, then another, then hesitated and tipped one back into the bottle. The tablet resting in his palm felt almost weightless, like nothing at all. From the small window above his dresser, light slanted in at an angle, picking up dust motes and the faint sheen of fingerprints on the glass. The window was firmly shut. Yet as he sat there, Gabe could have sworn he heard, just at the edge of hearing, the soft sigh of wind. It seemed to slip into the room without disturbing the curtains, cool fingers trailing just above his skin. He put the pill on his tongue, lifted the glass of water from the bedside table, and swallowed. The water was lukewarm, but it washed the bitterness away. The whistle came as he set the glass down. It was so faint that it could have been a trick of the tinnitus that sometimes nagged at him when the house was too quiet. A long, thin note that rose slightly and then fell, as if someone were whistling a tune they did not quite remember. It might have come from the hallway, or the vent, or nowhere at all. He froze, hands still around the glass, listening. Tick. Silence. He let out a slow breath, more relief than air. Nerves, he said quietly. Just nerves. Big game. Long day, that's all. He set the glass back in its ring of condensation and pushed himself to his feet. The floorboards creaked under his weight, a familiar complaint. He crossed to the small mirror hanging on the back of his door. His reflection looked back at him. Same pale face, same tired eyes, same faint shadow of stubble he kept meaning to shave. He looked ordinary. That was the strange part. He felt like something inside him had shifted a few degrees off center, like a picture hanging just crooked enough to notice. And yet, from the outside, he was just a young man in a plain room, getting ready for a night out with friends. "You're fine," he told the mirror. "You're okay. It's just a dream. It's just snow and a cabin and some stupid voice. It doesn't mean anything." Behind him, very close to his right ear, another voice spoke. "You'll know the road when you see it." It was his own voice. Same tone, same cadence, the exact way he had just spoken to his reflection. But his lips had not moved, and the sound had come from behind him, from the empty space between him and the closed bedroom door. He spun around so fast that the mirror rattled on its nail. The room was as it had been. Bed neat, dresser steady, window closed, clock ticking. No one there, nothing out of place. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He waited, expecting the sensation of someone standing too close to wash over him, the prickling on the back of his neck, the certainty of being watched. Nothing came. Gabe swallowed, turned back to the mirror, and forced a tight smile. "Big game," he said to his own reflection, as if that settled it. Just nerves. The clock ticked on, louder than it had any right to be, counting down the last quiet hours before the white road in his dream would become something he could touch with his own feet. By the time the sun finally slipped low enough to snag on the tops of the hills, Riverbend had begun its quiet transformation into evening. One by one, lamps blinked on in living room windows, soft rectangles of yellow spilling onto porches and front lawns. Porch lights flickered to life, turning steps into small islands of safety in the growing dusk. The sky deepened from pale blue to a richer velvet shade, streaked with the last thin ribbons of orange. On Pinecrest Lane, the sound of an engine drifted down the street before the car itself appeared. The Mercury came around the corner like a familiar thought, its headlights washing briefly across mailboxes and parked trucks before settling on the Weller driveway. The engine purred as Jack guided it into place, tires crunching over the gravel with practiced ease. He turned the key enough to lower the idle, but did not kill it. The car thrummed under his hands. Ready. Theo had been waiting. The front door burst open with more enthusiasm than force, and Theo bounded out onto the porch, a blur of jeans and a faded team sweatshirt. Behind him, his grandmother hovered in the doorway, one hand clutching the frame, the other waving a dish towel. "You be careful," she called, her voice thin but firm. "And listen to Jack. He's the driver." "I always listen to Jack," Theo replied over his shoulder, though the grin on his face suggested that always was doing a lot of work. "We're just going to a game, Grandma. We're not going to the moon." "Coat," she added, a last attempt. He paused on the second step, looked back, and tapped his own chest. "Sweatshirt," he said. "I'll be in the car, then in the gym, then in the car. It's fine. We go. We watch. We come home. Easy." He pronounced the last word with the satisfaction of someone finishing a math problem correctly. She pursed her lips, but did not push it further. Old arguments and new evenings rarely went well together. Instead, she raised her hand in a small, blessing-like gesture. "God go with you," she said. Theo hopped down the last step, jogged to the passenger side, and pulled the door open. Warm light from the porch caught briefly in the side window, then slipped away as he climbed in and shut the door behind him. Inside, the car smelled faintly of vinyl, air freshener, and the ghost of fast food. The dashboard lights glowed a soft green. Jack glanced at Theo, noting the lack of coat, and shook his head with a half smile. "You're going to freeze your butt off if it actually snows," he said. Theo buckled his seatbelt with a quick, decisive click. "Then I'll sit on my sweatshirt," he replied. "Double warm." Jack snorted, put the car into gear, and eased back out onto the street. As they rolled downhill, more windows flickered past, each one a small domestic scene framed in glass. Someone washing dishes, someone in a recliner, a kid bouncing on a couch, while a tired parent half-heartedly scolded them. Their next stop was a small duplex on Laurel Street. Bill stood on the walkway before they even pulled in. Bible tucked under his arm, jacket zipped all the way up to his throat. He raised a hand in a calm wave as the Mercury crunched to a halt at the curb. "Evening, gentlemen," he said as he opened the back door and settled himself behind Theo. He put the Bible gently on his lap, as if even the jostling of the car might bend it out of shape. "Ready for a little research? See how the big boys do it?" "We're going to steal all their plays," Theo agreed, "especially the ones with the slam dunks. I'm gonna, what's that word? Analyze. I'm gonna analyze the slam dunks." Bill chuckled. "I'll pray for their ankles," he said. Jack shook his head, amused, and pulled away from the curb. As they turned onto Oak, Jamie came into view, standing at the edge of a narrow driveway beside a low-rent house with peeling paint. He had his sketchbook tucked against his chest like a shield, his head tipped forward so his chin almost touched it. His free hand worked anxiously along the spiral binding, fingertip tracing the coils. The car slowed, then stopped. The passenger side window whined down halfway with a faint protest. "You get your ticket?" Jack called. Jamie nodded without raising his eyes. "In my pocket," he said. His voice was small but clear. "Then get in, man. We're going to be late if you keep standing there like a statue." Jamie slipped into the back seat beside Bill, careful not to bend his sketchbook. He held it flat against his knees, fingers still running along the edge. His nails made a faint, repetitive scraping sound against the cardboard backing. "What you drawing?" Theo asked, twisting around in his seat, half turned toward the back. "Just a road," Jamie murmured. "And us." "Better draw us with big muscles," Theo said. "So when we win tomorrow, people will be like, 'Look, they were strong in the picture first.'" He flexed his arms for emphasis, the motion exaggerated enough that his sweatshirt bunched comically at his shoulders. Bill laughed, the sound warm and unforced. "And maybe a trophy, too," he added, "just to save time." Jamie's mouth twitched at the corner, but he did not look up. His finger kept tracing the outline of something on the page, a long line leading toward a small box with a square in it. His nail caught briefly on the indentation of the word he'd written there that morning, cabin, and then slid past. They picked up Gabe last. His house sat near the edge of town, where the lots got bigger and the street lights farther apart. By the time they turned onto his road, the sky had deepened into a deep blue-black, the last smear of orange gone from the horizon. A few early stars tested themselves against the fading light. Gabe was on the front step, hands in the pockets of his jacket, head turned toward the slice of sky visible between two tall pines. He looked up when he heard the car and gave a quick, almost sheepish wave. His stepfather watched from inside the doorway, one hand on the frame, the other holding a mug. "You boys drive safe," the man called, voice rough from years of shouting over machinery. "Watch for black ice up near the pass." Jack leaned across the steering wheel to be heard. "We're staying on the main roads," he said. "No backway nonsense. We'll bring him home in one piece." Gabe slid into the last open spot in the back seat, next to Jamie. The car felt full now, not cramped, but occupied, every space taken by knees and elbows and overlapping auras of nervous excitement. As they pulled away from the curb, the world outside the windows became a blur of passing light and shadow. Porch lamps, street lights, the occasional neon sign from a bar or a laundromat flashed by in streaks of white and sodium orange. Inside, the little dome of the Mercury's cabin felt warm and self-contained. For a while, the conversation was nothing but jokes. $5 says I score first tomorrow," Theo announced. "You're not even going to touch the ball first," Gabe countered, a small smile ghosting across his face, though his gaze stayed turned toward the window. "Jack's gonna hog it." "I'm driving, not dribbling," Jack protested. "My job is getting you there, on time and alive. After that, you're all on your own." "I'll score for all of us," Bill said mildly. "One basket for each gospel." "Then I get revelation," Theo said immediately. "That's the coolest one." They laughed, easy and loud. The air inside the car warmed with their breath, fogging the side windows slightly. Theo pulled the glove compartment open at random and grabbed the small, dog-eared phone book that lived there. Okay, he said. "Best funny name wins. Ready?" He flipped it open and ran his finger down a column, lips moving as he read. "Okay," he said, catching on one and losing it to a fit of giggles. "Okay, listen. There's a guy in town named Harry Pickles." Bill actually snorted, a sound so undignified on him that it sent everyone else over the edge. Laughter filled the car, bouncing off the roof and windows, mixing with the hum of the tires on the pavement. Gabe smiled more fully at that, but his eyes stayed fixed on the darkening strip of sky at the top of his side window. He watched as the first real clouds rolled in, thin and gray, smudging the stars. In his mind, for just a second, They looked like the tops of trees leaning over a road. Jamie, half listening, kept tracing the edge of his sketchbook. His fingertip had worn a faint groove along the cardboard. Beneath his hand, the pencil lines of the white road and the square cabin window sat quiet and still, pressed flat between him and the future. In living rooms across Riverbend, parents moved through small rituals. Theo's mother smoothed the wrinkles from his team jersey and laid it carefully across the back of a chair. Shoes placed neatly beneath it, socks rolled into precise balls. Bill's older brother set an alarm early, intending to get to the tournament in time to watch from the stands if the roads were clear. Jamie's father, who did not understand much about basketball, but understood that his son loved something about it, checked the gas in his own car twice. They all imagined the same thing. The boys laughing in the car, watching the game, coming home tired and loud, spilling stories like popcorn. Back on Pinecrest Lane, in the house next to Theo's, a woman named Mrs. Ramirez stood at her kitchen sink, hands in warm dishwater, watching through the window as the Mercury rolled down the street. The car's taillights cast a brief, soft red glow along the curb, then turned the corner and disappeared. As the light vanished, a small, irrational chill ran up her spine. The hair rose on her arms, not from any draft she could feel, but from a deeper, older instinct that sometimes woke without reason. "They're leaving too late," she murmured to herself, fingers tightening briefly around the slippery curve of a plate. Roads aren't friendly after midnight. For a moment, she had the ridiculous urge to dry her hands, run out onto the porch, and call after them. To say what, she did not know. Be careful, turn back, take your coats. She did none of those things. Habit and politeness and the endless weight of grown-up practicality held her in place. She rinsed the plate, set it in the rack, and turned away from the window. Outside, the sky darkened another shade. The road out of town waited, stretching north, indifferent and patient, ready to lead 5 laughing men toward a night that would not end where any of them imagined. On game nights, the Chico College gym looked like a lantern someone had set down in the middle of the campus and forgotten to blow out. Light poured from the high windows and glass doors, spilling across the concrete paths and bare trees, turning the late winter evening into an island of brightness in an otherwise ordinary dark. Inside, it was all motion and noise. The squeak of sneakers on polished hardwood, the rapid thump of the ball, the echoing bark of the referee's whistle. Everything bounced up toward the rafters and came back down again in a softened roar. The announcer's voice boomed from the overhead speakers, calling out plays and names that blurred into one long line of sound. Bands of students in the stands shouted and clapped, a shifting wave of color and movement as they stood, sat, waved signs, raised phones. Theo loved it. He sat at the end of a row, half perched on his seat, a paper tub of popcorn clutched in both hands. Every time someone launched a three-pointer, he sucked in his breath and held it, eyes wide, as if willing the ball into the net through sheer enthusiasm. When it went in, he threw up his arms, scattering a few kernels without noticing, and shouted loud enough that the people 2 rows down turned around and grinned at him. "Did you see that?" he yelled over the noise, leaning toward Bill. "He was way out there. That's like from the parking lot." Bill smiled, his own hands folded neatly around a soda cup. "Good form," he said, feet under him, shoulders square. It sounded like something he'd heard from a coach somewhere, repeated with reverence. Beside him, Jamie sat hunched, one hand wrapped around his drink, the other resting on his thigh. His fingers tapped a restless rhythm on the fabric of his pants whenever the game grew tense. His eyes followed the ball, but every so often they drifted to the lines of the court, the way the painted arcs curved and met, the way the players' shadows stretched and bent under the bright lights. Jack sat farther down the row, leaning back with his arms crossed, a small smile on his face. He watched the game, yes, but he also watched his friends. The way Theo's entire body seemed to participate in every play. The way Bill nodded along with the rhythm of the action, as if in silent agreement. The way Jamie's knee bounced when the score got close. Gabe was quiet, but not in a withdrawn way. He had a hot dog in his hand and a folded program in his lap. Every so often, he glanced up at the scoreboard, then back at the floor, cataloging the patterns. Who passed where? Who favored which side? How many times the defense switched in a single minute? His gaze would catch, now and then, on the big digital clock ticking down the quarter, the red numbers bright and merciless. As long as they don't go to overtime, Jack had said earlier, mostly to himself. Overtime means late roads. The game went to overtime. It did it dramatically, of course. The home team, down by 2, tied it up with a last-second layup that made the entire gym explode. People leaped to their feet. Theo nearly dropped his popcorn in his delight. The announcer's voice rose to a new pitch, riding above the roar like a bird catching a strong updraft. "Free basketball," Bill said mildly. "Bonus time." Jack exhaled through his nose, half amused, half resigned. "Yeah," he muttered. "Free ice." The extra period stretched everything out. Each possession took on the heavy importance of something that would be remembered. The clock that had been ticking toward a reasonable drive home now ticked toward something closer to midnight. Outside, the temperature slid down a few degrees in quiet increments. When it was finally over, the home team victorious, the stands a mess of triumphant noise. The 5 of them stayed in their seats for a moment, letting the last of the crowd boil around them. People pressed past in both directions, talking loudly, rehashing plays that were already fading into memory. The band played one more song and then fell abruptly silent, the cutoff leaving a hollow in the air. "That was awesome," Theo said, stretching his arms above his head. "Did you see that last one? He just went whoosh." He pantomimed a perfect shot, complete with sound effect. "We saw it," Jack said, "and we saw the part where the clock kept going." "Means we got more practice watching real teams," Gabe said. His voice was calm, but Jack didn't miss the flicker of something, unease, maybe, behind his eyes. "That's good. We can use it tomorrow." They shuffled out slowly, merging into the stream of bodies heading for the exits. The echo of the crowd followed them into the concourse, becoming a low, constant murmur. The air was warmer here, stale with the smell of sweat, popcorn, spilled soda. Outside, the gym doors sighed open on a different world. The first thing they noticed was the cold. It was sharper than when they'd gone in, a thin, cutting edge to the air that slid under collars and up sleeves. Their breath puffed out in small, surprised clouds, each exhale briefly visible before vanishing into the night. The second thing was the change in sound. Inside, everything had been loud and close. Out here, the noise of the dispersing crowd seemed smaller, scattered, picked apart by the open space. Voices bounced off the concrete and then were lost. Car doors slammed, engines turned over, tires hissed as they rolled over wet pavement. A faint patter tapped at the roofs of the parked cars. When Theo lifted his face to the sky, he felt the soft tick of something cold and wet against his skin. Little white specks showed against the dark fabric of his sweatshirt before melting. "Snow," he said, delighted. "Look, it's like TV snow." "Just flurries," Jack said automatically. He could hear his own father's voice in his head. "Just flurries, son. That's nothing. We'll get ahead of it." Overhead, the stadium lights buzzed for a few more seconds, the giant fixtures casting harsh white cones over the lot. Then there was a low, almost reluctant hum as the system powered down. One by one, the lights blinked out, plunging sections of the parking lot into patchy darkness. The world didn't go black. There were still security lights, still headlights and taillights, but the shadows lengthened and deepened, and the edges of things became less certain. "Feels colder all of a sudden," Bill remarked, folding his arms around his chest despite his jacket. "That's because God just turned the big lights off," Theo said. "Now, he wants us to go home." They walked toward the spot where Jack had parked, shoes scuffing lightly on the damp asphalt. Snow made tiny sounds on the ground, too soft to be real noise, more like the suggestion of something falling. The mercury waited where they'd left it, a familiar shape in the shifting gloom. A thin dusting of snow had begun to collect on the hood and roof, more visible under the last stubborn beam of a nearby streetlight. "Everybody in," Jack said, "before this turns into a Christmas special." Theo slid into the front passenger seat, rubbing his hands together briskly. Bill and Jamie took their usual places in the back. For a moment, Gabe lingered, looking back toward the gym entrance. The big glass doors stood open, people still spilling out in clusters. The overhead light above them was one of the last bright spots left, a rectangle of white that made the drifting flakes look like insects caught in a beam. Jamie, halfway into his seat, turned his head as if sensing something. His eyes were drawn back the way they'd come, across the parking lot, to those same doors. For just a heartbeat, he saw her. A woman stood under the overhead light, directly in the center of the doorway. She wore a long coat, gray or beige. It was hard to tell under the harsh illumination, with the collar turned up. In her arms, she held a bundled shape, the size and shape of a baby wrapped in a thick blanket. Her head was bowed, face obscured by the angle and the shadow of her hair. But Jamie felt, with the unshakable conviction of dreams, that she was looking at him. She did not move. She did not shift her weight or adjust the bundle in her arms. She stood as still as a cutout on a stage, framed perfectly by the glowing rectangle of the doorway. The people passing around her did not seem to see her at all. They flowed past, through, around, never touching, like water around a stone. A small, cold knot tightened under Jamie's ribs. His fingers tightened reflexively on the edge of the car door. "Jamie, you in?" Jack called, voice muffled slightly by the closed windows. Jamie blinked. The doorway was empty. People still poured out, laughing, jostling, talking. A guy in a team hoodie shoved his friend playfully. A couple walked arm in arm, heads close together against the cold. The overhead light flickered once, then steadied. There was no woman, no coat, no bundled shape. He stared for another second, heartbeat loud in his ears, then shook himself and slid the rest of the way into the car. The door shut with a solid thunk, sealing them into their own small, warm world. Jack started the engine, The rumble rolled through the chassis like a reassuring growl. The heater fan coughed to life, blowing air that would only be warm in a few minutes. "Everything okay?" Bill asked quietly from the back, noticing the way Jamie's hands trembled on his knees. "Yeah," Jamie said, too quickly. "Just thought I saw someone I knew." He did not look back at the gym doors again. Outside, snow continued to patter softly against the roofs of the cars, a delicate, persistent drumming. As the Mercury pulled out of its space and joined the slow procession toward the exit, the last of the stadium lights died behind them, taking with them the illusion that the night was tame. The highway out of Chico stretched ahead in a smooth, dark ribbon, the painted lines catching the headlights in brief, pale flashes. Traffic had thinned to almost nothing, just the occasional pair of lights approaching from the opposite direction, gliding past with a soft whoosh, and then vanishing into the rearview mirror, like thoughts you meant to keep and lost anyway. Snow still fell, but lightly, hesitant. It dusted the shoulders of the road, gathered along the bases of the guardrails, blurred the edges of signs. The wipers on the Mercury dragged back and forth with a steady, workmanlike rhythm, clearing arcs of temporary clarity on the windshield before the white specks began to settle again. "Still good," Jack said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. "Road's fine." His knuckles were a little tight on the steering wheel, but he did not let that show, or tried not to. "Do we have time to stop for snacks?" Theo asked, peering at the dashboard clock as if it might argue with him. "I ate all my popcorn. I think my stomach's mad at me." "We'll be quicker if we don't have to listen to your stomach complain all the way home," Jack said. "We'll hit the store at the edge of town, in and out." The convenience store sat like a small, stubborn island of light at the outskirts of Chico, right where the last cluster of houses thinned and the highway began to climb in earnest. Its sign buzzed quietly above the entrance, half of the letters flickering, the rest holding on. A string of plastic pennants flapped lazily in the weak wind, their colors long since washed out by sun and rain. Jack pulled into the nearly empty parking lot and eased the car into a space near the door. The plow hadn't been by recently, but the snow was still too thin to be trouble. It crunched softly under the tires, a white crust over the dark pavement. Inside, fluorescent lights glared down on rows of shelves and coolers. The sound of their buzzing filled the space, a high, constant tone that made the air feel just a little too bright, a little too flat. A refrigerator unit along the back wall hummed in a low counterpoint, and somewhere a tiny motor clicked on and off as it worked to keep something just barely cold enough. The door chimed as they entered, a cheery electronic ding that felt a little out of place this late at night. The closed sign hung on the glass, turned to the side as if caught mid-rotation. The clock behind the counter read 10:47. The man behind the register, middle-aged, with tired eyes and a name tag that said Frank, looked up with mild surprise, then softened when he saw them. "Evening," he said. "You boys come from the game?" Theo nodded vigorously. "They won in overtime," he said. "It was awesome. The one guy, he jumped from way far and..." "That right?" Frank smiled, resting his forearms on the counter. "Big night then. Go on, grab what you want. I'm still open for a few." They fanned out among the aisles with an almost childlike focus. Theo gravitated straight to the small heated case near the counter, pressing his hands against the glass. "Pies," he announced, delighted, as if he discovered treasure. "They have the good pies, the cherry ones." "Get me one of those chocolate bars," Jack said, pointing with his chin toward a display as he passed. "Second shelf." Bill drifted toward the coolers, opening the glass door with a soft sigh and reaching carefully for bottles of milk and soda. He read each label before choosing, lips moving silently as he checked flavors and expiration dates. Jamie lingered in front of the snack cakes, eyes scanning the colorful boxes without really seeing them. His sketchbook was still tucked under his arm, and every so often he adjusted it, making sure it didn't slip. Gabe walked slower than the rest, one hand trailing lightly along the edge of an end cap display. The bright colors of chip bags and candy wrappers felt slightly unreal after the gym's intensity and the quiet of the road. He picked up a small bag at random, flipped it over, read nothing on it, and put it back. "Find something?" Jack called over, dropping a candy bar and a pack of gum onto the counter. "Yeah," Gabe said. He grabbed a soda, mostly because it was cold in his hand, and that seemed grounding. "Just thinking." Frank watched them move through the aisles, a small, amused glint in his eye. They were polite in a way he didn't see as often as he used to. No swearing, no jostling displays, no loud, performative jokes. They spoke softly to each other, counted items, double-checked their pockets for enough cash. At the counter, the purchases piled up in a cheerful little heap. Pies and crinkling paper sleeves, candy bars, bottles with their caps clicking lightly against each other, a bag of chips Theo insisted they needed for the history of the car, whatever that meant. "One at a time, fellas," Frank said, though there was no real impatience in it. "Or I'm going to charge you double for confusing me." They laughed. Bill stepped up first, laying his items down neatly and pulling a folded bill from his wallet. He counted change with care, lips moving, face relaxing only when the coins in his palm matched what he expected. "Thank you," he said, meeting Frank's eyes. "God bless." "You too," Frank replied, and something in his tone suggested he meant it. Theo was next, then Jamie, then Gabe. Each transaction was small, precise, a tiny island of order in a long, stretched-out night. Frank watched the way Gabe's fingers trembled slightly when he handed over his money, the way Jamie's knuckles were pale where they clutched the sketchbook but said nothing. Late hours made everyone a little shaky. As they turned to leave, the bell chimed again, the cold from outside fingering its way into the warm, overlit space. Snow drifted past the glass like ash. Theo and Bill pushed through the door first, steam from their breath swirling in the doorway. Jamie followed, head bent, one hand holding his snack, the other still pressed to his sketchbook against his chest. Gabe was last. He paused just inside the threshold, letting the others move ahead. The buzzing of the lights pressed against the back of his skull. He took a small breath, then another. His hand brushed the doorframe as if testing its solidity. Beyond the glass, the world had shifted again. The road that passed in front of the store was quieter now, only the occasional car whispering by, tires whispering over damp asphalt. Across that road, under the orange halo of a lone street lamp, a payphone stood. It was one of the old kinds, the sort that had vanished from most places years ago, but still clung on here and there near gas stations and out-of-the-way diners. Its metal casing was scarred with stickers and carved initials, the handset dangling from a thick black cord that hung in a lazy curve. A woman stood beside it. She wore a long gray coat that fell nearly to her ankles, the fabric heavy and still in the wind that tugged at the plastic pennants above the store. Her head was bent over the payphone, hair, dark maybe, or just shadowed, falling forward to hide her face. In her arms, pressed close against her chest, she held a bundled shape, wrapped in a pale blanket. The top of the bundle rested in the crook of her elbow, like a sleeping infant's head. The receiver did not rest against her ear. It dangled an inch or two away from it, swinging just enough to catch the lamp's light in small metallic glints. Gabe stopped with one hand on the glass, his other still on the door's metal bar. The cold seeped through his jacket, but he barely felt it. The woman's shoulders rose and fell in a slow, regular pattern, as if she were speaking. From where he stood, he could see the faint movement of her jawline, the slight parting of her lips in the pool of orange light. But he could not hear her. The world was not silent. The fluorescent lights behind him buzzed. The cooler hummed. Somewhere down the road, a car passed, its tires whispering through wet slush. Yet from the direction of the payphone there was nothing. No voice. No syllables carried across the empty space. Only a thin, intermittent crackle came from the direction of the phone, like an old radio trying and failing to find a station. Gabe leaned forward a fraction, forehead almost touching the glass. A ridiculous thought flitted through his mind, that if he could just make out one word, he might understand why his skin had gone cold, why something in his chest felt suddenly hollow. "Gabe!" Jack's voice carried from the parking lot, muffled by the closed car door but still distinct. "You paying rent in there or what? Let's go." Gabe's fingers tightened briefly on the door handle. Under the street lamp, the woman did not react to the shout. She did not lift her head, did not turn. The bundle in her arms remained still, the curve of it too smooth, too precisely shaped. His heart thudded once, hard. He blinked. The sidewalk across the road was empty. The payphone stood alone under the lamp, its metal sides reflecting dull orange and black. The handset hung from the cord, still swinging very slightly, as if someone had just let it go. The cord turned slowly, making a faint, twisting motion in the air. The bundled shape, the gray coat, the bowed head, gone. Gabe stared for another heartbeat, waiting for the image to snap back into place, for his brain to admit to a trick of the eyes and restore what it had imagined. It did not. There was only the payphone, the street lamp, the soft drift of snow in the cone of light. The crackle from the direction of the phone faded into nothing. "Gabe?" This time Jack's voice was closer, the car door open, the sound less muffled. "You good?" Gabe swallowed, fingers numb on the door. He forced himself to pull it open and step out into the cold. The chime sounded behind him as the door swung shut, cutting off the brightness and the buzzing. "Yeah," he said, not trusting his voice to do more than that. "Yeah, just zoned out." As he crossed the lot toward the Mercury, he did not look back at the payphone, but he could feel its presence at the edge of his awareness, like a number dialed and never quite connected. The cord was probably still swinging when they pulled onto the highway again, the night closing behind them, the store receding into the dark. The lights of Chico thinned out behind them in a slow fade, one storefront at a time. First, it was the fast food signs, their reds and yellows bleeding into the snowy air. Then the car lots with their neat rows of sleeping vehicles, each one reflecting the Mercury's headlights in blank, glassy stares. Then a final ragged line of houses, with porch lights burning stubbornly against the cold. After that, the highway narrowed. The world beyond the guardrails became more trees than buildings, more shadow than glass. Snow thickened in the beams of the headlights, turning from a gentle drift into something more insistent. The flakes didn't fall straight down. They lunged toward the windshield as if the car were driving into them, streaks of white that reminded Jack of the Starfield screensaver on his old computer. The wipers dragged back and forth, fighting to keep a part of the world visible. "Still just flurries," Theo said, pressing his fingers to the window and watching his breath fog the glass. "Baby snow. Can't hurt nobody." "Tell that to the tires," Jack replied, eyes locked on the road. "Baby snow grows up." Highway signs slid into view and then snapped away in the wash of the headlights. Greenville, 23 miles. Riverbend, exit, 41. Speed limit, 55. The reflective paint flashed white, then vanished into the rearview mirror like distant promises. In the back seat, Bill sat with his hands folded loosely around his soda bottle, thumb smoothing a patch of condensation over and over. Jamie watched the road through the small gap between the front seats, his head tipped slightly forward, as if that would help him see farther. His sketchbook lay closed on his lap, fingers resting on the spiral binding. Gabe sat behind Jack, shoulder pressed lightly against the cold glass of his window. The hum of the engine, the swish of the wipers, and the soft hiss of the tires on the wet pavement blended into a mechanical lullaby. His mind drifted in and out of the rhythm, catching on the edges of the world outside, the dark line of a tree line, the brief glare of another car's headlights, the small, insistent flicker of falling snow. The highway began to climb. Trees grew thicker on either side, crowding closer, their silhouettes jagged against the dim, clouded sky. The gaps between streetlights grew longer. Here and there, a lonely lamp pooled orange light onto a patch of shoulder and a reflective marker, then surrendered again to the dark. Jack leaned forward a little, the way drivers do when they want more control. Even though their body position changes nothing, he could feel the faint vibration of the road through the steering wheel, the slight twitch when the tires passed over the painted lane markers. "You sure we're good on gas?" Bill asked quietly, breaking a long, companionable silence. "Plenty," Jack said. "I topped up before we left. Could drive to Oregon if we wanted." "Let's not," Theo said. "They probably hate our team up there." That got a few tired laughs. The car felt warm with their breath and the slow, ongoing glow of shared experience. The game, the snacks, the small rituals of a night out together. Then they saw the sign. It appeared suddenly at the edge of the headlight's reach, a pale rectangle that seemed to be hovering just beyond the beam's edge, waiting to be noticed. As the mercury drew closer, the letters resolved into focus. Black on white, stark and official. Feather Ridge Service Road. 17 miles. A black arrow angled sharply to the right, toward a smaller, darker cut of road that slipped away from the main highway and into the trees. "What the?" Jack muttered under his breath. He had driven this stretch of highway more times than he could count. To games, to visit a cousin, to pick up parts from a junkyard a few towns over. He prided himself on knowing the signs, the exits, the curves that liked to surprise people who didn't live around here. He had never seen that sign before. Gabe sat up straighter. The seatbelt tugged against his chest as if it were trying to hold him back from something. "There," he said, his voice suddenly sharper, cutting through the soft drone of the car. "That's it?" Jack's brows drew together. "That's what?" "The turn. Gabe's eyes were fixed on the smaller road as it approached. Feather Ridge Service Road, that's the way. Jack flicked his gaze from the sign to the road ahead, then to the clock on the dash. The minutes had slipped by faster than he'd expected. Midnight was no longer a distant idea. It was a number the clock was actively crawling toward. "That's not the way home," he said. "Highway's the way home. We stay on this. We hit Riverbend. We tuck you guys in before it gets stupid out." "This way is faster," Gabe said quietly. But there was a firmness under the words that Jack wasn't used to hearing from him. "I've seen it before, in my dream." The car seemed to grow smaller for a moment, the air inside it thicker. Theo shifted in his seat, glancing between them. "Like, you dreamed this road?" he asked. "This sign?" "Yeah," Gabe said. His hands were on his knees, fingers digging into the fabric. "The snow, the trees close in. Then there's a turn, a service road. It goes up to a station." He swallowed. "There's light up there, a building. It's safer than staying out here if it gets worse." Bill frowned. "You sure it's the same?" he asked gently. "Dreams don't always mean what we think they mean." "It's the same," Gabe insisted. "I know it is. Look at the angle of the arrow. Look at how the trees are behind it." He gestured toward the sign, as if the exact slant of the painted arrow mattered. "It's faster. I've seen it. We cut across and hit the other road down the mountain. We get home sooner. We stay off the main highway if it ices over." Jack's hands tightened on the wheel again. He could feel the car's weight, the gentle nudge of the road trying to keep him in his lane. The big green sign for their usual exit would not appear for a few more miles. The snow on the windshield was no longer playful. It was starting to stick, the flakes clustering in thicker clumps before the wipers shoved them aside. He had never been up Feather Ridge Service Road. He had also never heard Gabe talk like this. Confident, certain, almost as if he were remembering rather than predicting. "We shouldn't fool around with side roads in this," Jack said. "If you're wrong." "I'm not wrong," Gabe said. He met Jack's eyes in the rearview mirror. There was something steady there, something that made Jack think of the way Gabe could look at a yard full of tangled branches and see exactly how it would look trimmed and clean. "You trust me, right?" Jack hesitated. They all trusted him. When his meds were working and the world sat correctly in his head, Gabe was the one who could de-escalate an argument before it started, who could remember which highway exit led to which town when everyone else mixed them up. He had worn a uniform once, carried a rifle in a place where mistakes meant more than just a late arrival. Theo leaned forward, peering at the sign as they drew closer. "If it's faster and there's a building," he said, "that means bathrooms, right?" "Maybe coffee," Bill added. "And we will be home for bed sooner. Your grandma will like that." Jamie said nothing, but his eyes were on the smaller road, the way it disappeared into the dark, the snow in the beams making it look almost like a tunnel. The sign slid past the right edge of the windshield. The turn was coming up fast now, a gap in the guardrail, the beginning of a lane that seemed narrower, less worn, its surface already ghosted with a thin layer of snow. Jack flipped on the right turn signal, almost without realizing he'd made the decision. The clicking filled the cabin, sharp, regular, an impatient metronome. The dash light blinked in time, casting a small, rhythmic glow on the steering column. "You better be right," he said, more quietly than he intended. "I am," Gabe replied. They slowed. The main highway stretched ahead, its lanes vanishing into a white blur. To the right, the smaller road waited, a strip of pale gray cutting into the darkness between the trees. The car rolled over the broken line and onto the turnoff. The arrow on the sign was a smear in the side window now, painted certainty giving way to the unknown. As they turned, the headlights swept across the trees that stood like sentries at the entrance to the service road. For a fraction of a second, the beam caught something that did not belong there. Between two trunks, just beyond the edge of the pavement, a figure stood. It was upright, roughly human-shaped, not tall, and not especially short. Its arms hung at its sides. Its clothes, if it wore any, were dark enough to blur into the shadows. The only thing that distinguished it from the trees around it was the particular way it occupied space. The slight forward lean, the tilt of a head that suggested attention. It faced the car directly, where its face should have been. The light caught only a hollow of shadow, as if the beam could not quite reach the features, as if something swallowed any detail the moment it touched them. The head was tipped slightly to one side, like someone watching a puzzle being solved in a way they had not anticipated. Then the car completed the turn, the headlights swung away, and the figure vanished into darkness as though it had never been there. No one said a word. If any of them had seen it, if some part of their eyes and brains had registered the anomaly and flared in silent alarm, they either filed it under trick of the light or crushed it under more immediate concerns. The traction of the tires, the sharpness of the bend, the way the snow seemed to hush the world as they left the main highway behind. The turn signal clicked off. The engine's sound changed slightly as they began to climb, the road under them narrowing, the forest closing in. Feather Ridge Service Road swallowed the Mercury in its first curve, taking it away from the familiar lines of the map and onto a path that did not exist in any of Jack's well-worn routes. Later, much later, if someone were to come back to that junction in broad daylight, the sky clear and the asphalt dry, they would find the highway just as it had always been, wide, well-marked, reassuring in its sameness. They would not find a sign that read, Feather Ridge Service Road, 17 miles. There would be no white rectangle, no black arrow, no official-looking certainty pointing toward the trees. Just the guardrail, unbroken, the shoulder, and the faint, stubborn memory of tires turning where no one should have turned at all. Feather Ridge Service Road did not waste much time pretending to be friendly. Within the first half mile, it made its nature clear. The pavement narrowed until there was barely enough room for two cars to pass, and even that felt optimistic. On one side, the land rose sharply, a dark wall of rock and roots and closely packed trunks, the pines leaning over the road as if eavesdropping. On the other side, the ground dropped away, not in a sheer cliff, but in a steep, treacherous slope dotted with boulders and the skeletal outlines of brush. If a car slipped off here, it would not tumble dramatically, just grind down through trees and snow and stone until it came to rest in a place no one could see from above. Snow thickened the higher they went. What had been playful flakes back near town grew heavier, fatter, moving in dense sheets through the headlights. The beams cut out only a short tunnel of visibility ahead of the Mercury. Everything beyond that was swallowed in darkness and white blur. The wipers worked harder, the rubber scraping over the glass with increasing impatience. Feels like we're driving into a TV with bad reception, Theo murmured, peering ahead. Static and trees. Just take it slow, Bill said. Slow is safe. I am taking it slow, Jack replied. His voice was calm enough, but his hands on the steering wheel told a different story. The muscles in his forearms were tight, fingers wrapped firmly around the leather. He could feel every small twitch in the car's suspension, every tiny slide of the tires over the growing slickness. The road curved to the left, then to the right, never straight for long enough to relax. The guardrail, when it appeared at all, was a low, battered thing, its metal buckled in places where something had hit it hard years ago. In some stretches, there was nothing between the edge of the asphalt and the drop but snow, and the assumption that the ground continued more or less evenly. "This is still faster?" Jack said, not taking his eyes off the next bend. "It will be," Gabe answered from the back, though the certainty in his voice had softened. "Once we hit the station, then it cuts back down." "And how far is that?" "Not far," Gabe said. "Not very far." Jamie shifted uneasily in his seat, trying not to look at the right side window, where the world dropped away into darkness. He imagined he could feel the tilt of the car ever so slight toward the edge. He pulled his legs a little closer to the center of the vehicle, as if his weight might somehow influence the balance. "Maybe we should have stayed on the big road," Theo said. "Big roads don't fall off mountains." "Big roads ice up too," Gabe said. "They're just bigger when they do it." They fell quiet after that. The only sounds were mechanical. The low, constant rumble of the engine, the rhythmic thump of the wipers, the occasional rattle as the car passed over a hidden patch of rough pavement. Outside, the snow made its own soft noise as it hit the windshield and roof, a constant whispering patter. Then beneath all of that, something else began. It was faint at first, so faint that it might have been dismissed as imagination. A thin, high-pitched sound, weaving in and out at the very edge of hearing. A few notes, close together, repeated and then altered, like someone whistling a tune they hadn't quite finished writing. It did not seem to come from the radio. The radio was off. It did not match the rhythm of the engine or the wipers. It came from outside. "Do you hear that?" Jamie asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" Theo said, though he too found himself holding his breath to listen. The whistling faded, smothered by the next bend in the road, as if whoever, or whatever, had been making it had stopped mid-breath. The sound seemed to slip away into the trees, leaving only the familiar mechanical noises. "Just the wind in the trees," Bill suggested, more gently than confidently. "Branches make strange music." "Yeah," Theo said, "tree music. They're just whistling at us." "Trees don't whistle in tune," Jamie muttered, but he let the subject drop. The curve ahead straightened for a brief stretch, and for the first time in several minutes, Jack could see more than a few car lengths in front of them. The headlights reached out further, showing a stretch of road that climbed, then dipped slightly. Then, "What's that?" he said sharply. Up ahead, where the road narrowed even more around a shallow bend, another vehicle sat at an awkward angle. Its rear end jutted into their lane, the front angled down toward the ditch on the mountainside. The car was small, older, a boxy shape that the snow had already begun to soften. The paint might have been blue once. Now it was the color of wet midnight. "Volkswagen," Jack murmured, recognizing the outline. "Old one." There were no hazard lights blinking, no bright flashes to warn of its presence. The tail lights were dark. No exhaust puffed from the rear. It might as well have been a dead animal lying across the road, for all the responsiveness it showed. "Someone got stuck," Theo said. "Like that guy in the movie. The one with the chains." Jack eased his foot off the gas and let the car slow, then gently pressed the brake. The tires crunched over the thickening snow and gravel, making a grinding sound that set his teeth on edge. The Mercury's engine dropped to an idle, the fan whirring softly as he brought them down to a crawl. "Do we stop?" Bill asked. "Maybe someone's still inside." "If someone's inside with no lights on, that's bad," Theo added. "Or they're making out. But it's kind of cold for that." Jack said nothing for a few seconds. The narrowness of the road pressed in on his awareness. There was barely enough room to get around the stranded car without putting his own wheels dangerously close to the drop. He could feel, just beneath the concern for whoever might be in the Volkswagen, the old muscle memory of another stuck vehicle, another bad surface, somewhere far away. Mud up to the axles. A truck angled wrong. Shouted orders, the feeling of the ground shifting under boots. Just enough to make it unclear whether the next step would hold. He shook the memory off like water. "We'll roll up slow," he said. "See if anyone's in there. If there is, we help. If not, we try to squeeze by. Everybody keep your eyes open." Nobody argued. Even Gabe, who had championed this road, fell silent. The Mercury crept forward, tires scrabbling for purchase. The icy crust broke under the weight, revealing the rougher surface beneath. The sound was not loud, but in the enclosed space of the car, it felt amplified. The whistling came back. It was closer this time, just barely louder than the engine's murmur. The same tuneless line, a few notes rising and falling without resolving into anything familiar. It seemed to circle the car, weaving in through the edges of the windshield, slipping around the rear, finding its way past the thin barriers of glass and steel. Jack's jaw clenched. "Radio's off," he said, more to reassure himself than anyone else. "I know," Gabe answered. "I hear it too." The Volkswagen loomed, larger in the headlights. Snow had begun to pack up around its tires and along the side that faced the drop. Its driver's side door was toward the center of the road, closer to where their own car would have to pass. The windows were fogged or frosted, making it hard to see inside. "Is it moving?" Jamie asked. "Cars don't move by themselves," Theo said, but his voice lacked conviction. For a moment, as the angle of their headlights shifted, Jack thought he saw a shape in the driver's seat, a silhouette, slumped forward over the wheel, head down. It was the kind of posture he'd seen too many times before. Exhaustion, defeat, the moment after realizing you couldn't get the vehicle unstuck and the cold was going to win. "Somebody's in there," he said. "Hold on." He adjusted his line, guiding the Mercury as close to the mountainside as he dared. The right side tires bumped against the inner snowbank. The left side skirted the edging of the other car's bumper. The ditch and the drop yawned just beyond that, invisible but deeply present. As they drew level with the Volkswagen's driver window, the light from their headlights washed across the glass. The shape in the seat changed. For the briefest fraction of a second, the silhouette seemed to sit up. The head lifted. Where Jack expected to see a face, there was only a darker patch of shadow, as if the glass itself had swallowed the features. The suggestion of shoulders straightened, turning toward them. Jack's breath caught. Then the angle shifted again. The car rolled that crucial few inches farther. The light slid off the window and onto the road ahead. The silhouette dissolved. The driver's seat was empty, or appeared to be. The glass reflected only the glare of their own headlights back at them, a flat, white rectangle. "What was that?" Jamie whispered. "I didn't see anything," Theo said quickly. Too quickly. "Just empty. Didn't you see it empty?" "I thought there was someone," Bill began, then stopped, frowning. "Maybe just shadows. Tricks of the light." Jack did not answer. His heart was pounding harder than the situation strictly warranted, a fast, insistent rhythm in his chest. He kept his eyes on the narrow path of road ahead, knuckles white against the steering wheel. Behind them, the Volkswagen sat unmoving in their rearview mirror, half in the ditch, half out, its dark shape softening as the snow continued to fall. The whistling ebbed away again, retreating into the trees, leaving only the steady, mechanical sounds and the growing awareness that they were very much alone on a road that did not feel like it belonged on any map. For a few long seconds, the Mercury and the stranded Volkswagen sat side by side in the falling snow. Two hunched shapes on a strip of mountain road that had suddenly become far too small. Jack held the brake down, the engine idling in a low, steady rumble. The headlights threw harsh white across the other car's frosted windows, making it impossible to tell if anyone was inside now that the angle had shifted again. The brief, unsettling impression he'd had of someone sitting up, of a head turning, lingered in his mind like a half-remembered word. "We should check," Bill said softly. "If someone's in there, this is a bad night to be stuck." "In here's a bad night too," Theo muttered, though he craned his neck to look. "But yeah, maybe they need a ride." Jack stared past the steering wheel at the narrow strip of road ahead. The edge of the drop was invisible under the snow, a white smudge that gave no hint where asphalt ended and air began. The car felt balanced, but only just, like a chair tilted back on two legs, one wrong movement away from tipping. "I can get out," he said finally. "See if anybody's—" The sound cut through his sentence like a blade. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp taps on the rear windshield, not the vague thud of snow sliding off, not the dull thump of a branch dropping. They were precise, evenly spaced, the way a person would knock on a door they fully expected someone to answer. Jamie yelped, the sound high and raw. He clamped both hands over his mouth a second too late, eyes huge. "What was that?" Theo blurted. "What was—" "I heard it," Bill said. His voice was tight now, the calm fraying at the edges. "That was on the car. That was on the car." Jack's heart slammed against his ribs. For a heartbeat, he froze, every muscle in his body locked. Then he twisted in his seat, one hand still white-knuckled on the wheel. The other braced against the back of Theo's seat as he craned to look out the rear window. The glass was a frosted sheet, snow clinging in uneven patches. Where the wipers couldn't reach, the world behind them was nothing but a blur of white and shadow. The faint glow of the Volkswagen's reflective surfaces showed as smudges in the lower corners. But there were no shapes between the two vehicles, no faces pressed to the glass, no hands. Snow slid slowly down one side of the window in a soft, creeping sheet, the weight of it finally overcoming the friction. It made a muted shh sound as it moved, leaving behind streaks of cleared glass. Nothing moved in the gaps. Jack flicked his eyes to the side mirror. The narrow strip of road visible there looked empty. No footprints marked the snow between the two cars. No dark shapes stood at the trunk. His skin crawled anyway, as if something were standing just out of sight, so close that breath might fog the glass. Maybe it was ice, Theo said weakly. Ice cracking or something. Ice doesn't knock, Jamie whispered. Gabe had not moved since the sound, but his face had gone even paler. His fingers dug into the fabric of his pants, knuckles bone white. Keep going, he said quietly. Don't stop here. Jack looked at him in the mirror. If someone's in that car? If someone's in that car, Gabe cut in. They had plenty of time to get out when we were coming up the road. They had time to put their hazards on. They didn't. Or they're not there anymore. Either way, this is not where we stop. The words hung in the air, heavy as the snow on the branches above them. Another small slide of snow drifted down the rear glass, exposing another strip of night. Still nothing. Jack swallowed. Training, memory, a lifetime of being told that you help stranded drivers ward with a much older, simpler instinct. Leave. Leave now. Don't open the door. All right, he said at last. We move. We don't get out. Everybody hold on. He eased his foot off the brake and gave the car a little gas, trying to edge the Mercury forward that last foot past the Volkswagen's bumper. The tires rolled, then hit a patch of compacted snow and slush. There was a brief, hopeful lurch, and then a high, impotent whine as the wheels spun in place, chewing at the surface without finding anything to grip. The car rocked slightly, moving an inch forward, then sliding half an inch back, the momentum translating into a sickening seesaw feeling. Easy, Bill breathed. Easy. Jack shifted into reverse, backing off the gas, then eased the car back a fraction to try a better angle. The rear of the Mercury shifted reluctantly, sliding closer to the inside edge where the mountain wall rose, but the front end seemed to drift, almost imperceptibly, toward the open side. The sound of the tires on the snow changed. It wasn't the crisp crunch of fresh powder anymore. It was a grittier, grinding noise, rubber shifting over packed, icy layers and stones just beneath the surface. Jack, Jamie said, voice thin. I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm not thrilled either, Jack said through clenched teeth. He nudged the car into drive again, feathering the gas, trying to feel the exact point where the tires would catch and pull them forward without pushing them sideways. The Mercury responded with another strained attempt at movement. The engine revved a little higher, a mechanical protest. One of the front wheels found a hint of purchase. The other slid, the imbalance translating into a slow shift in the car's weight. There was a long, low groan of metal from beneath them as the frame flexed. The sound like a door hinge that hadn't been oiled in years. It carried the unmistakable note of strain, of something being asked to hold more than it was built for. The car leaned just a little. On the right side, Jamie and Gabe felt the shift in their stomachs, the sensation of tipping, of their bodies wanting to slide toward the door. It wasn't much, not enough to send anything rolling on the floor, but it was there, a subtle betrayal of the idea that the ground was stable. Stop, Bill said sharply. Just stop for a second. Jack let his foot off the gas and went back to the brake, pulse pounding. The engine dropped back to its low idle, the fan whirring steadily, the heater pushing lukewarm air that suddenly felt too hot, too thin. Outside, the snow fell heavier now, the flakes bigger, thudding softly against the windshield and roof. They formed a moving curtain around the car, cutting them off from the rest of the world. The whistling came back. It was close this time. Too close. The thin, tuneless sound seemed to come from just behind the trunk, right at bumper height. It rose and fell in that same almost melody, as if someone were pacing back and forth a few feet from the rear of the car, hands in pockets, lips pursed, filling the long minutes with pointless noise. It wasn't loud, but it threaded through all the other sounds with an uncanny clarity, the way certain frequencies do. Once you heard it, you could not unhear it. Jack felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He kept his eyes on the road ahead, resisting the urge to look at the mirror. Some tiny, stubborn part of his brain insisted that if he didn't look, whatever was making the sound would stay in the theoretical, not the real. "Nope," Theo whispered. "Nope, I don't like that. Tell it to stop whistling. It's a bad song." "Nobody say anything," Gabe murmured. "Just stay still." The car's engine idled, a low, steady heartbeat. The heater fan hissed. The wipers dragged back and forth, their rubber blades squeaking faintly at the edges of their arc. Knock, knock. 2 more taps on the rear windshield. Lighter this time, almost playful. A 3rd knock did not come. The whistling, however, slid into a higher register, a long, drawn-out note that went on just a breath too long to be comfortable. Something in Jack broke past the calculation phase and went straight into action. He reached down and turned the key. The engine cut out mid-breath, the sound ending, not with a natural fade, but with a sudden, absolute stop. The hum of the fan died with it. The car's internal systems clicked once, then went still. The headlights, momentarily, remained on, running on the last of their stored power. The world outside still existed in their white tunnel. The whistling stopped, not tapered off, not drifted away. Stopped, as if someone had cut a wire. The silence that followed was thick, pressing in on them from every side. It was not the gentle quiet of snow in the woods. It was harder, sharper, the kind of silence that exists in recording studios when every channel is muted and you suddenly realize how many tiny sounds there were before. No engine, no fan, no whistling. Just the faint, almost embarrassed tick of cooling metal somewhere in the dashboard and the soft hiss of snow sliding down the windshield. Jack held his breath without meaning to, his fingers still resting on the key. He felt the car's weight in a new way now that the vibrations had stopped. Just a heavy shell on uncertain ground, tilted slightly, waiting. In that hostile quiet, the thin walls of the Mercury felt like paper. The mountain pressed close on one side, the void waited on the other, and behind them, where the knocks had come from, the darkness thickened, patient and attentive. For a few stretched-out seconds after the engine died, all they could hear was themselves. 5 sets of lungs, pulling cold air in and pushing it out, turned the inside of the Mercury into a small, fogged-up greenhouse. Each exhale blossomed on the windows in ghostly clouds, spreading, thinning, then disappearing into the chill. The heater's last breath was already gone. Whatever warmth the vents had managed to produce was fading, replaced by the slow, creeping fingers of the cold outside. Jamie rubbed his hands together, the skin already red at the knuckles. "I don't like it," he whispered. "Feels like the car is listening." "Cars don't listen," Theo said, but his voice had lost its usual bounce. He hugged his arms around himself, shoulders raised, as if he could sink into his sweatshirt like a turtle into its shell. Bill closed his eyes for a moment, lips moving silently. Whatever prayer he was whispering, it drowned in the weight of the silence pressing on them. Gabe stared at the dashboard, at the dark radio, at the pale sweep of the speedometer needle pointing at 0. His jaw worked as if he were chewing something invisible. "We're not far," he said finally. His voice sounded different in the quiet, closer, more intimate, as if he were speaking directly into each of their ears. "There's a station up ahead, a cabin, something, I promise. I saw it. In your dream, Jack said. It came out harsher than he intended. You saw it in your dream. Yes. Gabe met his eyes in the rearview mirror. And in the dream, we walk. The station is not far. There's light, heat, people. We're sitting here halfway between nothing and nothing. Up there is something. A small shiver ran down the back of Jack's neck that had nothing to do with the cold. He looked out at the thin slice of road visible in the headlights. The snow beyond it fell thicker now, big flakes that wobbled as they dropped, canceling out detail faster than the eye could take it in. If I can get us moving, we stay in the car, he said. If I can't, we talk about it. He turned the key. The engine responded immediately, almost cheerfully. The starter whirred, then caught. The familiar vibration rolled through the chassis, the hood dipping a little as the machine settled back into life. The dashboard light sprang up, green and orange. The heater fan coughed, then began to push air again. The headlights brightened, the tunnel of visibility sharpening a fraction. See, Jack said, with a shaky little laugh that tried to sound confident. She's fine. We're fine. Mechanically, the Mercury was exactly what it had been 10 minutes earlier. A solid car with a good engine and enough fuel in the tank to make it home and then some. No warning lights glowed on the dash. No ominous clanks or knocks came from under the hood. But something in the car had changed anyway. The whistling had stopped the instant the engine died. Now it did not resume. The silence outside, the thin skin of metal and glass, felt less like an absence of sound and more like a presence. Something with its own weight and texture, pressing close, listening. Jack eased his foot off the brake and tapped the gas, just enough to feel whether the tires would bite into the snow or spin. The car shifted, an inch forward, then half an inch back, the frame complaining with another low groan. It felt, to all of them, not like a machine responding, but like a large animal hesitating at the edge of a cliff. Gabe's hand shot out, fingers gripping the back of Jack's seat. Don't, he said. Don't force it. If we slide... His eyes flicked toward the right, toward the invisible drop. We're safer in the car than on foot in this, Jack argued. You start walking in a storm. That's how people get lost. People get lost in cars too, Gabe said quietly. They just do it faster. Theo let out a strangled little laugh and immediately regretted it. That's not funny, he said, to no one in particular. Jamie's eyes had gone wide and glassy. Can we just decide something? He asked. I don't like sitting here. The knocks, the whistling. I don't like it. Bill opened his eyes again and looked from one face to another, trying to gauge the balance of fear, reason, and stubbornness inside the small metal box. He saw the same thing reflected in each of them, the realization that while the car might be mechanically sound, their trust in it, their belief that it was a safe, controllable space, had been cracked. Outside, the snow was thick enough now that the beam of the headlights ended in a shifting wall of white only a few car lengths ahead. Any further along this road and turning around would be impossible. Any attempt to back up too far risked sliding toward the drop. The Volkswagen sat behind them like a question no one wanted to answer. Gabe, Bill said gently, you really believe there's a place up there, with light and heat? Yes, Gabe said. There was no hesitation this time. It's close. I can feel it. We're not supposed to stay here. Not here. Not between that car and... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The irrational part of what he was saying felt contagious. Maybe it was the cold, maybe the late hour, maybe the way the night seemed to have rearranged itself since they left the main highway. The logical arguments that cars are safer than feet, that roads, even bad ones, connect to other roads, started to feel thin and far away. Jack looked down at his hands on the wheel. They were shaking, just a little. "Okay," he said finally, the word dropping into the stale air like a stone into deep water. "Okay." We walk. We leave it here and we walk up, see if we can find this station. If it's not there, he exhaled through his nose. Then we come back and try again with the car. But we try something. Relief flashed across Gabe's face so quickly, it almost looked like pain. Jamie nodded, the motion jerky. Theo swallowed hard, then forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Walking means we get to make footprints," he said. "We'll make a line of footprints all the way to the warm place, like a map in the snow." "We take the flashlight," Bill said, shifting into practical mode. "Snacks, jackets, anything that helps." They moved with the awkward, hurried slowness of people trying not to think too hard about the decision they've already made. Jack reached under his seat and pulled out the small flashlight he kept there. A cheap plastic thing, the kind you bought at hardware stores in 3-packs. He clicked it on and off once. The beam was thin, but steady. Theo gathered the remaining snacks into a crinkling plastic bag. The uneaten pie, the last of the chips, an extra candy bar. Bill shrugged his jacket tighter around himself and zipped it up all the way. Jamie clutched his sketchbook like a fragile piece of luggage, slipping it under his coat against his chest. Gabe checked his own jacket pockets, fingers brushing the cool plastic of his pill bottle. None of them had real winter gear. No heavy coats, no snow boots, no gloves. The shoes on their feet were meant for sidewalks and gym floors, not mountain roads. But it was what they had, and the idea of staying felt worse than the idea of stepping out. Lights stay on, Jack decided. If anyone comes along, they'll see it, and we can see it if we need to come back. He shifted his hand toward the key, hesitated, then left the engine running. The steady vibration under their feet felt like a heartbeat he wasn't ready to let go of yet. He unlocked his door and listened to the soft metallic clack of the lock mechanism. The sound seemed loud in the tense quiet, a small mechanical exhale. "Stay together," he said. "Always in sight of each other. Don't wander. If it gets bad, we turn back. Deal?" No one disagreed. He pulled the handle. The door opened with a soft hiss as cold air rushed in, biting at his face, stealing the warmth from his lungs as soon as he breathed. The world outside the car was suddenly huge again, big and dark and sharp, the snowflakes fat and cold as they hit his cheeks. He stepped out. The sole of his shoe met the packed snow with a crunch that vibrated up through his leg. The cold seeped in through the thin rubber almost immediately. One by one, the others followed. Theo's door opened and shut with a muffled thunk. Bill and Jamie slid out the back on the passenger side, the car settling slightly as each weight lifted. Gabe stepped last, turning his collar up, shoulders hunched against the wind that threaded its way through the trees. The sound of 5 sets of boots hitting the snow, almost in unison, was quiet but distinct. Crunch, 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 like a new rhythm overlaying the quiet of the mountain. For a moment, they stood in a huddled cluster near the car, breath puffing around their heads like small private clouds. The headlights cast long, distorted shadows of their bodies on the snowbank and the mountain wall, making them look taller and thinner and wrong. Jack leaned back into the car briefly, reaching across to hit the lock button out of habit. The doors snapped shut with a series of clicks, each one tiny but final. Here, in the middle of nowhere, the gesture felt almost absurd. Who exactly were they locking out? But it was a ritual he could not abandon. As he straightened, shutting his door with more care than he'd opened it, a faint sound came from under the hood. Just a tiny mechanical click, almost like the cooling tick of metal, but not quite. It carried a different feeling, less of something contracting in the cold, more of something releasing tension. If a car could sigh in relief, it would have sounded like that. None of them noticed. Their focus had already narrowed to the faint path of the road ahead, the way the snow swallowed detail, the tug of the cold on their ears and fingers. They formed a jagged line and began to walk uphill, the flashlight's weak beam bobbing ahead of them. With each step, they left new prints in the fresh snow, a series of small indentations leading away from the mercury's warm glow and into the waiting dark. Behind them, the car sat humming quietly, its headlights still cutting into the storm, its engine still as capable as it had been when they left Riverbend. It did not sputter or cough. It did not stall. It simply idled, obedient and ready, as if waiting for the moment someone changed their mind and came back. No one did. Later, when the storm had passed and the searchers finally found the abandoned Mercury on that narrow strip of mountain road, the scene baffled them. The car was not wedged in a ditch. It had not slid off the edge. The frame bore no fresh damage. The tank still held more than enough fuel to have carried 5 men safely home. One of the deputies sat behind the wheel, turned the key, and listened in stunned silence as the engine caught on the first try, purring as smoothly as if it were leaving a parking lot on a summer afternoon. The question has never really changed, not in the official reports, not in the late-night retellings, not in the quiet rooms, where families sat alone with photographs. Why did they walk away from the only thing on that mountain that did not intend to kill them? The road, once something they drove on, became something they wore. Snow climbed from their ankles to their shins, then to the middle of their calves, each step a small battle. The surface had a crust in places, brittle and sharp, that broke under their weight with a soft crack, dropping their feet into the softer powder beneath. Every time, it stole a little more warmth from their shoes, a little more feeling from their toes. The trees closed in as they climbed. During the day, they might have seemed like scenery. Tall pines, thick trunks, branches stitched together overhead. But under the low, heavy sky, they felt more like walls. Their dark silhouettes crowded the edges of the narrow road, leaning in, their needles whispering as the wind threaded through them. The sky itself seemed to sink, a low, dark ceiling that pressed down, bleeding what little light there was into a dim, directionless gloom. Their breath came out in harsh, visible bursts, floating up and away before being swallowed by the cold. The flashlight cut a narrow beam ahead of them, bobbing with Jack's steps, illuminating a shifting tunnel of white and gray. The road was barely visible beneath the snow now, just a slightly flatter path between the banks. For a long stretch of time, there was nothing but the sound of their movement. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 5 sets of boots hammering their slow, unsteady rhythm into the snow. The sound bounced off the trees, distorted by the soft surfaces, turning into a muffled thunder that felt both close and far away. After a while, it changed. It happened slowly enough that none of them could say when it started. No clear moment, no obvious shift. Only the growing awareness that something in the pattern was wrong. Crunch, 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 and one more. It was subtle. If they had been talking, laughing, if the storm had been louder, they might never have noticed. But the night held its breath around them, and into that held breath came a sound that did not belong to any of their feet. A sixth impact, half a beat off, landing a fraction of a second after the others, like an echo that had learned how to walk. Jack heard it first as a feeling rather than a noise, the sense that the line behind him was longer than he remembered. He glanced back over his shoulder, counting shapes in the weak light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Theo just behind his right shoulder. Bill beside him. Jamie and Gabe further back, huddled, heads down. He turned forward again, heart beating a little faster, and tried to convince himself that the extra rhythm was his imagination. The flashlight beam trembled. Crunch, 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 crunch. When they stopped to catch their breath, leaning on their knees, gulping at the thin air, the sixth step came late. They halted as one, boots sinking into the snow, the sudden stillness ringing in their ears. For a fraction of a second, there was only wind, hissing through the needles, the tiny patter of snow on branches. Then, half a beat after the last of them had gone still, came a single, delayed crunch, as if something just behind the rearmost man had needed that extra moment to decide whether to follow their example. Jamie's head snapped up. His eyes met Theo's in the semi-darkness, wide and glossy. "If we run," he murmured, his voice little more than steam in the cold. "Do you think they run too?" Theo blinked. "Who?" he asked, though his own chest tightened at the word they, not it. Jamie shook his head, jaw locking shut. "Never mind," he said. "I don't want to know." Jack straightened slowly, eyes scanning the tree line, the road behind them, the faint impression of their own footprints disappearing into the storm. The darkness between the trunks felt thicker than the darkness above the road, as if the forest had learned how to swallow light more efficiently. "Keep moving," Gabe said quietly. His teeth were chattering, but there was a thread of urgency under his words that cut through the cold. "We're close. I can feel it." "Feel what?" Theo asked, because it was easier than asking about phantom footsteps. "The station," Gabe said. "The cabin. Whatever it is. It's just up ahead. It's like the dream, only slower." That did not make anyone feel better, but it did make them start walking again. They trudged on. Time blurred into the rhythm of their steps, the rasp of their breathing, the scrape of snow against denim and cheap shoe leather. The flashlight's battery began to fade, just enough that the beam lost some of its bite, edges softening. The road curled around the shoulder of the mountain, then straightened. The trees on the right pulled back a little, leaving a wider gap between their trunks, as if something larger had once been dragged through there. "Look," Bill said suddenly, the word sharp with surprise. At first they thought it was another trick of the snow. Ahead, beyond the reach of the flashlight, a shape emerged, paler than the surrounding dark, rectangular, where the world was curved and chaotic. It sat low against the hillside, featureless at this distance, as if someone had cut a piece of cloud out of the sky and set it down on the ground. As they drew closer, the pale rectangle resolved into familiar human geometry. A trailer. Big and boxy, its metal skin painted some light color that the night and snow had combined into a flat, indifferent white. Around it, smaller shapes huddled, 2 or 3 modest cabins, a squat utility shed, the vague silhouette of a generator housing half buried in drifts. No lights burned in any of the windows. No smoke rose from any chimney or vent. The place did not glow. It simply caught what little light there was, the diffuse glow of the snow, the faint, muddied smear of a low moon behind the clouds, and reflected it back in a dull, eerie way. Above it all, the skeletal shape of a radio tower speared the sky. Its thin latticework of metal vanished into the dark, a black ladder reaching toward nothing. The wind slid through its struts and cables, drawing out a long, thin whine that rose and fell unpredictably, sometimes dipping into hearing, sometimes fading back into a suggestion. A loose metal sign, maybe once labeled with a Forestry Service logo, now just a blank, rust-flecked plate, hung crooked on a post near the entrance. Each gust caught it and pushed it gently against the wood. It clapped dully, a flat, tired sound that seemed to mark time in a way the absent clock on the Mercury's dash no longer could. Somewhere nearby, barely there, a soft, electrical buzz tapped at their ears. It was the sound of a line that should have been dead. Power switched off, circuits empty, but was not. A residual hum, a ghost current still pacing back and forth inside the wires. Theo stopped, staring. "It looks like a camp," he said. "Like summer camp, but somebody turned all the lights out." Bill nodded slowly. "Or like a place between things," he murmured. "Not quite one, not quite the other." Jamie swallowed. The sketchbook pressed against his chest suddenly felt heavier. The box at the end of the white road on his drawing had been simple, cartoonish. This was bigger, realer, and yet the resemblance made his skin crawl. Gabe stepped forward a few paces, his breath coming in sharp puffs. "See?" he whispered. "I told you. It's exactly like the dream." They all turned to look at him. There was no yellow square of light in any window, no inviting glow, no plume of warm air rising from open vents. And yet, as Gabe stood there, staring at the silent trailers and the tower that sang its thin, awful song, there was a strange ease in his posture, as if some part of him had arrived where it was always meant to go. He did not look surprised. He looked familiar with it, like a man walking into a room he had rehearsed entering 1,000 times in his head. That realization settled on the others, like a second cold, different from the snow, but just as invasive. It slid under their jackets, into the spaces between their ribs. This was not just a place they had stumbled on. For Gabe, at least, it felt like a destination. Up close, the camp felt less like a destination and more like a memory that had not decided yet whether it belonged to anyone. The big trailer loomed in front of them, its pale sides streaked with old rain and sap. Snow clung along the lower edge, banked against the metal skirting in uneven drifts. The windows were dark and heavy with grime, reflecting their flashlight beam back at them in warped, yellowish smears. On one pane, someone's hand had once tried to wipe a circle clean. The grease streaks had dried and collected dust, leaving a cloudy halo that no longer showed anything clearly. The door was locked. Jack tried the handle first out of habit, gloved fingers closing around the cold metal. It refused to move, the latch holding firm. "Figures," he muttered. "Government place. They lock everything." Theo stepped closer to one of the side windows, breath fogging the glass as he peered in. Inside, he could see the vague outlines of cabinets and a table, the shadowy suggestion of a narrow hallway leading toward the back. "There's stuff in there," he said, "like a kitchen, maybe beds." "We're not sleeping out here," Bill said. "We're not. Better inside than out here in this," Jack agreed. "We'll worry about who to apologize to later." They moved to the window with the least grime, the one nearest the door. The glass was cold and brittle to the touch. Jack pulled off his glove, flexed his fingers, then tapped his knuckles against the pane to test its give. "Don't break it," Jamie said quietly. "How else are we getting in?" Jack asked. Jamie didn't have an answer for that. He just stared at his own faint reflection in the glass, overlapping the dark interior. Jack took a breath, lifted his elbow, and drove it into the window near the corner. The glass resisted for a heartbeat, then gave way with a sharp, crystalline crack. Shards broke inward, tinkling onto the linoleum inside. A wind of colder air flowed out through the opening, brushing their cheeks like a surprised exhale. Snowflakes drifted in, landing on the broken edges and beginning to melt slowly. "Careful," Bill said. As if he could rewind the moment, Jack gingerly brushed the remaining jagged pieces away from the frame, then reached inside and fumbled for the lock. His fingers found a simple turning latch and twisted. Somewhere inside the door, a metal tongue slid back with a quiet thunk. The front door opened with a reluctant creak when he pulled it, the hinges complaining in a language of rust. Inside, the air was cold, but it was at least out of the wind. The temperature drop from outside to in was less than they'd hoped, but the absence of the constant, needling breeze felt like a small mercy. They stepped into a narrow, rectangular space that tried to be several rooms at once: kitchen, dining area, meeting spot. A metal table was bolted to the floor along one wall, surrounded by mismatched chairs. A small counter, lined with scuffed laminate, ran opposite it, with a couple of cupboards above and below. Dust lay on most surfaces, soft and even, until their entry disturbed it into tiny clouds that sparkled in the flashlight beam. "Somebody's been here before," Gabe murmured, pointing. Footprints marred the dust in places, ghostly shapes where someone's shoes had tracked through months earlier. They formed a path from the door to the hallway, from the hallway to the table, from the table to a large metal cabinet in the corner. Some overlapped, some stood alone. The edges were softened, time blurring their details, but they were there. The sight of other people's movement, now long finished, made the trailer feel at once less empty and more haunted. Jack crossed to the metal cabinet. It was tall, industrial, painted a drab gray that had peeled in a few spots to show bare metal beneath. One door stood slightly ajar. He pulled it open. Inside, rows of sea ration cans squatted on the shelves, their labels faded but still legible. Meat stew, beans and franks, chopped ham and eggs. Some had keys attached to their tops, thin bits of metal meant to curl the soft lids back. Others would need a manual opener. A few had been taken already. Gaps in the rows attested to hungry hands sometime before. "Jackpot," Theo breathed. "Real food. Sort of." Gabe stepped closer, peering in. "Some of these are still good," he said. "These things are like cockroaches. They never die." On the next wall over, another cabinet waited. This one's door was closed, a small padlock hanging through the latch. The lock had weathered, but not broken. Its surface was tarnished, its edges dull, but it still held. "What do you think is in there?" Theo asked. "Only one way to find out," Jack said. He tugged lightly at the padlock, testing it. It resisted, but the hasp it looped through was bolted into particle board. He looked around, found a heavy wrench sitting on the counter, and picked it up, feeling its weight. "One broken window, one broken lock," Bill said, more to himself than to anyone else. "We'll have a long apology list." "Put it on my tab," Jack replied. He swung the wrench once. The hasp tore loose from the cabinet with a dull rip, screws screeching as they pulled free from swollen wood. The padlock clattered to the floor, spinning in a lazy circle before coming to rest. Jack opened the door. Inside, the shelves were lined more neatly than the other cabinet. Silver foil packets sat stacked in careful rows, their labels crisper: dehydrated meal, beef, mountain stew, vegetable medley, enough to feed several people for months if rationed right. A year maybe, if they were careful. Bill let out a soft, astonished breath. "They could feed an entire crew up here for a season," he said. "And nobody touched it," Gabe added. There was no dust on the packets, no gaps in the rows. The food looked almost expectant, waiting. On the counter nearby, a wooden crate held boxes of matches, shrink-wrapped and dry. The boxes were the large kind you used for campfires, 30 or 40 sticks each, strike pads crisp and unused. Next to the crate, a stack of paperback novels and manuals sat neatly. Field guides, old crime stories, a Forestry Service handbook printed in green ink. Outside, just through a narrow back door, the curve of a propane tank was visible. Snow had gathered along its top, but the valve stood clear, a simple metal handle that anyone could have twisted open. A thick line ran from it into the trailer's skin, the promise of heat and cooking fire sleeping in its length. The trailer had everything necessary to keep 5 cold, underdressed men alive through a long winter night. They did not turn the valve. They did not strike a single match. Hunger clawed louder than the cold at first. After the long walk, the ache in their stomachs felt like a hollow that needed filling now, not later. They focused on the easier prize. Jack and Gabe rummaged through the first cabinet, picking out cans with attached keys. The cheap metal dug into their fingers as they twisted, the lids curling back with a soft squeal, edges sharp and dangerous. The smell of preserved meat and beans wafted out, salty, metallic, weirdly comforting in its familiarity. They ate clumsily, spoons clinking against the insides of the cans, hands shaking more from exhaustion than from cold, now that the wind wasn't cutting through them. The calories hit their systems like a small internal fire, warmth spreading from the center outward. Crinkle, crinkle. The foil of opened ration packets made small, papery sounds as they tore them, tasting whatever they could get without cooking. Dry crackers, sugar tablets, bits of chocolate gone slightly chalky with age. It was not good food, but it was food. Cabinet doors thudded dully as they searched. Closed. Searched again. The chair scraped across the floor and stopped. Somewhere deep in the trailer's structure, something creaked as the weight distribution changed. Bill reached toward the crate of matches, almost without thinking. Fingers drawn to the simple solution sitting there. One box sat half on top of another, its cardboard edge inviting his grasp. He touched it. "Do not light it." The voice was right at his ear, so close he felt the phantom tickle of breath against his skin. It wasn't loud, but it carried with the clarity of a whisper in a church. The words slid directly into the part of his mind that understood danger without explanation. They will see you. He jerked his hand back as if burned. The matchbox skidded in its crate, bumping against another with a small clack. He spun, eyes wide, expecting to find one of the others looming there, playing some badly timed joke. No one stood within arm's reach. Jack and Gabe were still at the open ration cabinet, hunched over their cans. Theo sat at the table, spoon halfway to his mouth, watching a drop of sauce fall back into the tin. Jamie leaned in the doorway to the back room, staring down a short hallway that led to the sleeping area. All of them were at least a few steps away. None of them had moved quickly enough to reach him and then pull back. Bill's face went pale. His fingers trembled. "What is it?" Theo asked, noticing the way he'd flinched. "We shouldn't," Bill said. His voice was thin and strained. "We shouldn't use..." He gestured vaguely to the crate, to the thicker shelves of unopened food, to the propane tank visible through the small window. "Any of it. It's not ours." Jack frowned. "It's a public station," he said. "Worst thing that happens is we get yelled at for breaking in. They'd rather yell at us than find us frozen outside." Bill shook his head. "No," he said. "No, it doesn't feel like that. It feels owned. Like when you walk into a room in a house and you know you're not supposed to touch anything. Like someone's watching the door." Gabe, who hadn't heard the voice but understood the sensation all too well, nodded slowly. "Yeah," he murmured. "Like it belongs to someone, or something. We didn't ask." "Ask who?" Theo said. "There's nobody here." Jamie, still half in the hallway, tilted his head as if listening. A soft sound threaded into the room through the thin trailer walls. Shh. At first, it might have been the wind scraping along the metal siding, but it had a rhythm that didn't match the gusts, a steadiness that suggested intention. It was like fingers brushing along the outside wall. Slow, methodical, moving from one end of the trailer to the other and back again, as if something were circling, mapping the boundaries of the place with touch. "Do you hear that?" Jamie whispered. "Just the storm," Jack said, but his own shoulders had hunched up around his neck in betrayal of his words. Theo, still at the table, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood. His legs felt heavy, but something about the second cabinet, still open, shelves gleaming with untouched foil packets, pulled at him. He walked over, each step a soft thud on the linoleum. He stood there for a moment, staring into the neatly lined rows. The food looked almost too perfect, too uniform. Each packet was sealed, clean, their labels tidy in their promises. Enough to last. How long? Months. A year. His stomach tightened, not with hunger now, but with a strange unease. A thought he could not quite form scratched at the back of his mind, that taking from this particular shelf would be different than taking from the other. That it was not only locked by the padlock Jack had broken, but by something else, less visible, without quite meaning to. Theo lifted his hand and touched one of the top packets. A chill ran up his arm, as if the metal shelf beneath the packet were colder than the rest of the room. His fingers jerked back, and for a second, he had the irrational image of a hand reaching back from inside the cabinet, meeting his touch with its own. "These aren't for us," he murmured. "What?" Jack asked. Theo didn't seem to hear him. He stepped back, then reached up and swung the cabinet door closed. The soft bang of it shutting sounded louder than it should have in the cramped space. He looked around, spotted one of the heavy metal chairs by the table, and dragged it across the floor. The legs squealed against the linoleum. He set the chair directly in front of the cabinet, angled in such a way that anyone trying to open the door would have to shove the chair aside first. "Not for us," he repeated under his breath. "Not for us. Not for us." No one moved to stop him. No one fully understood what he was doing. Later, in the retellings and the reports and the quiet, grief-strained conversations, this small act would stand out like a strange, underlined sentence in a long, scattered book. The cabinet full of enough food to keep them alive for months had been opened, seen, and then closed again by the one among them who would stay in that trailer the longest. And no one could ever explain why. Theo lasted longer on his feet than he should have. By the time they found the back room, the narrow little space at the far end of the trailer, with its single steel-framed bed and sagging mattress, his gait had changed. Each step landed heavily, and when he lifted his boots, there was a fraction of a second's delay, as if invisible weights clung to the soles. He tried to laugh it off, tried to keep up his chatter, but every few sentences his voice would thin out, trailing away into a hiss as he concentrated on not stumbling. "Sit down," Jack said, hand on his arm. "Just for a minute. Let us figure things out." "I'm good," Theo insisted, though he let himself be guided anyway. I'm fine, just tired. I'll be ready for the game if I get a nap." He smiled, but it was a pale copy of his earlier grins. "Game's tomorrow," Bill said quietly. "You need your legs." "In Los Angeles," Theo answered, as if reminding himself the prize would convince his body to cooperate. The bed creaked when he sat. The frame was old, metal flaking in spots, but solid. The mattress wheezed a little as his weight settled. Jamie hovered in the doorway, arms wrapped around his sketchbook, eyes bouncing from Theo's face to his boots. "Take them off," Gabe said. "Let your feet breathe." Theo hesitated, then bent with obvious effort. The laces were stiff with melted and refrozen snow, his fingers clumsy as he tried to work them loose. Jack knelt, gently pushing his hands away. "Let me," Jack said. "You just worry about not falling over." He tugged at the laces, working the knots out, and finally eased the boots off. The smell hit them first. A sour, trapped heat, like old socks left in a gym bag for too long. Beneath that, something else. Something colder. Metallic and wrong. Theo's socks were damp and stuck to his skin. When Jack peeled them away, a quiet hiss escaped Theo's teeth, halfway between relief and pain. His feet were swollen, puffed up like someone had pumped them full of air. The skin was shiny in places, stretched too tight, blanched pale over the arches, and mottled with angry red and deep, bruised purple around the toes. The nails looked darker than they should have, edges tinged with an ominous blue-gray. "Jesus," Jack breathed. "Do not say that," Bill said automatically, though his own face had gone ashen. Say, "Lord help him," instead. "Lord help him," Jack corrected, more out of habit than belief. Theo tried to joke. "They look like hot dogs," he said weakly. "Like when you boil them and they explode." "Hot dogs don't hurt," Jamie muttered. "We need to get you off them," Gabe said. "Now, feet up. Blood'll just keep going down there otherwise." They coaxed Theo to lie back. He did not fight them. The bed creaked again, protesting as he stretched out. His toes did not quite respond when he tried to wiggle them. He laughed once, a small, brittle sound. "Feels like they're not mine," he said. "Like I borrowed the wrong feet." "Blankets," Bill said. "We need blankets." There were several, folded at the foot of the bed, old, woolen ones that smelled faintly of dust and something medicinal. They layered them over him one by one. First 4, pulled up to his chest, then a 5th, tucked around his shoulders, then more, pulled from a nearby closet. An ugly orange one, a gray one printed with the faded logo of some long-ago forestry initiative. They piled them on until Theo was just a mound of fabric with a face at the top, cheeks flushed from the weight and the trapped heat. 8, Theo mumbled. Lucky number. Feels like a fort. Yeah, Jack said. Fort Theo. Nobody gets in without a password. Outside, the light shifted in ways they could not track. Day blurred into night and back again in soft, unmarked transitions. Inside the trailer, time became a series of small routines, strung together without clear beginning or end. They ate from the open cabinet, ration cans dwindling slowly. The crinkle of foil and the dull clink of spoons against metal became a kind of clock. Sometimes they spoke while they ate, quietly trading stories or half-hearted jokes. Sometimes they chewed in silence, listening to the wind push against the trailer's skin. They argued, but gently, as if raising their voices too much might attract attention from something outside. "We should light a fire," Jack said more than once, hand hovering near the match crate. "Just a small one. Get some real heat in here." "No," Bill replied every time, more adamant as the hours stretched on. "No fire. We don't have permission." "Permission from who?" Jack asked, frustration leaking through. "The trees? The propane ferry?" Bill would not meet his eyes. "It's not ours," he said. "This warmth. It's stored for someone else. If we take it, they'll know. They're watching." "The forestry guys?" Theo asked from under his blankets, voice muffled. "They're not here." "Not them," Bill whispered. "The others. The ones that walk between things." He shivered, though the air was no colder than before. "I can feel them. Like when you know someone's looking at you from the back of a room." No one turned the propane valve. Their fingers brushed it. Their eyes slid over it. But some shared, unspoken reluctance kept them from the simple act that would have flooded the trailer with warmth. The equipment stood ready, a heater that would work, gas enough to last, but it remained untouched, like a word no one dared to say. Theo began to mutter more as the days, or nights, or hours folded over each other. Fever threaded through his voice, turning his thoughts into loops. "They're counting," he whispered once, eyes half open, staring at a point on the ceiling. "They're counting how much we take. 1 can, 2 cans, 3 cans. They like counting. They love numbers." "Who, Theo?" Jamie asked softly. "The hosts," Theo said. "We're guests. We have to be polite. Use our inside voices. Don't leave crumbs." Sometimes he laughed, but it sounded wrong, too breathless and thin, as if the laugh itself were getting stuck in his throat. At night, the trailer made its own music. The wind pressed against the walls and roof, making the metal flex and complain in low groans. The frame creaked softly as temperatures dropped, contractions singing through the structure. Theo's breathing grew ragged, occasionally hitching into pauses that went on just a heartbeat too long before restarting with a sharp snore. "Breathe, man," Jack murmured from his makeshift spot on the kitchen bench. "Don't be weird about it." From somewhere in the far corner of the ceiling, a soft, almost friendly whistle threaded into the dark. It was not the same tuneless line they'd heard on the road. This was slower, more deliberate. 3 notes up, 2 notes down. A little lullaby with no name. It drifted in and out, sometimes faint as memory, sometimes close enough that Jamie found himself staring at the corner, expecting to see a mouth forming the sound in the peeling paint. One night, if night was the right word, Jamie woke abruptly, heart hammering, with the sensation that someone had just whispered his name. The trailer was quiet except for Theo's uneven breathing and the occasional sigh of the wind. He lay still for a moment, listening. Creak. A tiny adjustment in the structure as something somewhere cooled. Theo inhaled, held it, exhaled in a long, rattling stream. The whistle, far away, tracing its lazy pattern. Jamie pushed himself up on his elbows, the blanket slipping from his shoulders. The air was cold against his damp neck. He blinked toward the back room. Theo was a hill of blankets on the bed, the topmost layer rising and falling slightly with each labored breath. The dim light from the failing flashlight they'd left on the table cast a weak glow down the narrow hallway, painting soft shadows. At the foot of the bed, where the blankets ended, there was a dimple. It was small, but distinct. A dip in the stacked fabric, as if an invisible weight rested there. Not enough to drag the covers down completely, just enough to suggest the curve of a seated figure, knees drawn slightly up, feet perhaps dangling over the edge. The indentation did not match any of the folds around it. It had its own shape, its own quiet insistence. Jamie's breath caught in his throat. His first instinct was to blink hard, to rub his eyes, to blame a wrinkle in the material. Nothing changed. The dimple remained. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from the metal bed frame, almost directly beneath that indentation. Light, quick taps, spaced evenly, like fingernails drumming idly on a tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Theo's breath hitched again, then resumed. He did not stir. Jamie's fingers dug into his own blanket. He wanted to call out, to say Theo's name, to ask who was there. But some deeper part of him knew that acknowledging it would be like turning on a light in a room where you were not supposed to see. He stayed still, eyes wide, heart pounding in his ears. The tapping continued for another few seconds, then faded, each tap softer than the last. The indentation at the foot of the bed seemed, very gradually, to ease back out, the blankets rising a fraction, smoothing, until they were once again just folds and ridges. The whistle in the far corner turned a small, satisfied note and then went silent. Jamie lay back down slowly, pulling his blanket up to his chin. He stared at the ceiling until his eyes burned, waiting to fall asleep, afraid of what he might see if he closed his eyes. In the thin light of whatever passed for morning, the trailer looked exactly, almost exactly, the same. Theo's face had sunk deeper into his nest of blankets. His skin had taken on a waxy pallor, cheeks sallow. His breathing was shallower, but present. His feet, still under the covers, throbbed gently in the air like phantom pains in someone else's body. Jamie swung his legs over the side of his makeshift bed and shuffled down the narrow hall. The floor felt colder under his soles, as if the night had seeped through the metal and into the bones of the place. He paused at the doorway to the back room, rubbing his eyes. Theo's shoes sat neatly under the bed. The sight struck him as immediately wrong. They hadn't been there when Theo lay down. Jack had pulled them off and set them to the side with a muttered curse. Now, they were aligned perfectly just below the edge of the mattress, toes pointing outward, laces loosened, as if someone had placed them there carefully after straightening the rest of the room. Jamie crouched, peering at them more closely. The leather was still damp and warped from the snow, but the placement was precise enough to feel intentional. "Guys?" he called softly. "Did anyone move Theo's shoes?" Silence answered him for a moment. Jack shuffled in the main room, sitting up, joints cracking. "No," Jack said, voice hoarse. "Why would I? They stank." "They're under the bed," Jamie said, all straight. "They weren't when I went to sleep," Bill added, appearing behind him, rubbing at his eyes. "I'd have kicked them if they were. I almost tripped on them." Jamie swallowed, his gaze sliding from the shoes to the floor beyond. Dust lay on the linoleum, disturbed in places by their own movements. A scuff here, a partial print there. Near the foot of the bed, in a patch of thinner dust, a single clear outline stood out. The impression of a shoe sole, larger than Theo's, the tread pattern matching the sneakers Gabe wore. The impression was there. Gabe was not. "Where's Gabe?" Jamie asked, turning quickly. They found him a few moments later, near the front of the trailer, standing by the broken window, staring out at the white world with his back toward them. He turned when they called his name, eyes unfocused for a heartbeat before he seemed to fully arrive in himself. "What?" he asked. "What's wrong?" "You were back there last night?" Jack said. "By Theo's bed?" Gabe frowned. "No," he said. "I slept up front, beside the door. Been here the whole time." Jamie looked back down the hall, to the shoes placed neatly under the bed, to the lone print in the dust that suggested a presence where no one remembered standing. The space under the mattress felt suddenly deeper, as if it could hold more than forgotten socks and dropped coins. Outside, the wind shifted. The trailer creaked, a long, stiff sound that could have been metal contracting, or something heavier adjusting its weight on the roof. Theo muttered something in his sleep about being good guests, about not overstaying their welcome. Inside, reality itself seemed to have taken one slow, careful step to the side, leaving the boys in a room that looked exactly like a forestry service trailer and felt like something else entirely. The food did not vanish all at once. It thinned. At first, the open cabinet had seemed generous. Rows of battered cans, the occasional foil packet, crackers gone soft but still edible. They had eaten carefully, each choosing a little, trying not to think in numbers. But there are only so many times you can peel back a lid and see more bottom than contents before the math starts doing itself in your head. By the time the idea of leaving began to take real shape, the shelves looked patchy. A few cans rolled on their sides where whole stacks had once stood. A single, lonely packet sat at the back, wedged into a corner as if trying to hide. The air in the trailer smelled of metal and stale meat. Theo had slipped downward in that same span of time. His world had shrunk to the bed. The rusting frame, the sagging mattress, the blankets piled high. His face, the only part of him that showed, had hollowed out around the eyes. His lips moved often, but less and less of what came out arranged itself into sense. "Don't slam doors," he muttered once, when no one had moved. "They're sleeping. You'll wake them up." "Who?" Jamie had asked, before he could stop himself. Theo's gaze had drifted past him, focusing on a spot in the corner where only dust floated. "Hosts," he whispered. "Hosts first, guests last." They had stopped asking him questions after that. It felt like eavesdropping on a conversation he was having with someone else. Now, Jack stood in the middle of the main room, hands on his hips, staring at the nearly empty cabinet like it might suddenly refill itself out of politeness. His jaw worked, the muscles ticking as he counted and recalculated and found no combination he liked. "We can't just sit here," he said, for the 1st or 50th time. It was hard to tell now. If nobody's coming up this road, nobody's going to just stumble on us. We're on a side road off a side road. It's like being lost in a closet inside a locked house. Someone will come, Bill said. He sat at the table, fingers worrying the corner of his Bible. The edges were soft from handling. The gold on the pages rubbed away in spots. They'll look. They'll keep looking. God will move them where they need to go. If God's moving them, he's taking the scenic route, Jack snapped, then winced, immediately regretful. Sorry, I just... Look. He waved a hand toward the window, where only a uniform smear of white pressed back. That's not a search party. That's not anything. It's just snow. How long do we wait before we admit nobody's coming? Jamie sat on the floor near the hallway, knees drawn up, arms around them. He watched the conversation like someone watching a movie whose ending they already knew. What if we go down? He asked quietly. Some of us, we follow our tracks, or the road. We find help and come back. That's a thing people do, right? And leave Theo? Bill's voice cracked on the name. We're not leaving him, Jack said. We'd be going to get people who can actually help him. We're not doctors. His feet... He glanced toward the back room, where the lump of blankets rose and fell in uneven rhythm. If we keep dragging him, we'll kill him quicker. Silence dropped over them, heavy as another blanket. In the back room, Theo coughed, a dry, rattling sound that seemed too big for the small space. Gabe stood by the broken window, staring out at the indistinct line where the road might be. His reflection hovered in the glass. Pale face, dark eyes, the faint suggestion of something behind his shoulder that always vanished when he tried to focus on it. The road goes down, he said. We know that much. It went up to here. It has to go down to somewhere. A town, a lodge, another station. If we keep waiting, we're just shrinking. Every hour we lose, he loses more. Or we get lost, Bill said. Or we freeze, or we fall. Or we do nothing, and he dies anyway, Gabe replied. They looked at each other, at the thinning shelves, at the window that showed them nothing, at the doorway that led to Theo's room. This was where the sin wave of their night crested and broke, not in a scream or a revelation, but in the quiet, miserable realization that there were no good choices left, only a menu of different kinds of bad. I'll go, Jack said finally. The decision settled on his shoulders with the weight of inevitability. I know how to walk a road, how to read tracks. If there's help down there, I'll find it faster than anyone. I'm not letting you go alone, Bill said. 2 is safer. 2 are better than 1, because... He faltered, the verse snagging in his throat. Because they have... He shook his head. Because no one should be alone out there. I'll go too, Jamie said. The words came out before his fear could clamp them down. You need eyes that know what's following. I'll see it. Maybe. Jack opened his mouth to object, then closed it. Jamie was right, in a way that frightened him. The quieter boy noticed things. The wrong thing in the right place, the extra sound, the shadow that didn't line up. If anything strange slunk along the tree line as they went, Jamie would sense it first. That left Gabe. He felt the decision crest around him like a wave, cold and inevitable. Stay with Theo, the man who could not walk, the friend sinking into fever, in the trailer that felt more and more like someone else's house, or go back out into the white, the road from the dream, the pattern he felt in his bones. I should stay, he said, forcing the words out. I brought us up here. I stay with him. You three go down, get help, bring them back. That's fair. Theo's breathing hitched, then steadied. His eyes fluttered half open, pupils unfocused. The fever had sharpened his face, carving shadows under his cheekbones. "Gabe," Jack said, "you're the only one who's seen this road in your head. If it splits, if there's a choice, you'll know. We need that. And Theo needs someone who knows how to listen when the walls talk," Bill added gently. "You hear things the rest of us don't. Maybe that matters up here." Gabe looked down at his own feet, at the sneakers that were damp but still wearable. He thought of Theo's swollen toes, the way he'd described them as borrowed. They were different in size, in condition. Theo could not go anywhere now, not without screaming. "Take my shoes," Gabe said abruptly. Jack blinked. "What?" "Take my shoes," Gabe repeated louder. "Theo can't wear his, but he might need something later, if..." He stopped himself. "Yours are closer to my size, Jack. You can wear his boots. They're bigger, warmer even. We trade." It was a non-solution to a larger problem, but in that moment, the act of giving, of adjusting, felt like a way to wrest some small control back from the mountain. They did it almost gratefully. Velcro ripped softly as Gabe pulled his sneakers loose, the sound harsh in the enclosed space. The laces of Theo's boots whispered as Jack loosened them fully, then tugged them on, wincing at the lingering damp, but grateful for the extra leather around his ankles. The swap left Gabe with thinner protection, but he would not be the one trudging miles through unknown drifts. In the back room, Bill gently slid Theo's old shoes back under the bed after checking one last time that they truly would not fit over the swollen flesh. Theo stirred, eyes slitting open again. His gaze wandered, unfocused, then settled hazily on the cluster of figures near the door. "Hey," he breathed. "Hey, don't be rude." "Rude?" Jack asked softly, stepping closer. "How are we being rude, buddy?" Theo's lips moved slowly, forming the words with the care of someone picking their way over icy ground. "Don't forget to say thank you when you leave," he murmured. His eyes drifted past Jack, toward the ceiling, toward some point just above the doorframe. "They don't like it when you don't say thank you." "Thank who?" Jamie whispered. But Theo was already drifting away again, lids sinking shut, breath rattling in his chest. No one understood what he meant. They just understood that the room felt a little more crowded after he said it. They gathered near the front of the trailer, the three who would go and the one who would stay. Jackets were zipped as far as they could go. Scarves were non-existent. They pulled up collars instead. Gloves were thin or missing entirely. They shoved hands into pockets, flexed fingers, tried to remember what warmth felt like. The front door's hinges had grown stiff in the cold. When Jack pulled it open, it made a dull, dragging sound, as if reluctant to let them go. The wind rushed in immediately, alive and insistent, swirling around their legs, lifting dust from the floor. It smelled of pine and snow, and something metallic, like cold coins. Theo murmured something under his blankets that might have been a goodbye. Jack stepped out first. The snow outside, though drifted, had hardened in places under the wind's hand. His new boots bit into it better than his old sneakers would have. The air slapped his face, stealing his breath for a second before he forced his lungs to adjust. Bill followed, head bowed, Bible tucked under his jacket as if it needed protection more than he did. Jamie came last, pausing just inside the threshold to look back once down the long, dim length of the trailer. The bed mound at the end, Gabe's shadow by the wall, the cupboards, the broken window, and then stepping into the white. From inside, Gabe heard the distinct sounds. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sets of footsteps hitting the packed snow, almost in unison, the vibration traveling faintly through the floor. Then softer, almost overlapping. Thud, thud. 2 more impacts, a half beat after the others. Lighter, like someone taking shorter, curious steps just behind the group. The hair rose on the back of his neck. He stood in the open doorway, watching their figures blur and shrink as they moved away, the snow swallowing detail with each yard. Behind him, from the back room, Theo's voice floated out, thin and sleepy, as if he were answering a question someone had asked inside his dreams. 4, he whispered. Gabe turned, heart stumbling. What did you say? No answer. Only the ragged inhale, the slow exhale, the creak of the bed as Theo shifted slightly. Outside, 3 shapes walked away from the trailer and into the white. Something else walked with them, its steps light enough to leave no obvious mark, its presence just heavy enough that those who stayed behind could feel the subtraction in the air. The world outside the trailer swallowed them quickly. At first, the camp stayed in sight as a pale smudge behind them. The curve of the big trailer, the darker blocks of the smaller cabins, the thin line of the radio tower scratching at the low sky. Then the snow and the trees conspired together, and the camp blurred into the same gray-white wash as everything else. They set out, believing they were still on the road. It looked like one. A faint, flattened path through the drifts, a long, pale ribbon between the trees where the snow lay a little smoother. They followed it with their heads down, eyes squinting against the sting of flakes, breath burning in their throats. Jack led, flashlight beam bobbing ahead, boots punching deep holes in the crust. The bigger boots he'd taken from Theo felt strange on his feet, too roomy in the toes, the weight different. But they held the snow out better than his old shoes ever would have. His thighs ached with the effort of lifting and planting and lifting again. Behind him, Bill walked with his head slightly bowed, lips moving constantly. Sometimes the words were clear. Our Father, who art in heaven. Sometimes they disintegrated into half syllables and broken phrases, verses tangled together as he tried to wrap scripture around the yawning emptiness of the mountain. Jamie brought up the rear, his steps not quite matching the others, always half a beat off. His arms were pulled tight around himself, hands tucked into his armpits, sketchbook long since abandoned back in the trailer. Each time he lifted a foot, snow clung, dragging, making him feel as if he were walking through thick, cold glue. The trees leaned closer the farther they went. Their trunks stood like dark ribs on either side, the branches above knitting a patchwork lid overhead. Snow clumped on the limbs, occasionally breaking loose and falling in small avalanches that smacked onto the ground or slid down bark in soft sheets. Visibility shrank. The world contracted to the beam of the flashlight and the few feet beyond it. What lay ahead was unknown. What lay behind vanished as soon as they took a dozen steps. Road should start bending down, Jack muttered to himself, more than to the others. We came up. We can go down. Roads don't just disappear. He listened, between breaths, for something he desperately wanted to hear. The distant hiss of other tires, the soft roar of a highway, the low murmur of civilization. Once or twice, his heart jumped. There it was, faint, but there, a steady rush, like traffic moving along a wet road somewhere ahead. He froze, raising his hand. The other two stumbled to awkward stops behind him. "You hear that?" he said. They fell silent, heads cocked, ears straining. At first, there was only the sound of their own breathing, harsh and too loud in the stillness. Then beneath it, a low, continuous hum emerged. It did sound like a highway, a long, unbroken shh, as if dozens of cars were sliding past on unseen asphalt just beyond the trees. "That way?" Jack said, nodding toward the sound. Relief loosened something in his chest. "We're close. That's the main road. We cut across, flag somebody, get help. We're..." The sound faded, not gradually, like someone driving away, but abruptly, mid-shh, like a whisper cut off when the speaker realizes someone is listening. The silence that replaced it felt sharper for having had that hope filling it seconds before. Jack turned in place, slowly, flashlight beams swinging over the snow, the bare trunks, the empty air. Nothing. No road, no glow of headlights, no distant movement. He took a few steps toward where the sound had been. Each step sank. The snow rose higher on his shins. The hum did not return. The mountain watched without comment. "Maybe it was just wind," Bill said gently. "Wind doesn't sound like tires," Jack replied, but his voice had lost some of its conviction. They picked a direction that felt like down and pressed on. Now and then, the snow took on a faint pinkish glow through the trees, and Jack's heart fluttered. Tail lights, he thought. Brake lights. Someone's car ahead, idling on the main road. He angled toward the color, boots slipping, lungs burning. Each time, the source resolved into something smaller, far less helpful. A cluster of red berries clung stubbornly to a low bush, their skin glossy and wet. A patch of lichen, oddly colored, catching the dim light. Once, the last faded leaves of some hardy shrub, veins still holding onto a rust-red tint that the snow mirrored. He cursed under his breath, then apologized to nothing in particular. Behind him, Bill's murmured prayers tangled with his frustration. "Yea, though I walk," Bill began softly, "through the valley of the shadow." The trees seemed to answer. The echo came back wrong. It wasn't a clean bounce of sound off natural surfaces. It arrived a half-second late, the timing just off enough to feel unnatural, and the words it repeated were not quite right. Bill said, "Of the shadow of death." The echo came back, blurred and soft, of the shallow breath. He stopped walking. "Did you hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" Jack said, shoulders hunched against the cold. "Can't hear much over my own lungs trying to escape." "Shallow breath," Jamie whispered. "It said shallow breath." Bill swallowed. "I said death," he said quietly, as if correcting the mountain. He tried again, louder. "I will fear no evil." "No evil," came the echo, but the tone was almost sing-song, and there were extra shapes in the syllables. No needle, no equal. The words scattered like leaves, syllables rearranged by something that didn't quite understand them, but enjoyed the shapes they made. "Stop," Jamie said. "Stop saying it. It's wrong." Bill closed his mouth, pressing his lips together until the skin blanched. He continued to move his lips in silent prayer, keeping the words between himself and whatever listened. Jamie walked with his head turned slightly, one ear tilted backward. He could feel the whistling before he heard it, the prickling on his skin, the sense that a familiar irritation was about to start. When it came, it was almost a relief. The whistle wound through the trees like a thin thread. It was the same pattern they'd heard near the car, in the trailer's corners, tuneless most of the time, occasionally teasing a melody and then abandoning it. 3 notes up, 1 down, 2 up, 2 down, always behind them, never ahead. It stayed just far enough away that turning to pinpoint it did nothing. Each time Jamie glanced back, he saw only more trees, more snow, more of the same suffocating world. But the sense of proximity grew. He felt a hand brush his shoulder. It was a light touch, barely there, like someone's fingertips trailing along the back of his jacket as they passed behind him. The contact was quick, but the impression it left, a localized warmth, the pressure of human fingers, was undeniable. He flinched, spinning. Jack was several steps ahead, shoulders squared into the wind. Bill was to his left, one hand tucked into his jacket, the other extended slightly for balance. Neither was close enough to have touched him without him seeing it. "Don't do that," Jamie said, voice too loud in the hush. "Do what?" Jack asked, glancing back. "Nothing," Jamie muttered. "Just keep going." They trudged on. The mountainside shifted subtly under the snow, the slope tilting in ways that were hard to read. Their legs grew heavier. Their breathing grew harsher, the air sawing in and out of their throats. Once, Jack stumbled and went down on one knee, snow seeping immediately through the denim. He pushed himself back up, hands numb, teeth gritted. The hand touched Jamie's shoulder again, from the other side this time. He jerked, almost losing his footing, arms windmilling. Snow flew in a brief arc, catching the faint light, and then disappearing. "Cut it out," he snapped. "Seriously." "Jamie," Bill said, chest heaving. Nobody's touching you." Jamie's eyes darted between them, then to the space just behind his own left shoulder. The air there looked no different, just a swirl of shards and flakes, but it felt occupied. "Maybe it's helping," Bill tried after a moment, "keeping you from falling." "That's worse," Jamie said. The whistling swelled for a few seconds, the notes getting clearer, closer, then dipped again, as if whoever was making them had turned away for a moment to look at something else. The road, if it had ever been one, was gone now. What they followed were guesses, slightly shallower drifts, a line of bushes that might have grown along a ditch, the memory of the way the trailer had been oriented. They tried to keep down in front of them, but in the white-out world of the storm, up and down had become suggestions more than facts. "Feels like we're walking in circles," Jack muttered. The idea was dangerous. A circle meant no progress, no escape, just the same patch of forest passed over and over until exhaustion won. He pushed harder, angling toward a stand of trees that looked different, more spaced out. Beyond them, the sky seemed marginally brighter, as if the snow there were thinner. "Keep going," he said. "If we stop, we freeze. If we move, we got a chance." Behind him, Bill's foot slipped on an unseen dip. He flailed, caught himself on a trunk, bark scraping his palm. He sucked in a sharp breath and kept moving. Jamie, panting, risked one more look back. The trail of their footprints staggered behind them, growing softer with each flake that fell. The trees behind them stood in their usual, indifferent rows. The snow lay undisturbed, except where they had been. And there, farther back than was reasonable, near a crooked pine that bent over the ghost of the road, stood Theo. For a heartbeat, the image was as clear as if he were 10 feet away. Barefoot, the skin of his feet gray against the snow. Blankets still wrapped around him, stacked up to his chest in thick layers, the topmost one an ugly orange he recognized from the back room. His arms were pinned by the weight, leaving his hands invisible under the folds. His hair was mussed, face pale and sharp in the flat light. He did not shiver. He simply watched them. His eyes, dark and too large in his face, seemed to lock with Jamie's, even from that impossible distance. There was no accusation in them, no anger, just a quiet, unreadable awareness, as if he were taking attendance. One moment, there were 3 men struggling through the snow. The next, there were 4 presences in the scene. 3 moving, 1 still. "Jack," Jamie croaked. "Jack, look." He blinked. The blankets vanished. The bare feet disappeared. The space where Theo had stood rearranged itself into a tree trunk with a stubby, broken branch jutting out at roughly chest height, bent at an angle that suggested a shoulder. A clump of snow perched on it, domed and uneven. 2 darker knots in the bark sat above it, at about the height where eyes might be if you wanted to scare yourself. A crooked branch, a trick of distance, a mind that wanted patterns. Jamie's breath came in a shudder. He closed his eyes, opened them again. The tree did not move. The whistle resumed behind them, low and steady, as if whatever had paused to watch through the wrong shape had resumed its tune. "Keep up, Jamie," Jack called, not turning. "Don't fall behind." Jamie swallowed the explanation, the description, the fear. He pushed forward, boots dragging, leaving the tree and whatever had worn Theo's outline far behind. The last march continued. 3 sets of boots, pushing into deeper, colder drifts, accompanied by a 4th presence that never quite stepped where they did, never quite showed its face, but always stayed just a few paces behind, humming to itself in the language of snow and breath and unfinished lullabies. For a while after the door closed behind the 3 who left, the trailer held its shape. The front room stayed as they had arranged it, cans stacked on the table, the chairs pushed in crookedly, the match crate sitting untouched on the counter, like a question no one wanted to answer. The broken window stayed broken, snow feathering in along the sill and melting in thin, dirty streaks down the wall. The hallway remained a narrow, dim tunnel leading back to the one real bed in the place. Then slowly, the room began to tilt around the gravity of the one person who was left. Theo slept more than he woke. When he woke, he talked more to the air than to Gabe. His words drifted up to the ceiling and seemed to stick there, as if the metal ribs of the trailer collected them like cobwebs. "Do not slam the door," he whispered once. "They have thin walls. The sound goes right through." "Whose walls?" Gabe asked. Theo blinked at him like someone waking underwater. "You know," he said, "the walls, under our walls." Wind shouldered against the trailer in long, heavy gusts. Each time, the whole structure complained. A low, bending groan that started in one corner and rolled across the ceiling to the other, making the light fixture sway by an inch. The radio tower outside sang its thin, awful song when the gusts were strong enough, metal humming against metal. The trailer seemed to breathe with it, expanding and contracting, as if it were not a building at all, but an animal, trying to decide how many hearts it needed. Time in that space did not keep the same rhythm as time anywhere else. Days did not arrive with clear dawns. Nights did not end with clean, bright mornings. Instead, the light that filtered through the filthy windows thickened and thinned in long gradients. Sometimes the snow beyond the glass glowed faintly, telling him the sun was somewhere behind it. Sometimes it went flat and gray, and the world outside became a blank wall. Gabe tried to mark the passage of time in little ways. He counted the cans they opened. He noted when Theo's beard grew a little longer, stubble becoming a bristle turning into something that tugged when he wiped a cloth across his face. He watched the hollows deepen around Theo's eyes and the way his cheeks pulled closer to the line of his jaw. By his guess, they lasted weeks. They should not have. He slept in short, fractured stretches near the door, back against the wall, one hand on the latch, as if he could keep something out by will alone. The whistle came and went, sometimes near the ceiling, sometimes pressed against the floor, sometimes absent for what felt like days at a stretch. The soft shh along the outer wall continued, rounding the trailer, mapping its shape over and over. Sometimes he dreamed. The dream was the same one that had started all this. A road cut into a mountain, snow deep on either side, trees leaning in like eavesdroppers, a sign where there had been no sign before, a station at the end of it all, a cabin with a yellow square of light. But the dream was not static anymore. The voice in it had changed. In the beginning, it called from ahead. "This way," it had whispered. "It is warmer here. You belong up here tonight." Now, when he woke in the dim half-light of the trailer, he heard it nearer. Not ahead. Beside. Behind. Right behind his ear, as he sat at the table and stared at the maps he could not draw. "This way, Gabe," it breathed. "We are almost done." It did not sound angry. It did not sound kind. It sounded patient, like someone who had been waiting at the end of a long line and had finally reached the counter. The food dwindled to almost nothing. The untouched cabinet, full of foil packets and safety, and a future that would not happen, stayed closed, the chair still in front of it like a polite apology. Theo's voice thinned as his body did. "Do not forget," he murmured once, eyes half open, pupils drifting. "You have to say thank you, even if you do not like the meal." "Thank who?" Gabe asked. "The ones who set the table," Theo replied, and then sank again, breath rattling. One unstated fact grew larger with every passing hour. If help was coming, it was late. If help was not coming, staying meant shrinking down to the same stillness as the walls. Gabe lasted as long as he could under that knowledge. At some point, no one can say exactly when. The light in the windows offers no timestamps. He stood up from his place by the door and knew he was not going to sit there again. He moved quietly, the way you move in a house where someone is sleeping and you do not want to wake them. He took the small flashlight from the corner of the table, thumb brushing the switch to test the beam. It pulsed weakly, but it still cut a narrow path through the dim. He pulled two of the thinner blankets from a shelf, folding one around his shoulders, looping the other under his arm. The thicker ones he left on Theo. The mound on the bed barely shifted. The larger shoes on his feet, Jack's old pair, stretched by miles of use, felt strange and stiff, but they would hold up better than his thin sneakers would have. His toes were not yet as swollen, not yet as deadened. He could still feel them, for now. He stood at the end of the bed for a moment. Theo's face, in that indeterminate light, looked almost carved from wax. His lips moved in tiny motions, breath rasping in and out. His eyes fluttered beneath the lids, tracking dreams that did not involve courts or gyms or bus rides. "I will say thank you," Gabe whispered, "if I find someone to say it to." Theo did not respond. or perhaps the rustle of blankets and the groan of the trailer drowned whatever answer he might have offered. Gabe opened the front door. The wind surged in, colder than the last time, as if the mountain had been storing up new weather. It pushed against his chest and face, tried to shove him back into the stale safety of the trailer. He stepped into it anyway. The door closed behind him with a heavy, resigned thud. From inside, if anyone had been awake to hear it, the sound would have echoed through the narrow rooms like the closing of a book. We do not follow Gabe in the way we followed the others. The mountain did not leave us enough footprints for that. What we get are glimpses, as if the story itself only managed to catch pieces of him as he went. A flashlight beam bobbing between trees, seen from a distance you cannot name. The light is not steady. It wavers, dips, rises again. Sometimes it lances straight ahead. Sometimes it swings off to the side, as if the hand holding it has turned to look at something in the dark. A string of tracks in the snow, clear and sharp. Boot prints, larger than the others, spaced evenly, leading away from the faint outline of the road and into a stand of pines. The prints are deep, showing the full pattern of the tread, each one a promise that a living, breathing body passed this way. Then a patch where the snow is wrong. Not melted, not trampled in a straight line like walking. It is disturbed in a wide, circular pattern, as if something large and heavy settled down around him. The surface is churned without showing clear shapes. No claw marks, no outlines, nothing the human mind can grab onto and name. If you look at it long enough, you think you see indentations where knees might have been. A ring where a weight pressed down in a slow, deliberate way, like someone sitting cross-legged in the snow, facing a single, smaller shape in the center. You are not supposed to look at it that long. Sound follows him in these fragments. His lone footsteps, crunching rhythmically, slower as the drifts deepen. The wind rising and falling in the branches like a giant creature asleep and dreaming. A long inhale, a longer exhale, a sigh across a whole slope of trees. The whistle one final time. Not from behind, not from the ceiling, but from everywhere at once. A thin, familiar line of notes wound through the air, so close it might have been in his own throat. It traces its little pattern, the same 3 up and 2 down it has always favored. Then, halfway through a phrase, it stops. Not because it is finished, because it has been interrupted. Silence drops over the mountain, heavy and abrupt. The wind still moves, but it sounds different without that thin undercurrent. The trees still creak, but it is not the same song. Something that had been accompanying the boys for miles has finally reached its own destination. When the storm eases and the searchers finally claw their way up onto Feather Ridge, they do not find Gabe Matheson. They find 3 sets of remains scattered in the woods, downslope from the camp, each one resting where exhaustion and cold and gravity laid them. They find signs of struggle and stumbling and the cruel simplicity of a body that has run out of warmth. They find one man in a bed in the trailer, under a pile of blankets that once felt like a fort and now feel like sediment, layer after layer of abandonment and time. His beard has grown longer. His body has grown smaller. He has outlived his own chances by weeks. They never find Gabe. They sweep the slopes and the gullies. They follow faint depressions in the snow that might be prints, might be just the way the wind has sculpted the drifts. They consult maps, argue over contour lines, calculate how far a man on unsteady feet could travel in a given number of hours. Tracks start, lead away, and then stop in the middle of empty fields of white. Not at a cliff's edge, not at a creek, not at a road, just in the open, where the land rolls gently and the trees stand politely apart. Here are boot prints, spaced like a walking man. Here is one more, a little shallower, as if he hesitated or lightened his step. Here is nothing. You cannot follow tracks that stop like that. You can only stand where the last clear imprint sinks into the snow and look around at a landscape that offers you no explanation and no further clues. Back in the trailer, when they finally unlock the door and step into the stale cold, the investigators take careful notes. They count the cans. They photograph the unlit matches. They trace the path of footprints in the dust. Under the far bed, in the thin rectangle of shadow where hands once groped for warmth, they find a pair of shoes placed neatly side by side. They are worn, but intact. Mud still clings in the treads in places, dried in streaks that do not match any recent weather. The families later agree on whose they were. The size, the brand, the way one lace is shorter than the other. They are Gabe Matheson shoes. According to everyone who saw him last, he was not wearing them when he left. They were sitting, patient and polite, by Theo's bed, weeks after everyone in that place should have been dead. The mountain does not tell you what it did with the last few steps. It does not explain how shoes walk back to beds their owners have abandoned. It simply lets the wind erase what it does not need and leaves the rest in places where human eyes are sure to find them, so that the questions will outlive the people who ask them. By the time the uniforms reached the camp, summer had already started pretending it meant to stay. The snow that had swallowed the road in February was mostly gone by June, retreated into thin veins in the shadows and a few stubborn drifts in the darkest hollows. The air was warmer now, pine-scented, buzzing quietly with insects that hadn't existed when the 5 men first came up this way. The sky was bright, the sun high. It was the kind of day that made you forget winter was ever cruel. The men who stepped out of the county vehicles did not forget. Boots thudded onto the hard-packed earth. Car doors slammed in uneven rhythm. Radios crackled, clipped voices trading call signs and coordinates. The pale rectangle of the Forestry Service trailer sat at the end of the service road just as it had months before. But to the deputies climbing out now, it did not look like a safe haven or a waypoint. It looked like a question mark bolted to the mountain. Yellow tape fluttered as they unrolled it, looped it around fence posts and scrub trees. One officer moved slow and careful, eyes on the ground, flagging any tire tracks still visible from the motorcycles that had found the scene. Another checked the perimeter for signs of recent animal activity, scat, prints, anything that might explain what time had done to human flesh. Lieutenant Ayers stood a little apart at first, hands on his belt, looking not at the tape or the vehicles, but at the windows of the trailer. They were still streaked with grime and old snowmelt, the glass dull. The broken pane near the door had been covered clumsily with a sheet of plastic after the discovery call, tape peeling at the corners. He had known Theo Weller as a younger man in different rooms, with fluorescent lights and basketballs thumping on hardwood. Seeing Theo's story end behind that plastic made his throat tight. "All right," Ayers said quietly. "Let's see what we can see." They went in pairs. The first 2 stepped up the mud-stained stairs, gloved hands on the railings, boots leaving fresh prints where winter's ice had once sat thick. The front door opened with that same reluctant drag on its hinges. though the sound was almost lost under the murmur of radio chatter and the distant, lazy roar of wind in the tops of the trees. Inside, the air was cold compared to the sun outside, but it was not the deep, bone-cutting cold of February. It was a stale chill, the kind that gathers in closed spaces, holding too much old breath and not enough new. "Watch your footing," one deputy said automatically. "Scene's been cleared, but we keep it clean." The floor told a cluttered story. Dust lay thick in some corners, unmarred since before the winter. In others, footprints overlapped in confused patterns. Boots from the first responders, prints from the riders who had stepped in, older, softer edges that must have belonged to men who were not there anymore. Empty C ration cans sat near the table and in the hallway, labels slumped, some lids still curled back in jagged spirals. A spoon lay on the ground under a chair, a small crescent of dried sauce stuck to its bowl. A photographer followed, camera up, the mechanical click of the shutter punctuating his slow steps. He cataloged everything: the broken glass on the inner sill, the tracks in the dust, the position of the chairs, the way one cabinet stood open and another, larger, remained closed with a metal chair angled in front of it like an apology. They mapped the scene with tape measures and notebooks. Here, in the back room, was Theo. He lay on the steel-framed bed, what remained of him curled into the indentation his body had worn into the mattress. 8 blankets covered him in layers, a sagging, sunken mound that had once been a fortress and now looked like an archaeological dig, strata of cloth and time. Blowflies buzzed in a lazy, sick orbit near the pillow, bodies glinting green-black when the flashlight beams caught them. One deputy swallowed hard and focused on his work. He noted the position, on his back, head turned slightly to one side, hands lost somewhere beneath the blankets. He took pictures of the length of the beard, the way the jaw had fallen open, the angle of the nose. He wrote down the approximate weight, the estimated time since death, based on the medical examiner's early read. By the bed, a small pile of empty tins, the paper labels clinging in strips. A glass with a ring of something at the bottom, dried into a translucent line. Near the foot of the bed, under the frame, a pair of shoes placed neatly side by side. "You're sure this is our missing Theo?" a younger officer asked quietly. Ayers nodded, throat tight. "Dentals will confirm," he said. "But yeah, that's him." The inventory went on. In the main room, the cabinet where they'd found the first wave of C rations stood almost empty now. A log of the original call confirmed what the riders had seen and what the first deputies had recorded. More cans then than now. Someone had eaten in this place, gradually, awkwardly. They opened the second cabinet. The lock and hasp, already broken, dangled loose. Inside, rows of dehydrated food packets sat undisturbed, their silver skins unblemished, their labels crisp, enough to feed several men for months. "Untouched," one officer murmured, baffled. "They had a year in here, and they starved next door." On the counter, the match crate. The shrink wrap on the top box had been slit at some point, but the matches themselves sat dry and unused. No run of spent sticks in the sink. No scorch marks on the counters. No blackened circle on the floor where someone might have panicked and lit a fire before thinking about ventilation. On a small shelf, paperback novels leaned together, their spines creased, pages slightly yellowed, but intact. None had been burned for warmth. Through the back door window, The propane tank crouched, valve handle visible and easy to reach. A tech checked the line with practiced motions, tapped a gauge, nodded. "She'd have run," he said. "Tank's good. Lines are good. They could have had heat for weeks." The trailer had been ready to keep people alive. The people inside it had not done what living people usually do. Outside the camp, the mountain gave up the rest, reluctantly and in pieces. Jack's remains lay not far from the service road, in a spot where runoff had exposed patches of earth earlier than elsewhere. He was face down when they found him. What was left of his body gathered in a shallow depression near a small stream. Animal activity had taken what it wanted: flesh, softer tissue, anything easy to reach. But his hand still curled around something. Ayers knelt in the damp soil, gloved fingers gentle as he pried the item loose. A watch. The band was scuffed, the face cracked, but still showing the faint ghost of hands frozen in one position. He loved that thing, Ayers whispered to himself, then said aloud, "For the record, personal effect recovered. Wristwatch, analog, silver tone band." They found Bill further into the woods, in a patch of thin trees, where the ground dipped a little, maybe a dozen yards off whatever path the three had once tried to follow. Bones lay there, scattered across an area the size of a small living room. Some still lay in approximate anatomical position, spine curved, ribs fanned. Others had been dragged, chewed, carried. Bits of clothing stuck out of the leaf litter, the remnant of a shirt, a scrap of pant leg. A shoe lay alone, its laces twisted around a root. The recovery team spoke in low voices as they placed each piece into bags, careful not to lose anything that could tell even a fragment of the story. Jamie was closest of all, geographically, if not narratively. His jeans still clung around a section of spine, belt threaded stubbornly through loops that had outlived their wearer. His shoes were nearby, salt-stained, the tread pattern still clear. A few small bones lay scattered around, as if something had started to carry him away and changed its mind. Ayers stood at each side in turn, hat in his hands, and tried to reconcile the boys he'd seen laughing on a basketball court with the scattered, sun-bleached facts in front of him. "You did not have to die here," he said once, under his breath, echoing the narrator we have been listening to all along. "Any of you." In the background, radios crackled with coordinates and instructions. "Copy that, Unit 3. Mark that location and flag it. We'll bring the coroner up with the next wave. Watch that slope, loose rock on the right side. Advise we found more clothing at the half-mile mark. Might be from the same group." Camera shutters punctuated the chatter. Click, whir, flash. Each photo froze another angle of what the mountain had chosen to show. Back at the trailer, the structure itself seemed to react to the renewed intrusion. Every time a deputy stepped heavily in one corner, the opposite wall shuddered slightly. The thin metal skin rattled when a stronger gust hit, the sound echoing down the hallway. The loose sign outside clapped dully against its post, the vibrations traveling down into the frame. To some ears, it sounded almost like knocking. One of the younger deputies, Slim, everyone called him, because mountain law enforcement never passes up a chance to give someone a nickname, found himself alone in the main room for a moment. The others were outside, logging evidence. The photographer had stepped back to the vehicles. Ayers was at the far end of the camp, talking to a supervisor. For the first time since they'd arrived, the trailer held only one heartbeat. Slim stood near the counter, hand resting on the crate of matches. He didn't like smoking on scenes, and he knew the lieutenant frowned on it. But this one had crawled under his skin. The smell, the emptiness, the way the bed in the back room reminded him of his grandfather's last hospital day. He wanted something hot and bitter in his throat. Flame, even a small one, felt like a way to push the dark back. He slid one matchbox out with 2 fingers, turning it over. The cardboard rasped softly against his glove. The little wooden sticks rattled inside, a dry, promising sound. "Nobody's going to care," he muttered. "They're not here to complain." He pulled a single match free, the red tip a tiny, defiant dot of color in the washed-out room. He struck it. Pfft. The head flared to life, sulfur scratching at his nose. The flame was small, eager, licking up the wood in a bright triangle. He watched it for half a second, mesmerized in spite of himself. "Don't." The word was quiet, but it did not come from his own thoughts. It came from just beside his left ear, near enough that he could feel the suggestion of breath on his skin through the thin barrier of air and fabric. Slim flinched, the reaction purely animal. The match slipped from between his fingers, falling in a brief streak of orange toward the linoleum. He stamped it out before it could do more than leave a faint, dark smudge. His heart beat hard against his ribs. He looked around, wide-eyed. "Lieutenant?" he called, voice a little too loud. "Bill? Somebody?" No answer. The only reply was the distant murmur of voices filtering in from outside and the soft, ceaseless whisper of the wind around the trailer's corners. He swallowed, throat dry. Later, when he tried to explain why he'd dropped the match, Slim would stop before he got to that part. He'd talk about professionalism, about regulations, about not wanting to contaminate an already confusing scene. He would not mention the voice that had sounded so close, or the way it had chosen the exact same word this place had used before on another man reaching for flame. Don't. The mountain did not answer their questions, so people did what humans always do when the world stays quiet. They started telling stories to themselves. Some of those stories were tidy. Some were wild. All of them tried, in their own way, to put a frame around a night that would not hold still. Some investigators liked the simplest version first, because simple things are easier to file. Hypothermia, they said, in calm voices over coffee. Cold does strange things to a person. It makes them clumsy, makes them panic. It makes warm places feel too hot, safe places feel suffocating. Maybe the boys left the car because they misjudged the distance. Maybe they walked farther than they thought, the snow deeper than they'd expected. Maybe once they reached the trailer, their minds flickered the way failing light bulbs do, each man making small, bad decisions that piled up into one large, fatal one. You can almost hear the box closing when they say it. Others leaned on a different angle. One of them broke, they murmured, lowering their voices, as if mental illness were something that might overhear. He had a history, you know. Took pills. Had an episode before. In this version, one mind steps sideways. Maybe Gabe insists the shortcut is real. Insists the station is waiting. Maybe he panics once they get there. Hears voices in the wind. Thinks the trailer is dangerous. The car cursed. The others, loyal and trusting, follow him further than they should have. They ignore the propane valve because the same voice that told them to come here insists they must not touch it. It is easier, in some ways, to blame a break in one brain than to accept that a whole world might bend a little in the wrong direction. On late-night talk shows and in small-town diners, a third version grew legs. A confrontation at the game. A woman in trouble in a parking lot. Angry men. Raised voices, a wrong word. Maybe someone followed them after they left Chico, up the highway, onto back roads, far from witnesses. Maybe a chase started, headlights too close in the rearview mirror, horns blaring. Maybe the turn onto the service road was not a decision at all, but flight. In this story, something human and ugly drove them up the mountain. The fear that kept them from turning on the lights in the trailer was not about spirits or hosts, but about being seen by the wrong eyes. Matches stayed dry because they believed, down to their bones, that flame would function as a flare for whoever was hunting them. If you listen to this version long enough, you start seeing shadowy cars in every reflective surface, even in your own bedroom window at night. Then there is the quieter story, the one most people will not tell out loud without adding a quick, dismissing laugh at the end. The story that says there was something on Feather Ridge that preferred the lights stay off. Not a slavering monster, not a movie ghost, just something with its own rules about who gets to use warmth and how. Something that had been watching that unused station for years, patient and bored, counting trees and chipmunks and lonely trucks on the road far below. When the boys arrived, loud and bright and hopeful, it treated them the way a house might treat unexpected guests. "Come in," it might have said, in the language of dreams and hunches and misplaced road signs. "Eat a little. Rest. Do not touch the matches. Do not thank the wrong thing. Do not forget to say goodbye." If they broke the house rules, maybe the punishment was not dramatic. No lightning bolt. No roar. Just a series of small nudges. A road that bends a little more than expected. A sound that draws you half a mile off your path. A feeling that makes your hand drop the match before it can flare. Just enough to move every human choice a few inches sideways. A tape recorder sits on a metal desk in a quiet office somewhere, years after the fact. The casing is yellowed now. The play button sticks a little before it sinks. A thin strip of label tape on the side reads, "Feather Ridge Case," in faded black letters. When you press play, there is a low hum, the mechanical whir of the reels turning, a click as the tape finds its groove, a faint hiss of background noise, the constant sea of air and machine. Then a voice, a mother, speaking in the tired, careful tones of someone who understands that anything she says will be written down. "My boy was afraid of the dark," she says. "Always was. Slept with a nightlight, even when he got older. He didn't like the woods, not even at camp. You're telling me he walked into that forest on purpose? Left a working car? That's not the boy I knew." Click. Fast forward. The warble of the tape speeding up, voices turning to gibberish, then slowing back to normal at another spot. A mechanic now, some months later. "I went over that Mercury 3 times, he says, his words precise. Fuel in the tank, carburetor clean, plugs good, no broken belts. Tires were fine. Car wasn't stuck. You turn the key?" She starts. "If they'd stayed put and waited, we'd be talking about a weird night, not a bunch of funerals." Click. Another voice, rougher, older, with the faint twang of someone who spent a lot of time on narrow roads, a retired ranger. You can hear his chair creak as he leans back, the sound of an old man in a small kitchen with a microphone on the table between him and someone younger. "No one goes up Feather Ridge by accident," he says. "You don't just... Whoops, there I am. That road doesn't take you to any campground, any trailhead that's on the tourist maps. It's a service road to nowhere. You go up there, it's because you've been told to, or because you're following something that isn't on paper. The tape hiss fills the spaces between words. If you listen closely, too closely, you might notice something else beneath the voices. Another layer so faint you can't be sure it's real. A second voice, maybe. Not quite an echo, not quite interference, just a smear of sound that seems to mouth along a half-second late, getting certain syllables wrong. When the mother says, "dark," the smear whispers, "door." When the ranger says, "nowhere," something under the hiss sighs, "no air." The person fast-forwarding through these interviews, the investigator, the journalist, the insomniac with too many questions, clicks the buttons with increasing impatience, looking for the moment when someone says the magic thing that makes it all make sense. It never comes. Instead, the narrator, the voice you have been hearing all along, leans back slightly, away from the stack of reports and photographs and tape reels, and speaks to you in the kind of tone people use when they are trying not to wake someone in the next room. Maybe nothing unnatural happened on Feather Ridge, the voice says. Maybe 5 fragile minds met a cruel landscape, and that was enough. Fear and cold and darkness can explain more than we like to admit. You take a group not used to decisions like this, put them in a place where every direction looks the same, and of course they make the wrong choice. Of course they walk away from a running engine and into a storm. There is comfort in that version. It puts the blame in familiar places. Thin jackets, poor judgment, bad timing. It lets the mountain remain just rocks and trees. Or maybe, the narrator continues, voice softening even further, there are places in this world where decisions don't quite belong to us. Places where something in the air, or the ground, or the old stories hanging between the branches leans on human choices just hard enough to tilt them. Not enough to take over. Not enough to make anyone do something wildly out of character in a single dramatic leap. Just a nudge. Turn left instead of right. Ignore the sign you know should not exist. Step away from the car you could have stayed in. Walk a little farther uphill than you meant to. Close the cabinet instead of opening it again. Drop the match when a word you do not expect brushes your ear. No proof of a hand on your shoulder. No footprint you can measure. Only the fact that later, when you run through the numbers and the distances and the capabilities, again and again, something never quite adds up. These are the stories people tell themselves, the narrator says. They have to. Otherwise, all that's left is a blank spot on a map, a field of snow where tracks stop, and the knowledge that sometimes human lives fall into those blanks with no warning at all. The tape clicks off with a small, decisive sound, leaving you alone with the hiss that lingers in your own head. Tonight, the mountain is far away. The road, the trailer, the frozen river of headlights and bad decisions. All of that stays on some high, quiet ridge where the air is thin and the pines murmur to each other about things that are none of your concern. The snow there has its own business to attend to. It does not reach your window. Here, in your room, the world is smaller, softer. A lamp casts a warm circle of light over your nightstand, turning the glass of water there into a small, private moon. The shade glows a gentle amber, edges feathering into the darker corners of the room. The ceiling above you is steady, unremarkable, exactly where it has always been. It does not creak with the weight of a radio tower. It does not bend under the push of winter wind. Maybe there is a pet curled at the foot of your bed, a cat in a perfect comma of fur. their sides rising and falling in slow rhythm, or a dog twitching now and then as some half-remembered chase plays out behind closed eyes. Maybe there is only a folded blanket there, the soft suggestion of extra warmth if you need it. Either way, the end of your bed holds no invisible guest, no indentation where something waits and taps on the frame. Maybe the other side of the mattress is empty tonight. Maybe it has been empty for a while. The sheet there still dips in the place where another body once rested, a faint hollow that memory keeps even when time does not. There might be a pillow that no one has used in weeks, positioned just the way they liked it. Or there might be nothing at all but unused space and the gentle weight of air. Whatever the shape of your bed, the narrator's voice turns toward you now, speaking softly, as if careful not to disturb anything you have finally managed to set down for the day. You are not on a mountain tonight, the voice says. You are not standing on a narrow road, with snow up to your knees and the dark pressing in from every side. You are not choosing whether to follow a sign that should not exist. You are not listening for footsteps that are one too many. You have walls. They may not be perfect. Maybe the paint peels in one corner, or a small crack runs from the window frame toward the ceiling like a thin, patient river. Maybe there is a poster tacked up slightly crooked, or a photo in a frame that you never got around to straightening. But these walls belong to you. They do not shift in the night because the ground beneath them is unsure. They do not hold the smell of metal and old canned meat. You have a roof. Rain, when it comes, patters on it in a familiar way. It does not pound in a panic, trying to break through. Snow, if your part of the world gets it, lands and melts and slides, but it does not bury you alive. Above your head, beams hold, nails stay where they were hammered, and if the building sighs in its sleep, it does so quietly, like a house remembering other summers. You have heat that comes without a valve you have to touch. Somewhere, in another room, or behind a wall, a system hums for you. A heater, a radiator, a vent that breathes out air just warm enough to keep the edge off. You do not have to go out into the wind and turn a stubborn metal handle. You do not have to weigh the risk of being seen against the comfort of a flame. The warmth finds you on its own, curling under the bed, lifting over the blankets, brushing your cheeks. Listen for it. The faint hum of the heater, the quiet rush as air moves through a vent, the steady, very soft clunk it makes when it cycles on and off. These are small, mechanical heartbeats, beating for you, for your comfort. From outside, you might hear the low, distant whoosh of actual traffic. Cars moving along a real highway, headlights carving clean, safe lines through the dark. They are not looking for you. They are not chasing anyone up a back road that does not appear on any useful map. They are people going home from late shifts, from dinners, from errands they put off until the last minute. Their sound is a reminder that the world is still out there, functioning in its sloppy, ordinary way. Somewhere in your room, a clock ticks. Maybe it is on the wall, a round face with numbers that glow faintly. Maybe it is the digital red of an alarm clock by your bed, or the gentle click of a watch on your nightstand. However it marks time, it does so steadily, 1 second at a time, never speeding up just because your thoughts do. Tick, 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 a metronome for your breathing. You are not walking away from a car that would have started for you, the narrator says. You are not standing with your hand on the key, deciding whether to trust the only safe thing you have left. Tonight, you are allowed to stay. You are allowed to choose the warm, obvious shelter and remain in it. No one is asking you to go out into the white. Your blankets are not ration. You can pull them up to your chin if you want, or kick one foot out if you are a little too warm. You can adjust your pillow, flip it to the cooler side, tuck your hand underneath. The small decisions of comfort are yours to make. There is no mountain breath on the other side of your wall, waiting for you to slip and call it by the wrong name. The lights in your house do not fear being lit. You turned your lamp on without asking permission from anyone but the switch. If you wanted another light, you could have it. If you want darkness, you can slide easily into it, one click away from soft shadow. The night outside your window does not lean in eagerly when you do. If you hear a whistle in the dark tonight, the narrator says, and the room seems to pay a little more attention, in the pipes, or in the way the wind squeezes past the corner of your building, you do not have to answer it. You do not have to sit up and listen for where it is coming from. You do not have to put your bare feet on the floor and walk toward it just because curiosity scratches at your ribs. The voice stays calm. Feather Ridge is very far from here. Let it stay far. A small, harmless noise somewhere in your home. A radiator ticking as it cools. A refrigerator cycling. A neighbor closing a door jumps in your awareness for a second, like a miniature knock, knock, knock. Then it passes. Your own breath becomes the main sound. In and out. In and out. Steady, like the clock, like the heater, like the pulse sitting quietly in your wrist. Somewhere up on that mountain, in the part of the world you will never stand in, exactly the same way they did, the snow-covered road still remembers. It remembers the sound of 5 pairs of boots, clumsy and determined, pushing through drifts in the dark. It remembers the way they hesitated at certain bends, paused near certain trees, laughed once in the wrong place. It might remember, in some way, that only mountains understand. One more set of steps that did not leave a print anyone could see. Some roads remember us, the narrator says, voice almost a whisper now. Not because they are haunted in the way movies talk about, but because the choices we made there never really stop echoing. They sit in the curve of a ditch, in the bend of a trail, in the way the wind changes tone at a particular corner. Then gently, what road remembers you like that? Is it a hallway in a hospital where you once made a decision you cannot take back? Is it a street in your hometown where you said something you still replay in your head at 3 in the morning? Is it a house you no longer live in? A car you no longer own? A moment you no longer speak about? The question hangs there, soft, no demand in it. And are you sure, the voice adds, that you want to go back there in your dreams tonight? You could. The mind is good at that. It can redraw the worst turns of your life with cruel accuracy, make you walk them again in bare feet. It can send you up roads you did not mean to take, back into rooms you have already left. Or you can choose something else here, in this small, warm space that belongs to you. Turn toward the warm side of the bed, the narrator says, soothing now, almost fading into the background hum of your room. Breathe in. Let your chest rise and fall in a way the mountain never got to steal. Let your thoughts drift someplace softer, someplace with fewer roads and more sun. Outside, the world will keep its ridges and its puzzles. Feather Ridge will go on holding its unanswered questions at the edge of the sky. You do not have to carry them up there tonight. Turn your face toward the comfort you have built. Feel the mattress hold your weight, and let your body remember what safety feels like. Breathe in, and let the road to Feather Ridge belong only to the ones who already walked it. Next story, The Five from Hollow Ridge. Red Hollow always looked gentlest in the last light of a winter Friday. The gas station sign at the edge of town flickered between half-lit letters, buzzing softly as if it were tired of spelling the same brand name every day. Across the road, the little white church sat with its paint peeling in curled strips, cross-silhouetted against a sky that was already turning the color of bruised lavender. 2 lanes of asphalt cut straight through it all, dark and narrow, bordered by pine-covered hills that rose like sleeping animals around the town, holding it in. The air that evening was cold enough to bite the nose, but it carried a strange kind of comfort. You could taste wood smoke from someone's fireplace 2 streets over, mixed with the faint, metallic dryness of oncoming frost. Somewhere a dog barked once and then thought better of it. A pickup rolled lazily through the main intersection, its tires hissing on the chilled pavement, and the wind chimes on an old porch answered with a thin, wavering song. Far away, the highway hummed, a steady, distant thread of sound that said the world outside Red Hollow was still moving, even if this place seemed content to stand still. In a small blue house 3 blocks off the main road, Eli Wade sat at the kitchen table with his head bent in deep concentration. The table was covered with a paper placemat from the diner his mother liked, the front smeared with ketchup, but the back gloriously blank. That was where Eli had drawn, in thick green and yellow marker, the mascot of the Hollow Ridge Gators. The lines wobbled just a bit, the alligator's grin too big, its eyes slightly uneven, but he was proud of it. He held a colored pencil in his large hand, as carefully as if it were a tool that could break the whole world if he pressed too hard. The only sounds around him were gentle ones. The clink of forks as his mother set the table, the rising whistle of the kettle on the stove, the steady low hum of the refrigerator. Every so often, the pencil scratched, filling in another patch of the mascot's jersey, the number on its chest matching the one Eli would wear tomorrow. "Remember, you cannot stay up too late," his mother said, without turning from the stove. "Big day tomorrow." Eli nodded without looking up, tongue caught between his teeth as he colored. He did not have the right word for it, but something in his chest felt bright and full, almost too big. A tournament, a real one. If they won, there would be a trip to Los Angeles, a city he had only seen in commercials and halftime ads. For now, though, his world was the paper alligator and the quiet kitchen, where nothing bad had ever really happened. Across town, in a second-floor bedroom above a garage that smelled faintly of oil and old rubber, Mason Cruz lined up his pills on his nightstand. The bedroom was small, its single lamp casting a pool of yellow light over the worn carpet and the unmade bed. On the wall hung a framed photo of him in an army uniform from years ago. Eyes sharper then, shoulders squared as if they could carry anything. Tonight, his shoulders were hunched, his fingers moving slowly, making sure every capsule and tablet was where it needed to be. One by one, he checked the labels. The white one for the morning, the pale blue one for the night, the tiny round one that steadied his hands when the world felt too loud. The ticking of the alarm clock on the nightstand kept time with his counting, steady and precise. In the next room, the muffled sound of a television game show leaked through the wall, laughter flattened and distant. Under all of it, just at the edge of his awareness, there was that faint ringing in his ears again, the one that sometimes made him stop in the middle of a sentence and listen. He swallowed the evening dose with a sip of water, feeling the cool slide down. When he looked up, his own face stared back from the mirror on the closet door. For a moment, he did not quite recognize the man there, the slight hollow under the eyes, the scar at the hairline where something had once gone wrong, far from here. He tilted his head, listening to nothing in particular, making sure there was no other sound but the clock and the TV and his own breath. Satisfied, or at least willing to pretend he was, he turned away and began to straighten his pillow, as if the right alignment might keep the night calm. In the small office at the Red Hollow Care Home, a telephone's plastic handset was cradled carefully between Theo Blake's shoulder and ear. He stood by the window, watching the early dark roll over the parking lot, while the oxygen machine in the next room wheezed in its slow, patient rhythm. The faint, regular beeping of a monitor seeped through the thin wall, punctuating the pauses in his conversation. "I will not make it in tonight, Miss Eleanor," Theo said softly, twisting the hem of his shirt with his free hand. "We have the big game tomorrow, the one I told you about. The team needs to watch this match for inspiration." On the other end, an old woman's voice crackled through the line, dry and warm, like paper set near a heater. She told him to cheer loud for her, to tell the television men that Red Hollow existed, that small towns still cared about basketball. Theo laughed quietly, a little embarrassed, but deeply pleased. He promised he would sit in the stands and pray for every shot to find the hoop. When he hung up, the room felt a touch emptier. The oxygen machine hissed, the monitor beeped, and the telephone line went dead with a tiny click. For a few seconds, Theo just stood there, listening to the hollow silence on the other side of the handset before placing it gently back in its cradle, as if he were laying something fragile down to rest. On the other side of town, Ryan Cole knelt on his bedroom floor, surrounded by shoes. 3 pairs of sneakers were lined up in careful order, white, gray, and the green and black pair he had chosen for the game. He picked up each in turn, checking the laces, pressing the soles. He arranged them by color once, then again, then a third time, just to feel the rightness of the pattern settle in his chest. In the hallway, the washing machine spun itself into a rising, watery roar. Downstairs, his father hummed tunelessly, the sound drifting up with the smell of reheated pizza. The rubber soles squeaked softly on the kitchen tile when Ryan finally slid his feet into the green and black pair, pulling the straps tight. Velcro ripped with a quick, satisfying tear, then pressed together, secure. He stood, bounced once, twice on the balls of his feet. His dad appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a dish towel, and gave him a wordless thumbs up. Ryan flushed with quiet pride, eyes dropping to the floor. He did not say anything. He never did when he got too happy. But he felt taller in that moment, as if the shoes themselves had added an inch. Behind a narrow, single-story house with peeling paint and a sagging fence, Brendan Holt was talking to his car again. The dark blue Buick sat in the gravel driveway like a patient animal, chrome-dulled but not defeated by the years. Brendan circled it with a clean rag in hand, wiping the windshield in slow, deliberate strokes. Every now and then, he leaned close to check for streaks, his breath briefly fogging the glass in soft ghosts that vanished as quickly as they came. "You and me, we take care of the guys tonight," he murmured under his breath, fingers tracing the edge of the hood ornament. Nice and easy, no surprises. Straight there, straight back. The engine answered with a low, contented rumble when he turned the key, the sound vibrating through the frame and up into his palms. Somewhere above, a crow called once from the telephone line, its cry sharp against the evening quiet, then beat its wings and vanished into the pines. Brendan glanced up, squinting at the sky, more out of habit than suspicion. The clouds were gathering, but that was the forecast, was it not? A chance of something in the hills, nothing serious. That was what the TV had said. Inside his living room, the weather alert had come on between commercials and a sitcom rerun. A calm voice talked about unexpected snowfall at higher elevations. Little graphics of clouds and flurries spinning over a cartoon map. No one in the house listened closely. The sound faded into background noise, just another piece of information that did not quite reach the heart. There was dinner to eat, uniforms to fold, a friend's knock to expect at the door. Out in the driveway, as Brendan gave the hood one final wipe, his rag caught on something. He stepped back and frowned. There, on the curved metal near the front, a thin line of dried mud traced a pale, dusty path across the blue paint. It seemed to curve inward, then away, like the sketch of a road bending into nowhere. For a moment, he just stared at it, an odd, tiny chill moving across his shoulders that had nothing to do with the cold air. He blinked, looked away toward the street, where the town lights were just beginning to wink on one by one. A dog barked somewhere. A truck rolled past. The wind chimes, 2 houses down, shivered. When he looked back at the hood, the line of mud was only a smear now, irregular and meaningless, the kind of mark any day's drive might leave behind. Brendan snorted softly at himself, rubbed the spot until the paint shone, and told the car, almost joking, that roads did not draw themselves. Not here, not in Red Hollow, not on a night like this. Evening in Red Hollow felt like a lullaby written in small sounds. From one end of town to the other, kitchens glowed with amber light. Radios murmured through the static of the local station, and somewhere, a basketball drummed lazily against a cracked driveway. The day had thinned to its final layer of light. You could almost see the cold waiting just beyond it, patient, harmless for now. Inside those houses, the people who mattered most to 5 young men were doing what families do before a big day. Folding, checking, hoping, not knowing. Eli, Wade's mother, laid his jersey out on the couch as if it were a holy cloth. The number gleamed white under the lamplight. His favorite, the one he'd insisted was lucky. She smoothed the fabric with her palms, careful of the printed letters that spelled Gators. On the arm of the couch, she placed his wristband, and beside it, a small plastic cross on a chain, his good luck charm since the year he joined the team. From the kitchen came the soft pop of oil and the scent of ground beef frying. The radio, turned low, crooned an old classic about California nights. Eli hovered in the doorway, pretending to study the song lyrics printed on the cereal box, but his eyes kept sliding back to the jersey. "You'll look sharp tomorrow," his mother said, without glancing up from the stove. "Coach will have to keep you from stealing the whole show." He smiled shyly. "It's not stealing if we win," he said, the words heavy with seriousness that made her laugh. She didn't tell him how proud she already was, or that she had called her sister that morning just to say her boy was finally getting his big game. pride, like fear, was something quiet people kept to themselves in Red Hollow. Across town, in the driveway where the Buick waited, Mason's stepfather leaned against the hood and tapped the gas gauge with a knuckle. The needle quivered and stayed steady on half a tank, good enough for the trip to Chico and back. Should top her off in the morning, the man muttered to himself. He lifted the hood, looked over belts and hoses he didn't fully understand, the breath from his mouth making brief, cloudy ghosts. Behind him, the porch light flickered, catching the edge of Mason's silhouette in the doorway. "You're set," his stepfather said. "No detours, no joyrides, you hear?" Mason nodded. The cold pinched his face, but it wasn't the temperature that made him shiver. Something about the hum of the street, the way it seemed to pause between car sounds, was off. The hills beyond town were darker than usual, dense, swallowing even the faint glimmer of farm lights. The silence pressed against his ears until he could hear his own pulse. Then, faint and impossible to be sure of, a whistle floated on the air. 3 short notes: high, low, high. Not the wind, not a bird, something made on purpose. He froze, head tilted. The sound dissolved into the passing rumble of a pickup far down the road. He waited for it to come again. It didn't. He blinked hard and rubbed his arms. The meds sometimes made sounds stretch, echo longer than they should. Just the wind, he told himself. Just nothing. Theo Blake sat by his bedroom window with the phone pressed to his ear. The smell of lemon polish from his mother's cleaning still strong in the room. His pastor's voice came through the line, warm and reassuring. "Tomorrow's the Lord's Day, and yours too, Theo. I'll say a prayer for your team before service." Theo smiled, tracing a finger through the condensation on the glass. Outside, the streetlight painted long yellow lines on the pavement, and for a second, he imagined the glow as a court under starlight. "We'll need it," he said. "We're going to play hard." "You already have," the pastor replied. "You boys keep each other safe. That's more than any trophy." When Theo hung up, the hum of the dial tone seemed to stretch a little too long before cutting off. He looked at the receiver in his hand, then at the dark window. A shadow of his own reflection stared back, but behind it, just for a heartbeat, he thought he saw movement, like something tall crossing the street. Then a car passed, headlights scattering the illusion, and the road was empty again. Ryan Cole's house smelled like dog hair and detergent. The washer thudded downstairs, shaking dust from the light fixture while Ryan crouched by the couch, whispering to his golden retriever, Murphy. "I gotta go watch the big game," he said, scratching behind the dog's ear. Murphy groaned, rolled on his back for more. "Don't look sad. I'll be home before midnight. Promise." He hugged the animal's neck, breathing in the warm, sleepy scent of fur, and thought about how tomorrow he'd get to wear his green and black sneakers on a real court. For once, maybe people would notice him for something besides his stutter. From the kitchen came the metallic fizz of a soda can opening, followed by his mother's voice calling that his friends would be here soon. He stood, patting Murphy's head one last time. The dog barked once, low and soft, as if trying to answer him. Down the street, someone was practicing jump shots. The ball thumped against concrete, squeaked against rubber soles, a rhythm steady enough to sound like a heartbeat. Ryan found himself matching steps to it as he went to the window and waited for headlights. At the Holt house, Brendan circled a red pen around tomorrow's date on a paper calendar. Saturday, 10 a.m., finals. The mark bled slightly on the paper, forming a ring that looked like an eclipse. In the living room, his sister flipped between channels, landing on the weather forecast. Animated snowflakes twirled over cartoon hills north of their town. "They say the mountains might get a dusting tonight," she said. "Looks pretty." Brendan laughed, stretching his arms over his head. "We'll be in and out before it even sticks." He wasn't worried. The Buick's tires were good, the tank half full, and the boys would be with him. What could happen on a 2-hour drive? He imagined them laughing, music on, maybe stopping for burgers on the way back. Tomorrow was supposed to be simple: a game, a win, a drive, home. He capped the red pen and set it on the table. Somewhere beyond the front door, wind moved through the trees, brushing against the shingles in long, sighing strokes. The sound reminded him faintly of breath over a bottle's rim, a low, drawn-out whistle that faded as quickly as it came. By 8 o'clock, the town had settled into its nighttime quiet. Kitchen lights dimmed one by one, televisions murmured from living rooms, and the streets took on the amber hush of early sleep. Then, from different corners of Red Hollow, the five began to converge. Eli, freshly showered, clutching his folded jersey. Theo, his Bible tucked into his jacket pocket out of habit. Ryan bouncing on his heels. Mason staring at the dark edge of the sky. Brendan at the wheel, headlights spilling gold across the curb. When the Buick pulled up outside Mason's house, he was already on the porch. The others inside waved from the back seat, fogging the glass with their laughter. Brendan leaned over and honked lightly, the sound startling a flock of pigeons from a nearby wire. Mason stepped down, still half in the fog of that earlier whistle, but he smiled as he opened the passenger door. "You boys ready to make history?" Brendan said. Eli grinned. "As long as we win, it's history." The car filled with the smell of snack food and the warmth of 5 bodies crowded too close, the heater wheezing to life. Brendan turned the key, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the engine caught with a soft growl. The radio, which no one had touched, sprang to life on its own, tuned to a weak AM station buried in static. Through the hiss came a voice, slow, distant, almost drowned in interference. "Tonight's roads may change faster than you think." A brief crackle, then silence. Brendan laughed, shaking his head. "That's the forecast for everywhere, huh?" He turned the dial until a rock song took its place, loud and ordinary. But Mason, staring out the window at the pines slipping past, felt the words settle deep inside him, cold and sure as a snowflake on skin. He could not have said why, but they felt less like a warning about weather and more like something personal, whispered directly to him. The car rolled out of town, its taillights disappearing down the straight road that cut through Red Hollow's sleeping heart. 5 boys, a blue Buick, and a night that had already begun to bend. Cascade Valley College looked bigger than any place they had a right to be in. The gym was a white box of light in the dark campus, its glass doors shining like a television screen from the parking lot. Inside, the world sharpened into sound and color. Harsh overhead lamps buzzing, polished floor gleaming with reflected movement, the shrill squeak of rubber soles cutting sudden lines through the air. The smell of buttered popcorn, spilled soda, and old sweat wrapped around everything, thick and strangely comforting. The boys hung back for a moment just inside the entrance, letting their eyes adjust. The roar of the crowd rolled over them. Cheers, jeers, the metallic thump of a marching band drum. For a heartbeat, They were just 5 shapes in a wide doorway, small and uncertain. Then Brendan nudged Eli with his elbow, and they moved, pulled forward into the noise like pieces on a board. They found seats halfway up the bleachers, not too high, not too low. Students in college hoodies and hats pressed in on either side, knees bumping, foam fingers waving. The floor below glowed with lines and arcs, 2 teams in bright uniforms darting through arranged chaos. The ball snapped from hand to hand, thudded off the backboard, sank or bounced away. Eli started counting rebounds out loud almost immediately. 3, 4, 5. No, that was a tip, not a real one, he muttered, his voice carrying over the people in front of him. A man in a baseball cap turned halfway around, annoyed at first, then seemed to take in Eli's intense concentration and let it go with a small shake of his head. Every time someone grabbed the ball off the rim, Eli's hand jerked slightly, like he wanted to be down there, arms stretched, eyes on the orange blur. When the crowd rose for a fast break, he stood too slowly and sat too late, perpetually 1 beat off from the wave, but utterly present. Next to him, Ryan clapped whenever the rest of the stands did, sometimes a second too early or too late, but always with both hands, full force. His palms were already pink. He kept glancing sideways to watch the others, making sure he was doing it right. When someone behind them shouted something about the ref needing glasses, Ryan laughed a little too loudly, then slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide as if he had just sworn in church. Theo stood, with his hand over his heart during the national anthem, lips moving in silent words he knew by memory, eyes closed briefly, as if he were somewhere else entirely. The crackle of the old sound system made the singer's voice waver, dipping in and out of tune. Theo did not seem to mind. To him, any place where people gathered and sang in unison had its own kind of holiness. From the end of the row, Brendan kept stealing glances over his shoulder at the glass doors. Through them, the parking lot was a shifting mosaic of reflections, bodies moving, lights from the scoreboard flashing, the faint glimmer of his dark blue Buick sitting right where he had left it. Every time his gaze found it, his shoulders loosened a little. Still there, safe, nothing happening to it. "It is fine," Mason said once, catching him looking. "No one wants your old boat." "It is not old," Brendan replied out of reflex, then let it go. His tone was easy, but his fingers tapped his knee in a rapid rhythm that did not match the band's drums. Mason himself seemed less interested in the game than in the shape of the space around them. His eyes kept tracking the glowing red exit signs over the doors, counting them, making sure they were still where they were supposed to be. Every few minutes, he checked the route back down the stairs in his head. Row, steps, aisle, door, car. Row, steps, aisle, door, car. It was not fear, exactly. More like a habit he had grown used to since the year his mind had let go of its grip in a different country, under different lights. At halftime, the band marched awkwardly onto the court, playing something too loud and brassy. People in their section stood to stretch, shuffling past with knees and backpacks and the paper scrape of popcorn tubs. The boys stayed seated for a moment, letting the human current flow around them. That was when Mason looked up and saw her. Across the gym, on the opposite set of bleachers, a woman in a red coat stood perfectly still. While everyone else moved, sitting, standing, talking, waving their arms, she did not. The coat was the color of old blood under fluorescent light, too bright and too flat at the same time. She was positioned at the end of a row, not far from where the aisle cut down toward the court, in clear sightline of their group. Her face was in shadow, the overhead lights hitting just above her head, turning her features into a darker blur beneath the hood. She was not looking at the court. Her head was angled slightly down and across, tilted in the direction of the aisle where Brendan and Eli and the others sat. Something in the sound of the gym changed for Mason then. The band's blare thinned, as if someone had twisted an invisible knob. The crowd shouted jokes and shouted stats muffled, fading to a distant underwater roar. In their place rose a high, thin tone inside his ears, not quite a whistle, not quite ringing, a pressure, like someone squeezing the air from both sides of his head. He blinked hard, once, twice, squeezed his eyes shut, and opened them again. The woman in the red coat was still there, still standing, still tilted toward them. He looked away, quickly, focused on the court, on the band's sloppy routines, on Eli asking loudly how many points the home team needed to pull ahead. He made himself follow the lines of the floor with his gaze, from one painted arc to another, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. He glanced back without meaning to, like a tongue checking a sore tooth. She was one row closer. Same end of the bleachers, same posture. The crowd moved in front of her, yet she did not push past anyone, did not jostle, did not seem to exist on quite the same layer as the rest of them. Her hand now rested lightly on the metal rail that separated the aisle from the seats. Fingers spread as if feeling for something, not gripping, listening. If metal could carry sound the way bone carried it, Mason thought, that was how you might listen for things coming up from underneath. The tone in his ears climbed a half step higher. He swallowed against it. "You okay?" Theo asked, noticing his pale face. "Yeah," Mason said. "Just too loud for a second." He did not look back again. Not during halftime. Not while the game ground through its second half and the home team clawed its way toward a narrow victory. By the time the buzzer sounded and the crowd released its final cheer, the ringing had faded. He could almost convince himself he had imagined her, the way he sometimes imagined shapes in the corners of motel rooms on bad nights. Outside, the air was colder, cleaner, the sound smaller. The boys spilled out of the gym with the rest of the crowd, talking over one another, their breath puffing in quick white bursts. They headed toward the parking lot, but a neon convenience store sign near the edge of campus pulled them sideways like a magnet. "Snacks for the road," Brendan declared. "Champions need fuel." The bell over the store door chimed when they pushed through, the sound thin and tinny. Inside, the place was almost empty, just a clerk leaning on the counter and a flickering cooler humming in the back. The fluorescent lights hummed louder than the ones in the gym, casting everything in a sleepless, pale glow. They roamed the aisles in a loose knot, grabbing potato chips, candy bars, bottles of soda, and chocolate milk. Plastic crinkled. A fridge door sucked inside as it opened and closed. Someone dropped a bag of chips, and it burst with a soft, defeated hiss. For a few minutes, the world was reduced to choices of flavor and the joy of having a couple of dollars to spend without anyone telling them no. At the register, the clerk rang them up with the bored efficiency of someone who had seen every kind of late-night customer. "Big game?" he asked, noticing Eli's Gators hoodie. "Biggest," Eli said. "Tomorrow." "Then you better get some sleep," the clerk replied. "Roads get weird up in the hills if you stay out too late." He smirked, as if it were just a joke. The scanner beeped once, twice, marking each item with a red line of light. Arms full of junk food, they pushed back out through the glass door. For a moment, all 5 of them were caught in the reflection there. 5 young men in second-hand jackets and bright sneakers, faces flushed with cold and excitement, laughing about nothing. Behind that reflection, painted faintly over their shoulders in the glass, the parking lot stretched out. Cars crouched under sodium lights, pavement glistening faintly with frost. In the reflection, directly beside their dark blue Buick, a red shape stood very still. A coat, long, the hood up. The head turned not toward the store, but toward the car door on the passenger side, as if waiting for someone to open it from the inside. It was there only for half a second, just long enough for Mason's eyes to snag on it, just long enough for his breath to catch. Then the door swung fully shut. The reflection shattered into smaller fragments of light, and the image was gone. "Come on, let us move," Brendan said, nudging him toward the lot. Mason twisted, searching the row where they had parked. The Buick sat alone, dark and inert, under the lamppost. No red coat, no figure, just the car, patiently waiting. Maybe it had been another coat, maroon, not red. Maybe it had been a tail light from someone backing out behind them. Maybe the fluorescent bulbs inside the store had warped the view. He stacked those explanations up in his mind, like cans on a shelf, neat and reachable. They loaded into the car, snacks rustling, doors slamming one by one. Brendan started the engine, and the Buick's lights swept across the edge of the campus as they pulled away. Beyond the gym, just past the pool of brightness thrown by its windows, a roadside sign stood at the fork where the campus drive met the darker, narrower road that led upward. The sign read, in chipped black letters, Hollow Ridge Service Road. Seasonal access only. It hung slightly crooked, as if a hand had turned it not long ago, angling it just so that anyone leaving the college would see it first before they noticed the highway out to safety. The car rolled on. No one in it was looking at the sign, but if the night had eyes, it might have looked from the 5 laughing figures in the Buick to those bent words and smiled, very softly, at the way tomorrow was already beginning to rewrite itself. The highway at night had its own kind of hypnosis. Yellow lane markers flashed in a steady rhythm under the Buick's nose, appearing and vanishing like dashes of light in a long, unbroken sentence. The world beyond the reach of the headlights was just darkness with hints. Fence posts, the ghostly suggestion of trees, the occasional sign blinking by too fast to read. Inside the car, everything felt small and contained. 5 bodies, too much sugar, the soft green glow of the dashboard lighting up their faces from below. The heater breathed warm air across their legs. The radio played a song someone half remembered from a commercial, the drums thudding softly under the hum of the tires. Candy wrappers crackled every time someone shifted. Soda fizzed, shaken by the imperfections of the road. It was late, later than most of them were used to being out, but excitement made a bright, crackling layer over the beginning heaviness in their eyes. "That block in the 3rd quarter?" Eli said from the back seat, leaning forward so his seatbelt cut diagonally across his neck. He went up like... He threw both hands in the air, fingers spread, reenacting the motion. He went all the way up. "You keep your hands down, man, or you were going to smack me in the face," Brendan said. But his voice held more amusement than irritation. His eyes stayed on the road. His fingers were relaxed at 10 and 2 on the wheel. They missed that foul call, Ryan added quickly. The one when he hit his elbow, Theo supplied, smiling. Yeah, Ref was blind on that one. They talked over each other, words tumbling, retelling plays as if their version might change the final score. In their retelling, no mistakes stayed mistakes. Every near miss became a clean win. Every bad call got fixed in memory. It was the magic of leaving a good game late at night, carrying it home like heat in their pockets. Outside, the tires hummed against the asphalt in a constant soothing vibration. Occasionally, a semi-truck thundered past in the other lane, its lights a brief blaze that rattled the windows and then vanished. Between those intrusions, it was just them and the road and the low murmur of the radio. They did not notice the first snowflake. It flitted across the beam of the right headlight, spinning briefly before disappearing into the dark. Another followed, then another, soft flecks that looked more like dust than weather at first. Brendan noticed them as faint flashes, like insects. His eyes lingered, tracking one. It seemed to drift slower than it should have, as if falling through thicker air. On the radio, the song crackled, dissolved under a burst of static, came back quieter. A smooth, bored voice slid in over the music. Those of you driving through the foothills tonight, the announcer said, may see a few unseasonal flurries. Nothing serious. Roads are clear. Just a little surprise from the sky. The voice laughed softly at its own attempted joke. In the back seat, Theo said, see, it will be fine, as if the announcer had spoken directly to someone's worry. No one had voiced any, but the reassurance settled over them anyway. Within minutes, the snow went from gentle to insistent. Flakes thickened, catching in the headlights like a swarm of pale moths. They fell straight down at first, then started to angle, blown sideways by a wind that sounded different from the gentle air they'd driven through an hour ago. Where the beams struck the darkness ahead, the world turned into a tunnel of white streaks. The lines of the road blurred at the edges. Whoa, Ryan breathed softly. It's kinda pretty. Pretty from inside the car, yeah, Brendan said, leaning forward, narrowing his eyes. The windshield wipers, which had been set to intermittent, clicked up to a faster pace as a sheet of moisture began to gather. The blades squeaked, leaving brief, clean arcs before more snow filled the space. Another truck roared past in the other lane, but now its lights were smeared halos. The whoosh it made as it passed seemed louder, edged with a hollow sound, like air being pushed into a narrow tunnel. When it was gone, the darkness that rushed back felt closer than it had before, pressing against the windows. Mason, in the passenger seat, glanced at the speedometer, then out at the lane markers. Maybe we should get off the main highway, he said, before it ices. People drive like idiots when it snows. Not supposed to be much, Theo said from the back. Radio guy said. Yeah, well, radios have been wrong before, Mason replied. He traced a little circle on the fog, forming at the bottom corner of his window, wiping it away with his sleeve. His eyes moved from the road ahead to the blur of the side of the highway, searching for signs, for exits, for options. Visibility dropped another notch, as if someone had twisted a dimmer switch. The yellow lines seemed to come at them faster now, even though Brendan had eased off the gas. Shadows of pine trees appeared and vanished at the edges of their vision. Each reflector post they passed looked like a thin, watching figure, standing just beyond the shoulder. There, Mason said, suddenly pointing. Sign. On the right side of the road, a rectangle of metal loomed out of the snow. The headlights swept over it long enough for the bold black letters to jump into clarity. Hollow Ridge Service Road. Access only. Below that, in smaller print, there were more words. Something about seasons, maintenance. But a strip of snow clung stubbornly to that part of the sign, turning the letters into a pale, unreadable smear. The car moved too quickly for them to see more. "Is that the road that goes behind town?" Theo asked, leaning forward between the seats. His voice was uncertain, thoughtful. "I think I have heard people talk about it." Ryan twisted around to look out the back window, as if he could somehow see the turnoff from there. All he saw was the swirling white chasing their taillights. "If it goes behind town," he said, "then it's a shortcut, right? We could be home faster." Shortcut. Faster. Home. The words sat in the air like small, bright promises. Eli shifted in his seat, the belt tightening across his chest. "If it's faster, that's good," he said. "We should be home. My mom said, do not be late." The idea of being late to anything important made his stomach knot. He wanted to believe someone knew the way, anyway. Brendan kept his hand steady on the wheel, the main highway stretching ahead like a gray ribbon being slowly erased. The idea of staying on it while visibility got worse, with other drivers barreling past, made him uneasy. He was responsible for the car and the people inside it. He felt the weight of that in his shoulders. "We take it easy," he said. "If it looks bad, we turn right back around." The turnoff came up faster than he expected. A darker gap in the guardrail, a quick drop in the roadside shoulder. He flicked the blinker out of habit, even though no one was around to see it, and guided the Buick onto the narrower lane. The tires bumped once over the seam where new pavement met old. As the front wheels left the highway, the radio gave a sharp, crackling pop. The song that had been playing broke into shreds of sound, like a tape being eaten. For a breathless second, only static filled the car, a hissing, hungry noise that seemed to come from inside their skulls more than from the speakers. Then, under the static, another voice slid in. Not the announcers, not anyone from the station. A voice they knew, stretched and flattened, like a recording of someone speaking underwater. "I have been here before," it said. The words were Mason's. His tone, his cadence, his exact way of putting emphasis on been. But his mouth was closed. He had not spoken. His head snapped up. His hand flew to his throat, as if he'd feel the words still vibrating there. For a heartbeat, his heart was far too loud in his own ears, drowning out the static. "Did you?" he started, then stopped. The radio coughed once more and dropped back into the ordinary murmur of distant chatter and a faint tinny guitar line. Whatever glitch had happened was gone, swallowed by normality. "What?" Brendan asked, eyes on the dark, narrowing road ahead. "Nothing," Mason said. The word felt thin. It did not cover anything at all. The Buick moved forward, leaving the main highway behind. The snow in front of them thickened into a white tunnel, and the lane markers disappeared entirely. Somewhere behind them, the larger road went on without them, unbothered, stretching safely through the night for every driver who had not noticed or chosen that small, crooked sign. The service road felt different the moment all four tires settled onto it. The smooth hum of the highway gave way to a rougher vibration, like the car was rolling over old bones buried just beneath the dirt. There were no painted lines here, no glowing reflectors to guide them, just two dark ruts pressed into the ground by other vehicles long gone, now half filled with snow. The trees moved closer, thick pines and bare-boned oaks leaning in from both sides, their branches knitting overhead into a loose canopy that caught the falling flakes and shook them down in sudden little showers. Brendan tightened his grip on the wheel, following the grooves with an instinct more than sight. The Buick's headlights cut a short cone into the darkness, catching the trunks of trees just long enough to turn them into gray pillars before the car slid past and left them behind. Snow lay thin on the ground for now, dusting the road like spilled flour. But it was building on the branches, gathering weight, the promise of more. Inside the Buick, the heater blew steady warmth, the fan rattling faintly behind the dash panel in a way it always had. The air vents smelled of old vinyl and the ghost of other winters. Every few seconds, a small piece of gravel or ice pinged off the underside of the car with a metallic tap, like a knuckle rapping at the floorboards. Above them, a low branch scraped along the roof with a slow, drawn-out hiss. "Feels like a logging road," Theo said quietly, peering through the windshield. "Dad used to take us on ones like this, up by the reservoir." "We are not going to the reservoir," Brendan said. "We're cutting behind town. It'll meet up with the ridge road, I think." "You think?" Ryan echoed from the back, his voice sharpening, then blurring as he swallowed. "It is fine," Mason said, eyes flicking from side to side, scanning the tree line. "It is a service road. They use it. People drive it. Not a big deal." Saying it aloud made it feel a little more true. Even if the road itself did not seem interested in agreeing, the radio kept playing while they talked. A song about losing someone in some other state. The kind of thing you only half hear in a moving car. The singer's voice wavered for a moment, dipped. A crackle slid over the chorus like a veil, then pulled away. That happened sometimes when you got out of range. Nobody commented. The next crackle was longer. The song broke into slices, pieces of melody chopping up and dropping out. Brendan reached over and smacked the side of the dash with an open palm, expecting the sound to snap back into place. Instead, the music slurred, slowed, then vanished altogether into a buzzing that rose and fell like someone breathing through a mouthful of bees. "Come on," he muttered, fiddling with the tuning knob. He turned it slowly. The dial moved, but the buzzing persisted, changing texture in small ways he couldn't pin down. Grainy here, smoother there, like moving a flashlight over a wall of fog. Then, a fragment of an old song broke through. A woman's voice, decades out of date, sang half a line about sunshine. A half-second later, a different station punched through. "Gusts up to 40 in the northern counties, so if you're out on..." Gone. Another voice replaced it, this one with a sharper accent, reporting temperatures from a town they'd never heard of. Theo leaned forward. "Are we picking up stations from somewhere else?" "Probably bouncing off the hills," Brendan said, though he had no idea. "We are in a weird spot. It will settle." He twisted the knob again. Static. A snippet of a baseball game in another time zone. Something that might have been church choir, singing in a language he didn't recognize. Then, nothing. The buzzing cleared, and for a moment there was a simple, pure silence from the speakers. In that thin, expectant blank, the car seemed louder. The engine's low growl, the fan's rattle, the squeak of Brendan's hand on the steering wheel. Their breathing. Then it came. From the speakers, as clean and distinct as if someone had leaned into an invisible microphone. 3 short notes whistled out. High, low, high. The sound was not part of any song. It wasn't the leftover shred of a jingle or a snippet of melody. It was deliberate, simple, a pattern a child could remember, a sound a person could make with puckered lips pointed right at you. Every bit of conversation in the car died mid-sentence. Ryan's hands, which had been worrying at the hem of his jacket, froze. Theo's fingers tightened on the strap of his seatbelt. Eli turned his head slowly toward the radio, as if expecting to see someone sitting there. Mason's skin went cold along the back of his neck, each fine hair prickling upright. Then, from the speakers again, the exact same 3-note whistle. High, low, high. This time, Mason felt it land behind his eyes, like a small thrown stone. What the hell? Brendan's voice came out too loud in the hush. His hand shot to the power button, and he jabbed it hard. The radio cut off with a tidy click. No more buzzing, no more slipping voices. The little screen went dark. Silence rushed in to fill the gap. For a half second, it was blessed. Then the whistling started again, from outside. The same pattern, now muffled by glass and distance, came from somewhere in the trees to the left of the car. High, low, high. The notes floated across the narrow road, carried on the same wind that shook snow from the branches. Too close to be anyone's imagination. Too coy to be any normal animal sound they knew. Ryan made a small noise in the back of his throat, halfway between a laugh and a sob. He clapped his hands over his ears. "It is just the wind," he said quickly. "Wind makes weird noises in the trees. Everyone knows that. It is just the wind." "The wind does not whistle in patterns," Mason whispered. He was not sure when his voice had dropped that low. His heart pounded in his chest, beating hard against his sternum. "That pattern, I heard it at the house before we left." "You did not say anything," Theo murmured. "I thought I was—" Mason's mouth closed on the rest of the sentence. He did not want to say the word slipping where the others could hear it. "I did not think anyone else would hear it now." Eli, cramped in the middle of the back seat, hunched his shoulders. "Can we go back?" he asked. "We should go back. This road is weird. We can go back." Brendan's foot eased off the gas. The Buick slowed from its cautious crawl to something closer to a rolling hesitation. The headlights stretched less far ahead, their reach shortening as if the dark were thickening to meet them. He looked down into the speedometer, a comforting cluster of numbers and a needle that still obeyed him. Then lifted his gaze to the rearview mirror. Behind them, there should have been some faint suggestion of the highway's glow, or at least the pale smear of the path they had just taken. Instead, the mirror showed only solid darkness. Not even the faint shine of snow from their taillights, just a black that looked less like absence of light and more like the absence of anything at all. "I do not see our tracks," he said, trying to keep his voice level. "They are there," Theo said too quickly. "Snow might just be covering them. It is falling harder, look." When Brendan shifted his attention to the windshield, something in his stomach flipped. The snow in front of them no longer fell straight down in the beam of the headlights. For a moment, as the car nearly stopped, the flakes seemed to hang weightless, then rise, drifting upward past the glass like sparks from a fire, like they were backing up over their own path. It looked wrong. Like watching a film in reverse and expecting the rest of the world to play along. He blinked. The snow resumed its downward drift. Maybe his eyes had played a trick. Maybe. The engine idled, rumbling low. Over its steady noise, Brendan thought he heard another sound layered faintly behind it. A second engine, perfectly synchronized, as if another car, just like theirs, were right behind them, matching every turn of the crankshaft, every small fluctuation in RPM. He glanced at the mirror again. Nothing. Yet the ghost sound remained at the edge of his hearing, an echo of their own machine, delayed by a heartbeat. The whistle came once more, louder now, as if whatever was making it had stepped a little closer to the roadside. High, low, high. Something inside Brendan clenched. Staying still felt worse than moving. If the road behind them had ceased to exist, if the snow was going to keep falling whether they sat or drove, then forward was the only direction that made sense, even if none of this did. He pressed the gas gently. The Buick rolled onward. The trees leaned in closer. Their branches brushed the roof like fingers. They rounded a bend where the road sloped slightly upward, and the headlights swept across a squat post of wood on the right side of the lane. A road marker stood there, half buried in snow, white paint peeling from its surface. Their lights hit it just long enough to illuminate the words stenciled in black. It should have given a mile count or a route number. Instead, in crude, blocky letters, it said, "You're almost there." No arrow, no distance, just that. A drift had piled up around its base, swallowing whatever information might have once been printed beneath. Ground, if it was still ground, hid everything that might have explained which "there" it meant. "What does that even mean?" Ryan whispered. It did not sound like a question anybody wanted the answer to. Government markers did not talk like that. Highway departments did not stencil encouragements in second person on posts in remote woods. Probably kids messing around, Theo suggested, but there was no conviction in it. "Yeah," Brendan said too quickly. "Kids." No one offered to stop and investigate. The Buick moved past the sign, its headlights turning it back into a shadow among other shadows. The forest swallowed it up again. Somewhere behind them, in a place the mirror could not show, another echoing engine kept pace, and the snow decided, for its own reasons, which way to fall. The farther they went, the less the road seemed to want them. What had started as a rough but passable lane grew steadily worse, the snow thickening in uneven patches where the wind had piled it into low, deceptive drifts. The grooves of packed dirt that had guided the Buick at first were now half lost, hidden beneath white ridges and black slush. As the car rolled forward, its tires sank a little deeper with each yard, water and ice spitting out from under them in dirty arcs. Brendan felt the resistance in the steering wheel before anyone else noticed. The front end tugged slightly, the wheel shivering under his hands as if the ground beneath was shifting. He adjusted, nudging them back into what he hoped was still the center of the lane. Then the right front tire slipped into a rut he had not seen. The Buick lurched sideways, rear end sliding a few inches toward the ditch. The world tilted left. "Whoa! Whoa!" Ryan shouted, his hand slapping instinctively at the door. "Ah, Brendan!" Eli's voice broke high. Brendan's heart slammed against his ribs. He turned into the skid on reflex, hands moving faster than his thoughts. The Buick fishtailed, the rear whipping out and then snapping back as the tires caught some grip in the packed snow. For a second, the headlights swung wildly, painting the trees in broken, jerking sweeps of light. Shadows leapt like startled animals. Then the car straightened. The tires found purchase. The forward momentum eased into a shaky roll. "Nope," Brendan said. breathless, forcing a laugh that did not sound like him. "Nope, we are not doing that again. This is stupid." His hands had gone slick on the wheel. He wiped one on his jeans, the denim rough under his palm. "Turn around," Theo said quietly. The joking tone from earlier was gone. "We should turn around. This is not worth it." "Yeah," Ryan said quickly. "Back to the big road, back to lights." Even Eli, who hated changing plans once they had been decided, nodded vigorously. "We can say it was blocked," he offered, as if they needed an excuse to give someone. "We can say we tried." Brendan swallowed. All right. He eased the car forward another 100 yards, looking for a stretch wide enough to attempt anything like a turn. The snow deepened with every foot, clutching at the tires. The trees on either side crept closer, their trunks forming a claustrophobic gauntlet. At last, he found a slightly wider patch where the road straightened, a place where, in daylight and on dry dirt, turning around would have been nothing more than an annoyance. He brought the Buick to a stop. The sudden stillness made the quiet inside the car feel heavier. Their breaths sounded loud, the heater's hiss and rattle suddenly too prominent. "Okay," he said. "Hang on." He shifted into reverse. The gear clunked into place. He let the car ease back a fraction, then pressed his foot down more firmly. The rear tires spun. At first, it was just a gentle scraping sensation, like a shoe twisting on a wet floor. Then it became a full, frustrated screech as rubber churned against packed snow and hidden mud. The car shuddered, but did not move more than an inch or two. Instead, the Buick seemed to be digging its heels in, sinking fraction by fraction into the icy rut it had chosen. "Come on," Brendan muttered through clenched teeth. He eased off, then tried again with a different touch. Less gas, then more. Each attempt produced the same result: the high, ugly whine of wheels with nothing to grip, the flicker of the dashboard lights as the engine strained, the faint tilt of the car settling unevenly onto one corner. Outside, branches creaked overhead, the sound like old bones complaining. It might have been the natural protest of trees bearing fresh snow. It might have been the noise of something else leaning closer, the woods adjusting themselves to get a better look. The sounds inside the car layered into a little storm of their own. The grinding spin of the tires, the rising whine of the engine, the sharp breaths of 5 people trying not to panic. Each exhale clouded the cool air for a moment before the heater chased it away. The smell of hot engine metal and rubber joined the ever-present sugar and salt of their snacks. "Kill it, Brendan," Mason said suddenly. There was a strain in his voice that had not been there before. "You will burn it out. It is not going anywhere." Brendan let the gas go. The engine dropped back to a rough idle. Then, with a defeated twist of his wrist, he turned the key and shut it off. The fan sputtered down, leaving a silence so complete it seemed almost physical. In that stillness, even the soft spit of melting snow on hot metal could be heard. A faint hiss from the front of the car, like something whispering through its teeth. Underneath that, threading up from the trees, came the whistle. Not sharp and neat this time, but slower, drawn out. The same 3-note pattern pulled long, stretched like someone was replaying it at half speed. High, low, high. Ryan's fingers dug into his ears. "It is the wind," he said again, but the words came out thin, as if he did not believe them. "Trees, wind, that is all." Nobody answered him. In the passenger seat, Mason stared out his side window. eyes fixed on the darkness between two pines. The glass reflected a faint ghost of his own face, but beyond that was only a deep, shifting black. He had the feeling, not a thought, not a belief, but a feeling, that if he kept staring long enough, something would separate itself from that dark. A shape, a figure, something patient. "We are not supposed to stay in the car," he said quietly. The sentence sounded learned, not invented, like a line from a safety briefing long ago, or from a place he did not want to remember. If you get stuck, you do not just sit. You freeze faster. You go find shelter. "The car is shelter," Brendan said. "It has a heater. It has doors. It is better than wandering off in the woods at night." He wanted to sound firm. He mostly sounded tired. Theo shifted to look out the front windshield. He squinted, leaning forward until the seatbelt dug into his chest. "Do you see that?" he asked. "At this point, I am not sure I want to," Brendan muttered. But he followed Theo's gaze anyway. Far ahead, down the narrow throat of road where their headlights had last pointed, a faint orange glow hovered between the tree trunks. It was small, not bright enough to be a car. It did not have the clean lines of electric light. It pulsed slightly, wavering, as if something with a flame were being shielded and then exposed, shielded and exposed. "Like a lantern," Theo said. His voice held something between hope and fear. He had visited enough lonely sick rooms to recognize the peculiar comfort of any light in the dark, no matter how strange. "Maybe there is a cabin, forestry place. They have stations up here, right?" Mason did not answer. Every instinct in him pulled in two directions at once. The part that remembered training exercises, routes, recovery instructions, wanted to agree with him. A lit shelter was better than a dead car on a forgotten road that might not even connect to anywhere. Another part, older, or perhaps just more frightened, wanted to bolt the doors and wait for daylight, clinging to the illusion that the road back would simply reappear with the sun. In the back seat, Eli shifted again, his legs cramped. He kept imagining his mother waking up, going to his room, finding his bed empty. His chest hurt when he pictured it. As the argument in the front simmered, he became aware of a new sensation, a tiny, precise thump from behind him. Tap, just one, right at the rear bumper, where the metal would touch the frame. Not loud, not like a branch falling, more like someone tapping the car with a knuckle. His spine went rigid. He turned his head slowly, not wanting to see, but needing to look. Through the fogged rear window, he could see the red glow of their taillights staining the snow behind them. The light fell only a short distance before being swallowed by the dark, painting two uneven circles on the ground. At the very edge of that glow, where red faded into black, something vertical and thin seemed to stand, a suggestion more than an object. It was just outside clear focus, like a person you glimpsed from the corner of your eye who vanished when you turned your head. Eli blinked. For a fraction of a second, the shape seemed to lean forward. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again. The edge of the light showed only snow and the faint outline of the road's rut. The shape, if it had ever been there, was gone. "Eli?" Theo's voice floated back, gentle. "You okay?" "Fine," Eli said. The word snagged on his tongue. "Just tired of sitting." "Yeah," Brendan said quietly. He exhaled, a long breath that fogged the windshield at the edges. "Okay, here's what we do. We take a couple blankets, some food, we lock the car, we go see what that light is. If it is nothing, We come back and wait for morning. But I am not running this engine all night, trying to dig us deeper into this mess. We clear? No one liked the plan. No one had a better one. They opened the doors one by one, and the night slammed into them. The cold outside was not the same as the polite chill that had seeped into the car earlier. It hit like a slap, sharp and immediate, slicing through jeans and jacket and straight into the skin beneath. Eli hissed. Ryan's eyes watered. The air smelled clean in a way that felt almost indecent, stripped of all familiar tastes. Snowflakes pricked their cheeks, tiny needles of ice. Their breaths became visible, brief ghosts in front of their faces. The soundscape shifted. Instead of the muffled noises of the car, they heard the open night. Wind threading itself through branches, distant creaks, the soft, steady whisper of falling snow landing on snow. Brendan popped the trunk, his fingers already stiffening. They pulled out 2 old blankets and an extra coat, distributing them with quick, clumsy movements. Someone shoved snack bags and bottles into jacket pockets, plastic crinkling, caps clicking shut. The Buick loomed behind them, a dark hulk with its lights still pinned on the road ahead, looking stubbornly rooted. As they stepped away from the car, the whistle came again. High, low, high. But this time, the sound did not drift from the trees off to the side. It came from ahead, from somewhere near that faint orange glow between the trunks. The notes rolled toward them with the wind, distant and yet pointed, like a call given from one end of a narrow hallway to someone waiting at the other. No one said the obvious thing. That whistling meant someone, not something. That someone meant help. The pattern did not feel like help. It felt like a toy, left on repeat. They faced the light anyway, shoulders hunched, boots crunching into the snow. One by one, they moved toward it. The forest accepted them easily, closing in around their bodies as if it had made room long before they arrived. Behind them, the Buick's doors hung open for a moment, spilling a rectangle of dome light onto the snow. Then, as if remembering its manners, the car clicked its interior light off, leaving itself dark and featureless in the middle of the road. For a few seconds, there was only the sound of their footsteps growing fainter. The car sat alone, breathing out the last of its warmth into the night. Then, from the empty driver's seat, the engine turned over once. The starter whined, coughed a weak, solitary burst of life, and died. Silence folded back down. From nowhere and everywhere at once, the horn let out one short, strangled honk, cut off mid-note, like a single syllable of a word that never managed to finish. Months later, when the snow had retreated and the pines had shaken off their white coats, the mountain looked almost innocent again. The sky was a high, unbroken blue, the kind that made distances look closer than they really were. Afternoon light poured through the branches in long, golden shafts, turning particles of dust and pollen into lazy constellations. Birds stitched small, busy arcs across the air, their calls overlapping. Sharp chirps, throaty warbles, the distant, lazy cry of a hawk riding a thermal somewhere above it all. 4 off-road bikes climbed a narrow fire road in single file, engines growling, tires kicking up plumes of pale dust that hung in the air behind them like trailing ghosts. The riders had that particular posture of people who thought they knew these hills. Relaxed shoulders, helmets tipped back just enough to see around the next curve, bodies leaning with the turns in practiced rhythm. They were not thinking about missing people. Not then. They were thinking about the way the sun felt on their backs, about the cold beers waiting in a cooler down at the lodge, about the simple joy of machines and dirt, and a day with nowhere else they had to be. At a fork where the main fire road continued straight, a smaller, less used lane branched off to the right. A weathered wooden post stood guard at the turn. A warped metal sign bolted crookedly near its top. The paint was peeling. The letters faded. But as they passed, the lead rider caught enough to make out U.S. Forestry Service Station, Hollow Ridge. He slowed and raised an arm in a signal. Gravel crunched as the others rolled to a stop beside him. Dust drifted past, then settled in soft layers over their boots. "Did you guys know there was a station up here?" He called over the idle of his engine, voice muffled through his helmet. "Nope," another answered, lifting his visor just enough to squint at the sign. "Probably shut down years ago. Could be cool, though. Take 5. There was a general murmur of agreement. Curiosity was its own fuel. The lead rider turned his handlebars, and the others followed him down the narrower lane. The overgrown track curved away from the main road and dipped gently between the trees. Grass had pushed up through the center line, tall enough to brush against the bike's foot pegs. Brambles clawed at their jeans and the metal of the frames, snapping and dragging. The engines had to drop a gear to manage the softer ground, their growls deepening to a low, steady rumble. Then the trees opened, not much, but enough to reveal a small, flattened clearing. The riders coasted in and let their bikes roll to a halt. The Forestry Service camp sat in the middle of the clearing like a forgotten thought. One large trailer dominated the space. Off-white siding, gone gray with weather, corners stained with old runoff. 3 smaller cabins crouched around it in a broad half-circle, their wooden steps sagging, windows dulled by layers of dust and pollen. They all faced inward, toward an empty fire pit, ringed with a few overturned plastic chairs and a rusted metal grill. Grass had crept almost to the concrete pads beneath the structures, as if trying to reclaim the whole place. A flagpole stood near the trailer, bare. The halyard rope knocked lazily against the metal shaft in the breeze, and the pole itself emitted a faint, lonely squeak, an almost conversational sound, like something invisible flapping there just out of sight. "Man, this is like a horror movie," one of the riders said, killing his engine. The others laughed, the word horror sounding ridiculous in such bright daylight. Their machines sputtered down one by one until the clearing held only a few ticking cooling noises and the faint scent of exhaust drifting upward. The sudden absence of engine noise was jarring. It was like someone had pressed mute on the world. For a few heartbeats, all they heard was the wind moving through the high branches and that hollow squeak of the flagpole. Then the smell hit them. It came in a slow wave, as if something had been waiting for the vibrations of their arrival to stir it off the ground. A thick, cloying scent reached their noses. Sweet first, strangely sugary, then sour underneath, then finally a deep, unmistakable rot that seemed to coat the back of the tongue. One of the riders gagged, yanking his helmet off as if the smell were trapped inside it. "Jesus," he choked. "Smells like something crawled under a porch and died months ago." He bent at the waist, hands on his knees, breathing through his mouth. It did not help. The air itself felt corrupted, heavy, as if whatever was decomposing here had seeped into it. Another pulled his shirt up over his nose and looked around. "Maybe a deer," he said, "or a bear. They probably get stuck in those sheds." He gestured toward the cabins without much conviction. Could be something in the pit, someone else suggested, nodding at the fire circle. None of them moved toward it to check. Flies had claimed the clearing. They swarmed around the base of the trailer, clustering particularly thick near one of the windows where the glass was cracked in a jagged spider web. The insects crawled in and out of the narrow gap, their metallic green bodies catching the sun in quick flashes as they came and went. Their buzzing filled the air with an angry, insistent vibration that made the rider's skin crawl. Whatever it is ripe, the lead rider muttered. He forced himself to take a few steps closer, boots crunching on gravel and dead needles. The smell intensified with the movement, as if it were thicker, closer to the ground. Heat from the afternoon baked it up from wherever it lay. The cabins watched with their blank, dusty windows. One had its door half open, the shadow inside blacker than it should have been under such a bright sky. Another had a curtain torn halfway off its rod, the fabric stiff and discolored, fluttering weakly. The big trailer was the worst. The closer they came to it, the more the odor concentrated until it seemed to press at the sinuses like fingers. A fly landed on the lead rider's cheek. He slapped it away with a sound of disgust. Another immediately took its place on his sleeve. The flagpole rope tapped against the metal again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound had an odd rhythm to it, almost like a message being sent very slowly. "Maybe we should just call this in," one of them said, hanging back a few paces. "This is more than just some old trash." "Call who?" another replied. "We barely have signal up here. Let me at least see if it is an animal, or, you know." He did not say person. The smell had already made the leap in his mind, and words felt too heavy. They stood there for a moment, caught between curiosity and the primal urge to get back on their bikes and leave this place to whatever had claimed it. The clearing itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see which instinct would win. In the quiet, the flies' buzzing grew even louder, like static turned up on a dead channel. Beneath it, another sound emerged, almost lost. The wind rubbing two tree trunks together, somewhere near the edge of the clearing. The friction produced a low, hollow moan, the kind given by doors in houses no one had lived in for a long time. The lead rider took another step toward the trailer, then another. Gravel shifted under his boots. He could see, through the cracked window, only dim shapes, cabinets perhaps, or stacked supplies, all drowned in a gray film of disuse. Then from inside the trailer, he thought he heard a whistle. Soft, faint, but clear enough to separate from the flies and the moaning trees. 3 notes, quick and clean. High, low, high. He froze. The sound was so small it could have been imagined. A noise made by air squeezing through the broken window, nothing more. His skin prickled under his jacket anyway. "You hear that?" he asked, not taking his eyes off the window. "Hear what?" one of the others called back. His voice carried oddly in the clearing, bouncing off metal and wood. "A whistle," the lead rider said. He felt foolish as soon as the word left his mouth. Like someone whistling from in there. The others stood still, listening. Flies droned. The flagpole squeaked. The trees rubbed their complaint against one another. No whistle came again. "It is just air," one of them said finally. "Glass is cracked. Wind squeezes through. It makes noise. Like when you blow over a bottle. That is all." The explanation hung in the air like a lifeline, something rational to grab onto. The lead rider nodded slowly, as if agreeing could make it true. Still, as he stepped closer to the trailer, and the smell of death rolled over him like a physical thing, he could not shake the uneasy thought that some bottles only made sound when someone chose to play them, and some patterns of notes felt like they were meant for ears, not for wind. The trailer door was unlocked, which somehow felt worse than if it had been chained shut. The lead rider wrapped his fingers around the handle and pulled. The metal resisted, swollen by months of rain and snowmelt. When it finally gave, it did so with a drawn-out groan that sounded almost like a complaint, an old animal disturbed from its sleep. A heavier wave of odor rolled out immediately, hot and dense and wrong, even in the open air. He staggered back a half step, eyes watering, one hand flying to his mouth. The others stood a little farther away, watching, their expressions caught between concern and the reluctant fascination of people about to see something they probably should not. "You do not have to go in there," one of them said. "If this is a person, I am not just going to leave them lying around," the lead rider replied, though his voice wavered. "We've got to know what we are calling in." He stepped up into the trailer. The air inside was stale in a way the outside could never be, thick with dust and old insulation and the concentrated core of the rot. It sat heavy at the back of his throat, making each swallow an effort. He forced himself to breathe shallowly through his mouth as his eyes adjusted to the gloom. The first thing he saw was a small table bolted to the floor. A few torn ration wrappers lay scattered across its surface, their printed labels faded, edges curled. An empty plastic cup sat beside them, tipped on its side, as if whoever had been holding it had simply stopped mid-drink and never bothered to set it upright. To the left of the table was a compact gas stove, 4 burners, the kind used in temporary housing. Its chrome was filmed over with dust, the knobs crooked but intact. No pan sat on any of the elements. A greasy streak marked one corner, long dry. Whatever meals this place had once seen, they had not included anything cooked here for a long time. Near the entry, just inside the door, lay a pair of socks. They were gray, with ground in dirt, stiffened into shape, as if an invisible foot still occupied them. One of them had folded over at the top, frozen mid-collapse. The sight of them, abandoned so casually in contrast to the weight of the smell, made the rider's skin crawl more than if they had been neatly paired. "Anything?" someone called from outside. There's stuff," he answered, not trusting himself to be more specific yet. "Feels like a place people actually used. Once." The narrow hallway led toward the back of the trailer. The floor under his boots gave faintly, a reminder of how thin the barrier was between him and whatever lay beneath. Earth, storage, or just empty space. He moved slowly, one hand trailing along the wall for balance. The other held a little out from his side as if ready to ward something off. Light came in grudgingly through grime-coated windows, falling in angled beams that picked up floating dust motes in tiny moving specks. Only when one of those specks landed on the back of his hand and tickled did he realize how many of them were flies. They clung to the walls, to the window frames, to the ceiling, sleepy but ready to move. When he brushed the back of his hand against his jeans, 3 more lifted, buzzed in a lazy circle, and resettled on the doorframe. The smell grew thicker with each step. It did not just come from ahead. It seemed to radiate from the walls themselves, soaked into the thin wood and the faded linoleum. His stomach rolled. He swallowed it back. At the end of the hall, The back room opened into a slightly wider space. The cot was the first thing he saw. It was one of those narrow, metal frame beds you saw in cheap motels and old barracks. But where those held a single mattress and maybe a thin blanket, this one was buried under a chaotic mountain of fabric. Blankets of different colors and textures, heavy wool and thin acrylic, layered on top of each other in no obvious order. Jackets, denim, canvas, something that might once have been leather, folded and refolded into imperfect rectangles. Even what looked like curtains had been stripped from windows somewhere and thrown into the pile, their floral patterns now mottled with stain and dust. The heap rose higher in the middle, sloping unevenly down toward the edges. It was too tall, too shaped, to be just discarded bedding. It had the unmistakable outline of something beneath it, something that had needed every layer. He stopped in the doorway, suddenly unwilling to go any closer. The flies here were thickest, a congregation of buzzing, bulbous bodies that crawled over the mountain of fabric and then lifted off in small clouds when disturbed by nothing at all. "You see anything?" one of the others called, voice thinner now that it had to cross the threshold of the trailer. "Yeah," he managed. "Yeah, there is. A bed. Someone's been sleeping here, or tried to. You see them?" "Not yet." He stepped closer, the soles of his boots sticking faintly on the tacky floor, where something clear had once spilled and dried. From this distance, he could see that the blankets were not merely tossed. They were clutched inward, pulled tight at the center, as if someone had been trying to make a cocoon against the cold. He reached out with one hand and grabbed the edge of the top blanket. The fabric felt stiff and slightly damp, the way cloth did when it had absorbed too much of the air around it. His fingers tightened. He pulled. The mound shuddered as the blanket came away. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the flies erupted. They boiled out of the newly exposed gap in a black-blue swarm, their fat, shining bodies tumbling over one another in panic. Wings beat against his face, his neck, his hands. Tiny legs scraped at his skin, clung to his hair. The sound of their wings hit him like a physical blow, a sudden roar in the enclosed space. He recoiled instinctively, throwing up an arm to shield his eyes, breath exploding out of him in a shouted curse. Behind him, one of the other riders, who had stepped into the doorway, stumbled backward into the hall, swatting at the air. "Jesus Christ!" he yelled, voice cracking. Another, still outside, heard only the word and the thump of boots and took a step toward the door, then thought better of it. The flies battered against the low ceiling, ricocheted off the walls, bounced off their faces in chaotic, desperate arcs. For a few seconds, the room was nothing but movement and the thick, oily drone of beating wings. Layered beneath that sound, the lead rider could hear his own heartbeat hammering in his ears, loud and insistent, threatening to drown everything else out. Somewhere outside the trailer, a branch snapped with a sharp, clean crack, a sound like a bone breaking under too much weight. Both men inside flinched at once, though the noise was distant, filtered through metal and wood. As the fly cloud settled, some drawn back to the bed, others finding new perches on the walls and ceiling, the shape beneath the blankets resolved into a single, terrible fact. A man lay on the cot. What little skin was visible had taken on a leathery, parchment-like quality, pulled tight over bones that now seemed almost too large for the frame beneath. His cheeks were hollowed into shadows, beard patchy and overgrown in uneven clumps along his jaw. His lips had drawn back slightly from his teeth as the flesh shrank, exposing just enough white to give the impression of a grimace or a grim smile, depending on how long you looked. The eyes were open, but not in any way that suggested awareness. The sockets were dry hollows, lids receded, what remained of the eyeballs sunken and clouded. A few flies crawled leisurely across the rims, dipping in and out as if this were simply another dark place to explore. His hands gripped the edge of the blanket still wrapped around his chest. The fingers had stiffened there, curled into the fabric as if he had died mid-shiver, pulling it tighter one last time. The knuckles stood out like knobs. Dirty crescents of old grime marked the cracked nails. The lead rider realized he was holding his breath. When he finally inhaled, the smell of the body hit him full force, sickly sweet, then rancid, then something beyond both, something his brain struggled to categorize and recoiled from trying. His stomach lurched, and for a moment he thought he would add his own contribution to the stains on the floor. "Is it?" The man in the hall began, then stopped, because of course it was. "Yeah," the lead writer said hoarsely. "Yeah, it is someone. Been dead a while." He forced himself to look down, away from the face. That was when he noticed the man's feet. They were bare. The skin there had darkened to a mottled black at the toes, fading to gray farther up the foot, frostbite's old, cruel signature. The toes themselves seemed slightly shrunken, as if they had retreated from the world in their final days. Around his shins and calves, strips of cloth had been wrapped clumsily, knotted in places where shirts or pants had been torn into makeshift bandages. They were layered haphazardly, some pieces thin, some thick, all stained and stiff. A desperate attempt to keep warmth from leaking out through that most vulnerable part of the body. On the floor beside the cot sat a small, open can of rations. The contents had dried into an unrecognizable crust at the bottom, the metal rim etched with the marks of a utensil scraping along it. Next to it lay a spoon, bent slightly at the neck. Farther back, half hidden in shadow against the wall, were several unopened boxes stacked on their sides. The printed labels showed freeze-dried meals, emergency bars, things designed to last for years untouched. Yet untouched they were, pushed back into the corner as if they had either not been noticed or been dismissed for reasons the living men in the room could not begin to guess. "There is food," the writer in the hall said, voice thin with disbelief. "There is food back there. He could have." He did not finish the thought. It felt like an accusation, and none of them knew enough to accuse a dead man of anything. The lead writer's gaze traveled up from the unopened boxes to the wall beside the cot. The paint there, what little of it still clung to the thin paneling, had been scratched, lines carved shallowly into the surface. At first, they looked like nothing, just random gouges, where furniture or equipment had been dragged in carelessness. Then his eyes resolved the shapes into letters. The words were faint, uneven, as if they had been made by someone with numb hands, pressing as hard as they could. Third night, it stood on the stairs. Sixth night, it stood by the fire door. Eighth night, it stood by the bed. He read them once in his head, then again out loud without meaning to. The syllables sounded wrong in his mouth, like lines from a story told to him too young. The other writer stepped into the room, following his gaze. When he saw the writing, his shoulders stiffened. "What the hell does that mean?" he whispered. "I do not know," the lead writer said. The skin on his arms had gone cold despite the heat in the cramped space. But whatever it was talking about, it finished the count. He glanced once more at the dead man's hands, still gripping the blanket, as if waiting for something that had finally arrived. They did the right thing. That was what they would tell themselves later, when reporters called and nightmares came and the story spread beyond the mountain. They had done the right thing. They backed out of the trailer, eyes watering and stomachs turning, stumbled down the metal steps, and fumbled their phones out with shaking hands until someone found enough signal to dial. The call went out in fragments. Body. Old forestry station. Smell like you would not believe. And then the mountain seemed to hold its breath. For a while, there was only waiting. The riders standing in the clearing with their bikes, not quite willing to sit, not quite willing to go. The flies went back to their business at the cracked window. The empty flagpole squeaked its lonely note. Time blurred. When it came back into focus, there were more people. County deputies arrived first, their SUVs crunching up the overgrown lane, tires flattening grass that had pushed tall through the center. Forest rangers came next, green uniforms blending with the trees, radios crackling on their shoulders. Someone had managed to get the coroner's unit up there as well. Its white paint, already dusted with brown by the time it pulled into the clearing. The riders found themselves on the edges now, pushed back by professional bodies and practiced movements. They watched as strangers in gloves and heavy jackets took ownership of the scene, turning the place from a ghost story into an investigation. Boots thudded on the wooden steps of the trailer, not hesitant like theirs had been, but steady, deliberate. The metal of the door handle clanged softly as it opened and closed, opening the gap again and again, letting the smell out in smaller, controlled breaths. The flagpole squeaked. Radios murmured. Men and women spoke in low tones, using words that tried to flatten what they saw into procedure. Inside, the exploration became systematic. A deputy with a notebook stood just inside the door, jotting down observations and clipped bullet points as two rangers moved through the cramped interior. They opened cabinet doors with gloved hands, peering into the spaces behind them. One of them tugged at a panel near the ceiling to check for leaks, dust falling in a small cascade onto his hat brim. At the back, near the cot and the still body, the coroner and his assistant worked in a tight choreography, steps practiced from too many similar scenes in other places. The rasp of a zipper sliding open on a black bag whispered through the trailer, an oddly soft sound compared to the harshness of everything else. Behind a narrow door off the main room, they found the pantry. The metal door creaked when it swung out, hinges dry but functional. Someone clicked on a flashlight and played the beam across shelves that lined 3 walls from chest height to the floor. Boxes of dehydrated meals sat there in neat stacks, labels bright and legible. Beef stew, chicken and rice, vegetable medley. Cans of soup and beans gleamed dully under the dust, their lids unbroken. Plastic jugs of water were ranked on the bottom shelf, some dented but full, sloshing when nudged. Emergency ration bricks, sealed in foil, lay in orderly rows, like dull silver books on an untouched library shelf. "Pantry is fully stocked," one ranger called out. "I mean fully. This is enough for, hell, I don't know. 4 men, a couple months at least." "Matches," another said, pointing his light to a cardboard box on the floor. When he nudged it with his boot, the top flopped open, revealing a dozen smaller boxes inside, all factory sealed. Stacks of old magazines and newspapers leaned against the back wall, yellowed but intact. Perfect fuel, never used. The deputy at the door scribbled, lips moving slightly, as he translated what he saw into the language of a report. Fully stocked pantry, unused matches, ample paper. Outside, behind the trailer, another team moved around the back corner and froze. The propane tank squatted there like a sleeping animal, its rounded metal body painted a once white that had faded to gray. The valve handle at its top was closed, a padlock ring hanging empty through the clasp. The lines leading from it into the trailer were intact, no visible cracks, insulation still mostly clinging to them. A quick check with a gauge confirmed what they could already feel in its faint lingering warmth. The tank was full. "Tank looks good," the ranger said. "Fresh enough, nobody even tried to open it." Inside, the stove knobs were dust-coated but functional when a gloved hand twisted one experimentally. The soft click-click-click of the igniter ticked in the quiet, unanswered by gas. All it would have taken was a turned valve outside and a spark. Heat. Light. Cooked food. He could have had heat, one of the deputies said under his breath, staring at the spotless, never-used burners. He could have had cooked food. He never turned anything on. The horror here was not in what had been done. It was in what had not. Competence unused, lifelines ignored, or perhaps unseen. The idea of someone starving slowly while surrounded by months' worth of meals, freezing inches away from an entire tank of warmth, made something twist inside each person who understood what they were looking at. Boots creaked on the floorboards as people shifted their weight. The metal door to the pantry clanged softly when it bumped shut again. The coroner's zipper whispered as he prepared the bag, the sound drawing a line between before and after. Back in the small rear room, under the cot, a deputy on his knees swept his flashlight along the shadows. Empty dust bunnies scattered, disturbed by the moving beam. Near the far leg of the bed, pushed almost against the wall, something rested in the dirt. He reached in with 2 fingers and dragged it out, a pair of sneakers, worn but intact. The rubber soles were dirty. The canvas was frayed at the edges. The laces were tied in loose knots. He held one up, eyeing the size, then glanced back at the bed. "You said his feet were bare?" he called to the coroner. "Yeah," came the answer. "Wrapped in cloth strips, but no shoes. Toes are a mess. Frostbite. Long-heeled or long dead. Hard to tell yet." The deputy turned the sneaker in his hand. It was smaller than he expected, slightly narrower, the kind you'd buy for someone with a different build than the man on the bed seemed to have had. He squinted at the inside label, more out of habit than need. "This is not his size," he said, looking back at the body's long, exposed feet. The calloused rub marks at the backs of the heels told a different story. That shoes had once been there, worn enough to leave their mark, removed sometime before the end. Someone else left here wearing his shoes. The observation hung in the stale air like another smell. One more invisible detail that made the scene feel wrong in ways beyond simple tragedy. In a narrow drawer, built into the small table by the bed, they found a notebook. Its cardboard cover was creased, the edges softened by handling, the spiral binding slightly bent. A ranger flipped it open carefully, pages whispering as they turned. Several had been ripped out near the middle, the jagged stumps of paper still clinging to the rings. The remaining pages held a cramped, shaky hand. Short lines, written without much regard for margins, letters occasionally drifting upward as if the writer's wrist had been unsteady. The ranger read out the first legible fragment. "Mason does not sleep." He frowned. "You know a Mason?" "Not up here," the deputy replied. "Could be anywhere. Could be nothing." Another line a few pages later. "Ryan cries when the whistling starts." The names meant nothing to the officers, just data points to be transcribed later. For them, they were simply strangers. For anyone who knew the missing persons report still sitting open back at the station, they were anchors driven deep into the night the boys had vanished. The last clear sentence on an almost full page made the ranger's mouth go dry as he read it silently first. "I do not open the door." He could hear the weight of those 6 words even before he spoke them aloud. The suggestion of something outside, something that made knocking unnecessary. He turned one more page. Most of it was blank, save for a final line pressed hard into the paper, the pen having dug deep enough to leave an imprint on the page beneath. "Listen to this," he said quietly, and the room seemed to lean in. "If it starts whistling by your window, it already knows your name." The deputy wrote the sentence down with a ballpoint pen that suddenly felt too small for the moment. That night, long after the body had been bagged and carried carefully down the trailer steps, after photographs had been taken and evidence tags affixed and reports begun, the sheriff sat in his own bedroom with the notebook in his hands. He had taken it home, not strictly by the book, but he told himself he needed to go over it again before filing. His house was modest. The window beside his bed looked out over a yard and a thin strip of gravel driveway. Outside, the pines whispered to one another with the same voice they used everywhere in the county. The bedside lamp cast a circle of warm light on the pages. His wife was already asleep, breathing softly. The house creaked occasionally as it settled, old wood talking to itself. He read the last line again. "If it starts whistling by your window, it already knows your name." The words had seemed almost theatrical at the scene, the kind of thing a frightened mind might write when it wanted to turn fear into something with rules. Here, in the intimate quiet of his own room, they felt different, personal, like a dare. He closed the notebook, lay it on the nightstand, and reached up to turn off the lamp. Darkness slid into the room, gentle and total, broken only by the faint, bluish glow of the digital alarm clock. As his eyes adjusted, he listened to the familiar sounds, the soft whoosh of the heater through the vents, the fridge cycling somewhere down the hall, the distant rush of a car passing on the road beyond his yard. Then, from near the glass, so faint he could have dismissed it as imagination if he wanted to, came 3 notes: high, low, high. He held his breath, every muscle going still. The clock's glow painted a pale rectangle on the ceiling. For a long moment, he did not move. Then he turned his head toward the window, heart beating hard enough to feel in his throat. In the dark glass, his own reflection looked back, softer, doubled, the room behind him ghost-like. No face outside, no shape, no movement, but the slow sway of a branch, catching a breeze he could not feel. He stared until his eyes watered. The window stayed a mirror. Whatever had made the sound, if anything had, was no longer there, or had never needed to be. A few days after the boys from Red Hollow did not come home, the mountain changed its sound. Helicopters thudded over the ridgelines, their rotors chopping the cold air into hard pieces. Down on the ground, snow that had fallen in the first days after their disappearance lay in uneven layers, crusted in some places, powder soft in others, where the wind had swept it into drifts. Forest Service trucks moved along the main access roads, tires squeaking and crunching, radios hissing with half-heard coordinates. The dark blue Buick was found on the third day. A ranger spotted it first, a shape that did not belong in the monochrome row of pines and snowbanks. He had taken Hollow Ridge Service Road more out of obligation than hope, following a thin line on a map where someone had circled possible route in pencil. The road itself tried to shrug him off. Narrow, rutted, bitten at the edges by recent melt and refreeze. But his truck had chains, and the idea of missing something out here felt worse than getting stuck. He rounded a bend where the trees parted just enough to show a sliver of the slope beyond. That was when he saw it. A car sitting off to the right, nose angled slightly toward the ditch, but not in it, half buried at the wheels. Snow had climbed up its tires, packed by wind into uneven, crusted mounds, but the body of the vehicle was relatively clear. Dark blue, almost black in this light, dusting of white along the hood and roof. He braked, the truck's chains snarling softly against the ice, and reached for his radio. "Got a vehicle up here on Hollow Ridge," he said. "Blue sedan, looks recent. You might want to send the sheriff." By the time the sheriff's SUV growled its way up the service road, the ranger had already walked a slow circle around the car. The snow under his boots squeaked with each step. That particular sound that came only when cold had sunk deep into the ground. His breath fogged in front of him, briefly obscuring his view as he leaned close to inspect the windows. No cracks, no spiderweb of impact, no windshield caved in by collision. The glass was intact, though crusted at the edges where melt had refrozen overnight. The car sat not at an angle of panic, but in the neat, resigned line of something parked by choice. The sheriff climbed out, collar turned up against the wind. The cold bit immediately at the tips of his ears slipped under the hem of his coat. He nodded to the ranger, eyes already on the Buick. "This the plate?" he asked. And when the ranger read out the numbers, he exhaled slowly. They matched the one on the missing persons bulletin, tacked up in every station in the county. He stepped closer. The Buick's front bumper wore a fringe of ice where slush had been thrown up and then frozen solid. Snow clung to its grille, turning the front of the car into a pale muzzled animal. On the hood, where wind had cleared patches, the paint still held a faint shine, dulled under the gray sky. He ran a gloved hand along the driver's side window, clearing a small porthole with the back of his knuckles. Inside, he saw the familiar clutter of use. Fast food wrappers wadded on the passenger floor. The glint of a plastic bottle wedged between seat and console. A jacket thrown haphazardly over the back seat. Nothing violent, nothing broken. Just absence where there should have been presence. The door opened on the second pull. The seal had frozen to the frame, making a small tearing sound as it let go. The hinges gave a low, protesting creak, and when he sat down on the driver's seat, the springs answered with a weary squeak. The smell inside was stale, sweat and sugar, and the faint, ghostly trace of whatever air freshener had once hung from the mirror. He checked the ignition. The keys were not there. On the passenger seat, a handful of empty snack wrappers lay in a small drift. Potato chips, candy bars, a crushed chocolate milk carton gone stiff with cold. One clear plastic bottle rolled slightly when he nudged it, a thin layer of frozen soda clinging to the bottom in amber glass. Under his boot, something crackled. He looked down and saw a crumpled game ticket, The print blurred just enough that he had to pick it up and smooth it to read. Cascade Valley College. Home game. Admit 1. He turned it between his fingers, imagining the boy's hand that had done the same only a few nights ago. Nervous or excited or both, in the back seat, one of the deputies found a folded flyer half slid between the cushions. He tugged it out and read the bold letters. Hollow Ridge Gators, Regional Tournament, Saturday 10 a.m. A grainy photograph of 5 young men in mismatched jerseys smiled up at him, shadows under their eyes not yet transformed by worry. Someone had circled the date in red ink, gouging a little hole through the paper. In the glove compartment, beneath a scatter of napkins and an expired insurance card, lay a folded map of the region. The sheriff unfolded it carefully, the paper making soft, resisting pops as the creases opened. Roads spidered across it in red and black lines. The main highway was highlighted in yellow, its route from Red Hollow to the college neatly traced. Hollow Ridge Service Road was there too, but only as a thin, unlabeled spur. No circle, no marks, no indication that anyone had ever considered taking it. Gas? The sheriff asked. The ranger popped the fuel door and checked. About a third of a tank, he said. Plenty to get them back down to the highway and home, even with this weather. The sheriff sat in the driver's seat for a moment longer, letting the facts stack themselves in his head. Car intact. No crash. No forced entry. Windows whole. Enough fuel. Weather bad, yes, but not apocalyptic. The kind of snow that slowed you, not the kind that buried you where you stood. He pressed the brake pedal once, more out of habit than need. It responded. The steering wheel turned when he tested it, shuddering a little but obedient. Everything about the Buick said, "I will still work, if you ask me to." "Why leave?" he murmured. "Why walk into the woods at night instead of staying put?" Nobody answered. The deputies nearby were busy measuring distances, snapping pictures, bagging the ticket and flyer. The forest around them breathed slowly, exhaling small puffs of cold air through the needles. Curiosity tugged at him. He reached out and twisted the radio knob. The unit blinked to life reluctantly, the greenish light on its dial flickering once, then stabilizing. Static came through the speakers at first, a faint hiss undercut by the occasional pop of far-off stations. He turned the tuner slowly. A few seconds of distant music drifted in, something with strings, then vanished. A weather report tried to emerge from the noise. A single word, gusts, rising clear before being swallowed again. He turned the volume up. The speakers crackled, buzzed, and then there was a soft, almost apologetic pop. The dial light went out. Silence. No matter how he turned the knobs, nothing answered. He turned the key in the ignition on instinct, expecting nothing. The engine coughed once, then settled into a reluctant idle. For a moment, the car seemed to take a breath. The dash lights glowed, faint but alive. The sheriff listened to the motor's rumble, familiar and ordinary. He let it run for a few seconds, then shut it off again. No point in wasting fuel. He stepped out into the cold. The door hinges creaked, the seat springs giving one last little squeal as his weight left them. He leaned his notebook on the Buick's hood to write, the metal cold even through his glove. His pen scratched softly over the paper, each letter making itself small and precise in the big blank of the snow-silenced woods. As he wrote, he felt something under his hand. 3 soft taps, spaced apart. Tap, tap, tap. They came from beneath the hood, through the metal. A gentle, almost polite knocking, as if someone were under there, with one finger extended, asking to be noticed. He froze, pen hovering. For a moment, all the other sounds around him blurred. The murmur of his men, the distant caw of a crow, the steady whisper of wind through branches. It was just him and the car, and the memory of that tiny rhythm against his palm. "Did you hear that?" he asked, looking up. "Hear what?" the ranger asked, glancing over from where he stood by the rear bumper. The sheriff kept his hand flat on the hood. The metal vibrated faintly with the cooling of the engine, small clicks of contracting parts ticking away heat. No more taps came. The silence lay smooth as snow. "Nothing," he said after a beat. "Probably just the engine settling." Still, as he finished his notes, he could not shake the feeling that the spacing of those taps had been too deliberate. 3 knocks, evenly timed, with the peculiar cadence of something he did not yet have a word for. Later, when other details began to pile up, whistles in the woods, scratched words on trailer walls, that tiny rhythm would come back to him in the quiet parts of the night, and he would understand why it had felt like more than just metal cooling in the cold. The night they left the Buick, the cold felt like a living thing. It slid into the car the moment they opened the doors. A sharp, hungry presence that found every gap in their clothes and every thin patch in their socks. Their breath turned white instantly. Small clouds that rose and vanished, rising and vanishing, as if even air did not want to linger out here. They climbed out one by one, boots sinking into the crusted snow by the roadside. The blankets they had grabbed from the trunk hung off their shoulders, awkward capes that caught the wind and gave it more to bite. Their shoes were already wet, soaked in places where slush had seeped in through worn seams, turning their toes into numb stones inside their socks. Behind them, the Buick sat with its nose pointed vaguely downhill, headlights still shining into the narrow tunnel of road ahead. The beam stopped a little way in, swallowed by the trees. It looked like a small, stubborn piece of their other life parked at the edge of some place that had never been meant to meet it. "Stay together," Brendan said, his voice a puff in the dark. "We go toward the light, straight, no wandering. We remember where the car is." He spoke like a man issuing orders he almost believed. The faint orange glow they had seen from inside the car still flickered between the trunks, farther than it had first appeared. It was not bright enough to show detail, but it pulsed in a steady, patient rhythm. It could have been a cabin lantern swinging slightly in the wind. It could have been anything. "Short walk," Theo said to Ryan, who was already shivering hard enough that his teeth clicked. "Then we get warm. Maybe they got coffee. Or cocoa." Ryan nodded, eyes wide, though the word "short" did not match what his gut was telling him. The trees looked endless. The cold felt like it wanted them for itself. Eli clutched his blanket tighter around his chest, fingers gripping the rough fabric so hard his knuckles ached. "My mom is going to be mad," he said, voice wavering. "She said, 'Do not stay out late.' And this is late. This is very. She will just be happy you are home," Theo replied. "We will tell her it was the road's fault. Everyone will blame the road." Mason stood a little apart from them for a moment, staring back down the dark line of the service road. In his mind, the car should still be there, a blocky silhouette anchored in the night. Instead, when he squinted, he saw only darkness, thick and depthless, the kind of black that did not show so much as a gleam of chrome or glass. It was as if the space where the Buick belonged had been erased in pencil and the page rubbed smooth. "We are not supposed to stay in the car," he muttered, a shard of some remembered instruction surfacing. "But we are not supposed to leave either. It likes when you leave." "What likes?" Eli asked. Mason shook his head sharply, as if to clear it. "Nothing. Just keep moving. Do not stop to talk to it. Do not answer it. That is how you get lost forever." "Who is it?" Ryan whispered, but no one answered that either. They stepped off the road and into the trees, feet breaking the crust of untouched snow. The forest here had no proper trail. Animal paths twisted in subtle dips and curves beneath the drifts, but nothing cleanly marked their way. The faint glow ahead became their only compass. They walked in a loose line, blankets pulled close, hands buried in pockets or clenched at their sides. Each step made the snow squeak, a high, dry sound, different from the soft crunch of daytime thaw. The crust broke under their weight, boots plunging into powder beneath, flakes brushing against their ankles like cold fingers. Tree branches overhead held clumps of old snow in their joints, and every so often, a small shower of crystals would spill from above, sliding down the back of a neck or slipping inside a collar, shocking skin that was already numb. Their breaths were the loudest sounds at first, a chorus of short, uneven exhalations. Every now and then, a branch snapped underfoot, the crack puncturing the hush. Hidden puddles, not fully frozen, protested with sharp little ice-breaking pops when they misstepped, soaking socks in sudden, needle-cold water. In the spaces between those human noises, the mountain spoke more quietly. Wind threaded between trunks, carrying the faint creak of wood shifting under old weight. Somewhere off to the right, an owl gave a single low hoot, then fell silent again. And then the whistling started. High, low, high. The three-note pattern slid into the night, as if it had been waiting for precisely this distance between them and the car. It did not sound close or far. It sounded placed, positioned at the exact point where it would make them stop and listen. They froze. All 5 pairs of boots stopped mid-track, bodies tilting slightly forward as momentum tried to keep going. The sound hung in the darkness for a second, thin but unmistakable, before the wind pulled it apart. Ryan swallowed hard. "It is just the trees," he said, defaulting to the same thin explanation he had clung to in the car. "Branches, wind, the cold makes them whistle." There was a tremor in his voice that undercut his words. "Do not answer it," Mason said. His eyes glinted in the dimness, wide and fixed on the space between 2 oaks. "Do not whistle back. Do not talk back. That is how it knows where you are." Theo laid a hand on his arm. "We just walk," he said. "We walk to the light. We find a phone. That is all?" They moved again, more quickly now, as if outrunning a thought. The whistle came again after a while, from a different direction. This time it seemed off to their left, higher up, as if someone were standing on a slope above them, watching them pass. High, low, high. The same notes, the same spacing, sometimes quieter, sometimes clearer, never entirely gone for long. Always there, at the edge of what could be dismissed and what could not. The cold did its slower work. Toes went from pain to nothing. Fingers, even inside pockets, tingled and then lost sensation. Eli's blanket caught on a low branch and nearly pulled him backward. He let out a small, startled sound, and Brendan had to help him untangle the fabric. Ryan stumbled once, his foot catching on something hidden under the snow. He went down to one knee, the impact sending a jolt up his leg. The shock brought tears to his eyes that froze almost immediately at the corners. "I want to go back," Ryan said. His voice cracked, not from cold this time, but from something softer. "We can get back in the car. We can just wait. People come looking. They always do in the news." Behind them, the idea of the car felt less and less real. "We are closer to the light now," Theo told him, pulling him gently up. "If we go back, it is farther. This way is shorter. Warmth is this way." He said it like a prayer, not because he knew it was true, but because he needed it to be. At some point, the trees opened up on their right, just enough to reveal something that none of them could quite put into a category. In a small clearing where the snow was thinner, steps rose from the ground. They were made entirely of packed snow, each one a careful riser and tread, about the width of a man's shoulders. 5, 6, 7 of them, carved with eerie precision. No handrail, no posts, no structure underneath, no platform at the top. The stairs simply climbed up into the air and ended abruptly, their uppermost step melting into nothing, as if they had once led somewhere that had since been erased. They were too tall to be something children had built, too precise to be an accident of wind and drift. "Do not look at it," Mason said, suddenly sharp. "Just do not. Keep going." Eli could not help himself. His gaze slid along the stairs, following the line up into nothing. For a moment, he had the sickening impression that they were angled not toward this forest, but toward somewhere else, a direction that did not exist on any map. From the top step, something shadow-like seemed to detach itself from the dark. It took no clear shape, just a denser patch of night that leaned forward slightly, as if tilting its head to watch them pass. Eli's breath stuttered. He squeezed his eyes shut, counted to 3 in his head, and when he opened them again, the stairs were just stairs, a strange trick of snow and shadow. The top step was empty. "Come on," Brendan said, voice tight. He could feel something crawling up his spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Eyes front, light ahead. They pressed on. The orange glow grew a little larger, a little steadier, resolving into something more like a cluster of low shapes against the deeper dark. Cabins, maybe. A trailer. The outline of man-made corners among the organic lines of trees. The whistles followed them, sometimes behind, sometimes seeming to circle ahead and then retreat, like a sound testing boundaries. Then, as the shapes of the camp finally emerged, blocky silhouettes against the sky, roofs catching the faint starlight, the whistling stopped. The sudden absence of that 3-note pattern left a ringing in their ears. Without it, other sounds flooded back. Their own ragged breathing, the soft hiss of snow underfoot, the quiet ticking of distant branches knocking together in the breeze. The silence from that particular sound felt deliberate, like a held breath. They came to the edge of the clearing and saw the cabin shapes clearly now. One larger trailer, 3 smaller outbuildings arranged in a half moon, all facing an empty, snow-clogged fire pit. No light showed in any windows. The orange glow they had followed seemed to dissolve into the memory of itself, leaving only the faint suggestion that there had once been a lantern here and then not. For a second, no one moved. "See?" Theo said softly, forcing a note of relief into his tone. "A camp. We knock. They answer. We tell them we got lost. It is okay." He took a step forward. That was when the knocking came. 3 hard knocks. 1, 2, 3. They echoed across the clearing, sharp and hollow, the the sound of knuckles or a fist hitting wood. The noise came from the door of the main trailer, the one they had not yet approached, the one no one had reached. All 5 of them stopped mid-stride. The air in their lungs turned to ice, heavy and unmoving. For an instant, each of them had the vivid, insane impression that someone inside had heard them coming and risen to greet them. But the sound was wrong. It did not have the ragged unevenness of a person's hurried knock. It was too evenly spaced. The beats matched the remembered pattern in their heads, the same spacing as the whistle. "Did you see?" Eli began, but his voice failed him. "There is nobody at the door," Brendan whispered. His eyes were locked on the dark rectangle of the trailer entrance. No shadow moved beneath it. No hand reached for the handle. No footprints, no path, nothing. The clearing held its silence tight around them. The cabins watched with their blank windows. Somewhere beyond the circle of trees, the mountain listened in its own way, waiting to see who would knock next and who would answer. The back door of the trailer did not so much resist them as sulk. Its latch had already been loosened by weather and time. The first shove from Brendan's shoulder made it rattle in its frame. The second made the swollen wood groan, and the third pushed it inward with a sharp crack of paint giving way. Cold air spilled out from the darkness inside, but it was a less vicious cold than the wind knifing at their backs. "Go," Brendan said, breath fogging in front of him. "Move." They stumbled in, one after another, boots knocking snow from the threshold. The door shuddered on its hinges and hung half open behind them, letting a thin tongue of night follow them into the trailer. Inside, the air was dead and still, but it did not cut the skin the way the storm did. The change was enough to make their lungs sting. The light from the open door and their shaky flashlights drew narrow shapes on the floor. Table, cabinets, the narrow hallway leading toward the back. Dust lay on everything in a soft, undisturbed layer that their presence now disturbed in little puffs with each step. "Shut it," Mason said hoarsely, jerking his chin toward the door. "Do not let it in here." Theo swung the door closed. The latch did not catch properly, but the slab of wood thudded into place, shutting out the wind's direct press. The sound of the storm dulled instantly, turning into a muffled rush like a radio turned down in another room. The cold remained, seeping through metal and thin insulation, but at least it gave up its teeth. The main room held the table, the unused stove, a few cabinets. In the half-light, it looked almost like a cheap motel kitchen, abandoned between seasons. Eli drifted toward the nearest chair and collapsed into it, pulling his blanket tighter. His feet, wet and raw from the walk, throbbed with a pain that was already turning into something worse, a deep, gnawing numbness that scared him more than the sharp ache had. "I cannot feel my toes," he said, voice small, almost apologetic, as if he had broken something he was supposed to keep intact. "That is okay," Theo said automatically, though his own fingers burned and then faded inside his gloves. "We just gotta get them warm. This is better. This is already better." He moved to the cabinets, pulling them open one by one. The hinges creaked in complaint. Inside, he found chipped plates, a few cups, some utensils that rattled when he touched them. At the back of one shelf, he spotted a can with a faded label and held it up. "Food," he said, relief brightening his tone. "See? We are good." He turned the can in his hands, looking for the little key that some had, or the pop tab. There was none. just a stubborn metal lid with no obvious weakness. He glanced around for something to open it with and came up empty. The drawers he found held a butter knife, a bent fork, a rusted tin opener whose gear refused to turn when he prodded it. Ryan dragged a curtain down from one of the grimy windows with a sharp tug, the rod protesting as it came loose. Dust plumed into the air. He coughed, eyes watering. The fabric was heavier than it looked, stiff with age, but it was still another layer. He shook it out and then carried it to the back where the cot was, the blankets already piled there, drawing him like a magnet. "Here," he said to Eli. His voice trembled, whether from cold or something else. "We wrap you up more, keep you warm." He tore down an old coat from a hook, too, and draped it over Eli's shoulders. The bulk of the layers made Eli look even larger in the dim light. A child bundled for a snowstorm and left on a stranger's bed. Eli's fingers clutched the edges, knuckles white, blanket and curtain and jacket merging into a single cocoon. Mason did not sit. He paced the narrow space between the table and the hallway, boots thudding softly on the thin floorboards. Each creak of the wood made him flinch, as if expecting weight from below to answer. His eyes never stayed in one place for long. They tracked slowly along the walls, the ceiling, the seams where metal met wood. "It is closer when we are all together," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. "It hears better, feels more. It likes groups, likes circles." "Who?" Brendan asked, trying to keep his voice from snapping. He was so tired, the kind of tired that lived in bone and brain at once. He wanted the logistics, the practical steps, inventory, heat, plan. The last thing he wanted was whatever Mason was talking to. Mason shook his head sharply, the motion too fast. "We are inside," he said instead. "That is all that matters right now. It is outside. We keep it that way." Somewhere in the camp, a door slammed. The sound came from farther away than the trailer. One of the smaller cabins, maybe. A wooden thud and a brief rattle of its frame carried through the walls with enough clarity that they all went still. The silence that followed was as thick as the dust. "Wind," Ryan whispered. "Yeah," Brendan said, seizing on that. "Wind. These places shift. It is old." The whistle returned soon after, but the trailer changed it. Now it came to them muffled, as if someone were whistling from the bottom of the metal steps outside, the sound traveling up through the thin floor. High, low, high. The three notes flattened by the structure, but still distinct. It didn't sound like anything the wind would do so precisely, over and over. Eli flinched under his pile of blankets. "That is it," he said in a cracked voice. "That is the thing. I do not like it. Make it stop." "We cannot make it do anything," Mason said. He had stopped pacing and now stood with his back to the wall, as if he wanted something solid, at least on one side of him. "We just do not open the door." Time thinned and thickened in strange ways after that. They huddled, listening to their own hearts and the occasional distant crack of branches. The cold inside the trailer was a slow cruelty. It did not slap, it seeped. Toes and fingers retreated little by little. Faces lost feeling. Thoughts moved as if through syrup. They found more cans in a lower cupboard, and Theo tried again and again with the rusted opener, fingers slipping, the gear refusing to bite. The effort sapped strength he did not have to spare. He managed to pry one lid up, just enough to bend the metal, to expose a narrow crescent of the contents. The smell that wafted out, meat, salt, something thick, made their stomachs twist with hunger. but scraping food out through that slit with a bent spoon was slow, clumsy work. Most of the canned stash remained unreachable. Brendan checked the gas stove, turning a knob experimentally. He heard the soft, hopeful tick of the igniter, saw the faint spark, but nothing else. If he had been thinking clearly, if he had remembered how these setups were connected, he might have guessed at a propane tank outside. In his haze of exhaustion and cold, the lack of flame registered only as one more failure. "No gas," he said. "Figures." "How long we wait?" Ryan asked. His voice had gone thin and high at the edges. "For morning? For someone?" "No one knows we took this road," Mason said. "It came out flat. They will look where the map tells them. This is not on the map." Silence settled heavily after that statement. Even the whistle seemed to pause, as if listening. It was Brendan who broke it. He thought of the Buick, of the keys not in the ignition, but somewhere on his person, of the gas still in the tank. He thought of the highway, of the glow that might still be visible if you could just get above the trees. "We cannot just sit here and wait to freeze," he said. The last word stuck. He forced it out. "Road is not that far. If we got here, we can get back. Or we find another road, or a house, a light, something." Theo's eyes flicked to Eli, then to the door, then back again. "We cannot all go," he said. He can barely walk. His feet? He trailed off, remembering the blackness creeping into Eli's toes, the way he had curled them, and then stopped feeling them at all. Mason looked at the door as if it were a mouth. "It is worse when we are all together," he said again. "It likes groups. It knows how many we are. If some of us move, maybe it gets confused. Maybe it follows the wrong ones. You want to split up?" Ryan stared at him, horrified. "In this?" "We are already split," Mason said. "We are not where we are supposed to be. That is a kind of split." "Enough," Brendan snapped, though his voice was frayed. "We pick something and do it before none of us can move. I go. It is my car. My fault. I take it back toward the road. If I find anyone, anything, I bring them here." Ryan wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, pretending it was just melted snow. "I go," he said, almost stumbling over the words. "I do not want to stay. It feels wrong. Walls feel wrong." Theo stood very still. His chest hurt, not from the cold, but from the choice pressing against it. He looked at Eli again. Eli's eyes were half-lidded, but when Theo moved closer, they sharpened, focused with childlike intensity. Eli reached out a hand from under the blankets, fingers seeking. "Do not go," Eli said. His voice sounded younger than it ever had on the court or in the kitchen at home. "Please, Theo, I do not like it when you are gone." Theo knelt beside the cot, the floor cold through his jeans. He took Eli's hand in both of his, chafing it gently, feeling how the skin had gone waxy and cool. "Listen," he said quietly, trying to keep the tremor from his tone. "If I stay, we all might not make it. If I go and find help, you get home faster. Your mom gets you back. That is all I want." Tears welled in Eli's eyes and slipped out, freezing almost as soon as they touched his cheeks. "Promise," he whispered. "I promise," Theo said. He squeezed Eli's hand once more, then tucked it back under the layers. "Do not open the door for anyone else. Not if they knock. Not if they whistle. Not until we come back with help, okay?" Eli nodded, the motion small under the pile of fabric. "3 of us go," Brendan said at last. "Me, Theo, Ryan, Mason. You stay, or you come." Mason's eyes went to the walls one last time, as if they might answer for him. The whistle had gone quiet for a stretch that felt wrong, like a missing heartbeat. "If it only has one place to look," he said slowly, "we all end up in the same story. If we give it more places, maybe some of us slip past." He looked at Eli, then at the door. "I will walk," he decided, voice distant, as if he were listening to someone else inside his head. "I have to see where it wants us to go." The choice settled over them like another blanket, this one heavy and stitched with regret in every seam. They layered on what they had, coats over sweaters, blankets over shoulders. Ryan's hands shook as he tied his shoes, fingers clumsy and numb. Theo touched the little Bible in his pocket out of habit, though he could not feel the edges of it through the numbness. Brendan took the keys from his jacket, their metal biting his skin, and closed his fist around them. At the door, he paused. "We come back," he said, looking at Eli. "We are not leaving you. We are just taking the long way around." Eli nodded again, but his eyes had that glassy, distant look of someone whose body had already decided on its own timetable. They opened the door. The storm shoved its arm back in, wind pushing snow in thin sheets across the threshold. The noise of the trees rushed up, loud after the muffled quiet of the trailer. For a heartbeat, the three who had committed themselves to the walk, Brendan, Theo, Ryan, stood in the doorway, silhouettes cut out of the weak light behind them. Then they stepped off the metal stairs and back into the night. Mason was last. He stood at the top of the steps, one hand on the doorframe, the other hanging at his side. Snow blew in around him, flecking his hair, stinging the exposed skin of his neck. His breath plumed out and disappeared. Something made him look up. He did not later have words for what he saw. The narrative, when it tried to form itself afterward, slipped around the details, describing only impressions, a wrongness in the angle of the darkness above the clearing, a sense of height that did not match the trees, the feeling of being looked down on from a place that was not the sky. The sound was clearer. The whistle came again, but closer than it had ever been, not muffled by walls or distance. High, low, high, the same three notes, but now there was something under them, a strained attempt at shaping consonants, at dragging air into shapes like syllables. Ma, s, on. It almost formed his name. Almost. The hair rose on his arms. Every instinct he had left screamed at him to shut the door, to bolt it, to never step out there again. Another part of him, the one that had walked them off the highway and onto that impossible road, leaned unconsciously toward the sound, as if answering a roll call. Behind him, the trailer's hinges creaked. The door, caught by a gust of wind or something else entirely, swung out of his hand and slammed shut with a force that rattled the thin walls. The noise made Eli flinch in his nest of blankets, heart jolting painfully in his chest. The latch clicked, imperfect but engaged. The world outside and the small, cold metal box he lay in became two different places. On the steps, Mason stood alone for a second longer, the whistle's almost words still vibrating in the air around his head. Then he turned and followed the fading shapes of Brendan, Theo, and Ryan into the storm, leaving Eli inside to face a different kind of waiting and a different kind of horror as the nights began to count themselves against the scratched words that would one day be found beside his bed. By the time Charles Hanley realized he was not getting his truck out tonight, his chest had already begun to complain. The old Ford sat crooked on the narrow shoulder, two wheels sunk into a drift, where the plowed edge of the service road crumbled away into ditch and scrub. The tires spun when he pressed the gas, throwing up a rage of slush that splattered helplessly against the underside and then slid back down in icy clumps. The steering wheel shuddered in his hands. The engine growled like an old dog being asked to stand when it wanted to lie down. "Come on, sweetheart," he muttered, jaw clenched. "We have had worse than this." He rocked the truck forward and back the way he had taught other people to do for decades. Into drive, a small push, then back to reverse, a small pull. Each motion timed with a rhythm you felt more than counted. But the snow here did not want to let go. It sucked at the tires, greedy, and each cycle dug them a little deeper. On the last attempt, something in his chest pinched. Not the sharp, ripping pain of a heart coming fully undone. He knew that feeling secondhand, from men who had stumbled into his garage after shoveling too much or loading what they should not. This was smaller, a fist closing just enough to make his breath catch, a tightness that ran up into his jaw and made the edges of his vision fuzz for a second. He took his foot off the pedal and shifted into park with hands that suddenly felt too big for the gear shift. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay. We are done with that." The engine idled unevenly, the idle climbing and falling like a drunk man trying to find a step. Chuck sank back against the worn seat, listening to it and to his own breathing. In, out, slow. He was 56, too stubborn and too proud to go to doctors as often as he should. He had ignored the fluttery feelings in his chest all week, chalked them up to stress, to coffee, to the strain of driving parts up here for a buddy's snowplow. But now, in the middle of nowhere, with snow beginning to thicken on the windshield, he could not pretend this was nothing. "I am not dying on this damn logging road," he told the dashboard. "You hear me? I am not." He reached over and fumbled with the heater, turning it up a notch. Warm air flowed out, though it smelled faintly of antifreeze and dust. He pulled his jacket tight across his chest, the nylon rustling, the zipper cold against his throat. Sweat had broken out along his hairline despite the chill. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, then focused on breathing again. Outside, the wind nudged the truck gently from one side, making the frame creak. It brushed past the side mirrors in soft, insistent strokes, carrying flakes of snow that ticked against the glass. The wipers, set low, made their steady, hypnotic arc across the windshield, pushing slush aside, letting it creep back in. The night here was different from back in his own town. There, you had the hum of distant highway, the bleed of someone's television, the occasional bark of a neighbor's dog. Here, the dark felt thick, a tangible thing pressing against the windows. The trees on either side of the road loomed as tall smudges beyond the reach of the headlights, their tops lost in the moving blur of falling snow. He listened to the small world inside the cab, the uneven putter of the idling engine, the faint rattle in the glove compartment where a loose socket rolled back and forth with each shift of weight, his own breath drawing in and out a little too fast. Then, under all that, something else. 3 notes, soft but perfectly clear, threading up through the noise like a phrase hummed under someone's breath. High, low, high. Chuck frowned, head tipping slightly, the way it did when he heard a misfire in an engine he knew too well. "What in the..." he murmured. He turned the radio knob on reflex, though the unit was old and half dead. Static fizzed, then faded. There was no station here strong enough to punch through the storm. The whistle came again, this time a little louder, drawn out the way someone might test a sound. High, low, high. It did not come from the speakers. It came from outside, from the road. He eased himself forward in the seat and peered out the windshield. Through the swirling snow, he saw shapes. At first, they were just darker patches moving against the white, blurs at the edge of the headlight's reach. Then they became figures. 4, maybe 5, bunched together, wrapped in blankets and bulky coats that turned them into rounded silhouettes. They walked along the center of the road, heads down against the wind, shoulders hunched, their feet moved with the slow, dragging cadence of people who had been walking longer than they should have. Behind them, much farther back, he saw a glow that could only be headlights, the faint, dirty gold of another vehicle idling or left on. The beam was skewed, tilted in a way that said the car was not on level ground. "Well, I'll be," Chuck breathed. Relief and something like indignation mingled in him. Boys out here fooling around in this weather, and him stuck like an idiot in a drift. "Hey!" he called, rolling the window down an inch despite the cold. "Hey! Boys! Over here! I could use a hand!" His voice came out rougher than he intended, half clipped by the tightness in his chest. It floated out into the night and was swallowed almost immediately by the wind. For a second, he thought they had not heard him. The figures stopped, all together, as if a command had been given. They did not turn at first. They just froze in place, the blankets around their shoulders flaring slightly in the gust. The whistle cut off mid-note, the last high tone hanging an instant longer than it should have before snapping silent. "Yeah," Chuck called again, emboldened. He lifted one arm, though the gesture was probably invisible beyond the wash of his own headlights. "Right here. Truck's stuck. Just need a push. Come on now. I will pay you for your trouble." Slowly, 2 of the figures turned their heads toward him. He could not make out faces, only the suggestion of where faces should be. Pale ovals under hoods and hats. The line of their shoulders looked wrong. Not relaxed, not merely tired, but braced in a way that made something in him twinge beyond the pain in his chest. They huddled closer together then, drawing in toward one another. One of them, Ian, he would say later to the sheriff, though he did not know why he picked that name, pressed closer to the tallest, his outline smaller, like a child's. Their cluster tilted slightly away from the road, as if the asphalt had become a river's edge and they were reconsidering the jump. "Come on," Chuck said, impatience and unease threading into his tone. "I do not bite. I just need..." Without warning, the group broke. Not toward him, but away. They hurried off the road in a stumbling, sliding line, boots disappearing into the deeper snow at the edges. Blankets flapped, catching branches. One of them slipped and went down to one knee. Another hauled him up, almost dragging him the rest of the way. In seconds, they passed beyond the clean wash of his headlights and into the mess of shadow and trunk. Chuck shoved the door open, ignoring the way his heart protested at the sudden movement. Cold slapped him full in the face. Snow hit his cheeks like a handful of salt. "Hey," he shouted, leaning out. "It is not private property, for God's sake. You can..." His words died. From the point where they had disappeared between the trees, a new whistle rose. The rhythm was the same. 3 notes, spaced exactly as before, but the tone was wrong. It sounded stretched, like a recording played back at slightly the wrong speed or through a damaged speaker. The high note warbled, the low sagged, the last high scraped a little at the end, as if someone's lung had not been big enough to finish it properly. High, low, high. The sound made something deep in his animal brain flinch. It was close to human, and yet clearly not. The way a child's drawing of a face is close to a face, but off in all the ways that matter. "Forget this," he muttered, retreating back into the cab. His heart thudded heavily. He slammed the door and locked it without quite thinking about why. The whistle trailed off into the wind, leaving behind only the uneven idle of his truck and the soft, relentless hiss of snow against glass. He sat there the rest of the night, hands clasped tightly in his lap, forcing himself to breathe slow, while the dark road and the tree line kept their own secrets a few yards away, and the faint glow of someone else's abandoned headlights bled away into the storm. By midnight, the storm had settled into a steady, patient fall. Chuck had turned the engine off an hour before, reluctantly twisting the key and listening as the motor's uneven idle sputtered down into silence. The sudden quiet felt wrong after so many years of engines being his company, but fuel was fuel, and he did not know how long he would be out here. Better to save it for a real emergency than burn it while he sat and worried. Inside the truck, the cold crept in with the slow assurance of something that knew it would win eventually. It seeped through the floor and the door panels, coiling around his ankles, climbing his legs. The windows fogged first along the edges, thin halos of condensation spreading inward with each exhale. His breath drifted from his mouth and nose in small clouds, blooming briefly in front of him before fading and sinking into the stagnant air. He kept his heavy coat zipped up to his chin and pulled an old blanket from behind the seat, draping it over himself. The nylon rustled. The blanket's rough fibers scratched his neck. He shifted every few minutes to keep his joints from stiffening entirely, the seat springs creaking softly beneath him. Eventually, fatigue dragged at his eyelids. The ache in his chest had dulled from a sharp fist to a tired pressure, a hand just resting there, reminding him to be cautious. He focused on breathing slow, in counts, like he had been told to do once in a clinic waiting room years ago. 4 in, 4 out. He told himself this was just one bad night. In the morning, the plows would move, a ranger would come by, or he would walk out if he had to. This was just a story he would tell later about the time he got stuck and the way the snow had whispered against the glass. His head dipped forward. His chin touched his chest. Sleep took him in small, snagging grabs, never fully, just enough to blur the line between the truck's cramped interior and whatever his mind was doing in the dark. He did not know how long he had been dozing when something changed in the light. A softer glow had filtered through the clouds earlier, a pale smudge where the moon might be. It gave the snow a faint sheen, enough to sketch shapes of trees and road in weak contrasts of gray. Now, that glow on his left side dimmed, as if something had moved between his truck and the sky. Chuck's eyes snapped open. He did not move at first. For a moment, he could not remember where he was. Then the cold, the smell of old fabric and metal, the weight of the steering wheel under his hands, all told him. Here, on the service road, in the truck that would not move. He became aware of sound next. Not the steady hush of falling snow. That was still there, a constant soft hiss. Not the distant creak of trees shifting their weight. Not his own breath, which had quickened without his permission. Another breath. Slow. Drawn in and out on the other side of the glass. Dampening. Thickening the air near his window. He held his own lungs still. The foreign rhythm continued, unhurried, as if the owner of that breathing had all the time in the world. A single knuckle tapped the side window. Once, twice, 3 times. The knocks were gentle, almost polite, the way you might tap on someone's bedroom door after they had gone to bed. Each impact made the glass thrum softly under the sound, vibrations traveling through the door and into his arm where it rested on the frame. Every instinct Chuck had honed in a lifetime of being alone in garages and on back roads screamed at him to look, to see who it was, to open the door if it was some kid lost in this mess. Another, older instinct, something bone deep and animal, told him not to move at all. He stared straight ahead. The dashboard was a dim suggestion in front of him, the faint glow of the dead radio dial outlining its shape. The windshield showed him only the blurred streaks of snow, the darker smudges of trees beyond. In the corner of his vision, against the left window, a shadow blocked the thin moonlight. It had the form of something upright, close enough that its presence thickened the fog on the glass. He could not make out a face. He could not bring himself to try. The breathing continued. In, out, slow, steady. Not the rapid panting of someone freezing. Not the harsh drag of a panicked creature. Measured, almost curious. On the inside of the glass, moisture beaded, ran, and then smeared as if pressed from the outside. A shape emerged there in the condensation. Not suddenly, not in a jump, but gradually, as if each finger were settling into place one by one. 5 digits, a palm. A handprint appeared, pressed flat against the window from the outside. The fingers were splayed slightly, as if whoever or whatever stood there had laid their hand on the glass with care, testing its thickness. The smudge blurred at the edges, each fingertip leaving an oval mark darker than the surrounding fog. The size was wrong somehow. Too long in the fingers, maybe, or too narrow in the palm. In this light, Chuck's mind tried to fit it into something like normality and could not quite manage it. He listened. No whistle now, only that slow breath, the faint, wet sound of air moving in and out of lungs that sounded too close. Underneath, so subtle that he would later think he might have imagined it, came another noise, the soft slap of bare feet stepping in slush. A brief, sticky peel as skin parted from wet ground, then settled again. He realized his heart was pounding hard enough to make his vision pulse at the edges. The ache in his chest flared, then steadied. He forced a breath in past the tightness, then out, long and silent. Not dying on a logging road, he thought again, but it felt less like a declaration and more like a bargain he was not sure he had the leverage to keep. Seconds stretched. He counted them without meaning to. 1, 2, 3, up to 10, up to 20. The shadow at his window did not move away, but it did not press closer either. The handprint remained, slightly distorted now as new moisture joined old. Finally, because the not knowing felt like its own kind of death, he turned. Slowly, as if any sudden movement might break something fragile between inside and out, he lifted his hand and wiped his sleeve across the glass in a quick, decisive arc. The cold bit his forearm through the fabric. The condensation smeared away, leaving clearer patches. He squinted, eyes adjusting. The road outside was empty. No figure stood there. No shape loomed. The snow was untouched in the narrow beam of his headlights, lying smooth and even on the shoulder and the lane beyond. No footprints marred its surface. Not shoe prints, not bare feet, not anything that suggested someone had been standing inches away from the glass. But the hand-shaped smear remained. Where his sleeve had wiped, a clean stripe cut across the window. In the middle of that stripe, like something burned into the temperature itself, was a faint, palm-sized shape, the ghost of the print, edges softened, still just visible if he leaned at the right angle. It was not on the surface anymore. It was as if the glass remembered being touched. He stared at that outline until his eyes watered and the image blurred. Outside, the night went on, indifferent. The breath he had heard was gone, or blended back into the wind so completely he could not separate it. He sat the rest of the night with the blanket pulled to his chin, his body shivering in waves. Every time he felt sleep trying to drag him under again, he snapped his eyes open, checking the window, half convinced the handprint would have moved or multiplied. The sky lightened by degrees. The gray turned thinner, then thinner still, until the shapes of trees resolved into actual trunks and branches. The snowfall eased into floating lazy flakes, then stopped altogether. Morning came without a drum roll, just the soft admission of light. When Chuck finally forced himself out of the truck, his muscles protested. The cold slapped him, but it was a weaker slap now. The air had lost some of its bite. His boots broke through a thin crust of new snow as he stepped down, crunching to the hard pack beneath. He did not look at the window right away. When he did, the handprint was gone. The rising sun had warmed the glass enough to erase whatever memory it had held. Only a faint streak where his sleeve had smeared the night's breath remained, easily dismissed as nothing. He trudged along the road, following the tire marks his truck and others had left in the days before. The trees on either side looked less like looming sentries now, and more like ordinary pines, their branches still heavy, but no longer menacing. A few bends later, he saw the Buick. It sat half off the road, snow climbed up around its wheels, dark paint dulled by frost. He glanced at it in passing, the way anyone on foot would look at a stranded car, with sympathy and annoyance in equal measure. "Poor fools," he muttered. "You picked a bad place to break down." He might have kept walking without another thought, but something tugged at him. He stopped, frowned, and reached out with one gloved hand to lay his palm flat on the hood. Warm, not the faint residual temperature of metal that had absorbed a little sunlight, not the ghost warmth of an engine that had been shut off at dusk. This was a deeper heat, a steady, low-grade thrum he could feel even through the glove, as if the car's heart were still beating long after it should have gone still. He jerked his hand back, staring at the Buick with new unease. The snow around its tires was crusted and old, unbroken by recent footprints. No smoke rose from the exhaust. No hum came from under the hood. And yet, the warmth remained, stubborn and inexplicable in the morning air. He stood there for a moment longer, then shook his head as if to clear it. "Not my business," he told himself. "Not today." He turned away and continued down the road, looking for a ranger station, a plow, any sign of other people, unaware that the warmth under his palm and the faint, invisible marks on his own fogged window were both pieces of the same story, one he had brushed up against, but would never fully understand. The news broke in pieces, not all at once, not in a single clean headline, but in scattered reports that filtered through small-town radios and folded papers on diner counters. Remains located in Plumas County. Authorities confirm identification of missing Red Hollow men. Photographs were printed, the same few shots again and again. Yearbook faces, team photos, snapshots where someone's arm had been cut off by the crop. Chuck was at the tire shop when he saw them. The TV mounted in the corner played the local station on low volume. The morning anchor's calm voice talking over images of pine trees and snow-choked roads. Chuck only half listened until the picture changed to 5 faces in a neat grid. He froze with a socket wrench in his hand. There they were. The blanket-wrapped silhouettes from the road turned into real young men, eyes looking straight into the camera, smiles uncertain or wide or missing entirely. Seeing them like that, solid, detailed, suddenly human instead of shadows, made his chest ache in a different way. He heard again, in memory, his own rough voice calling out, "Hey, boys, over here, I could use a hand." He remembered the way they had stopped, the way the whistle had cut off, the way they had turned and fled into the trees, as if his truck were more dangerous than whatever waited in the woods. The anchor said, "tragic," 3 times in 2 sentences. Chuck wiped his hand on an oily rag and watched, jaw clenched, as the camera cut to a sheriff he knew from the next county over, explaining that the exact chain of events remains unclear. Later that day, he drove himself to the station. The building smelled like burnt coffee and old paper. The receptionist knew him by name, and by the way he held himself. A man who hated asking for help, but did it anyway, when his conscience gave him no choice. She gave him a clipboard and a sympathetic look, and told him the sheriff would see him soon. They put him in a small interview room, with a rectangular table and 2 metal chairs. A digital recorder sat in the center of the table, a little red light blinking in patient intervals. A deputy poured him water in a flimsy paper cup. The sheriff sat across from him, notebook ready. "Just start from the beginning, Chuck," the sheriff said. "Tell me what you remember about that night." Chuck cleared his throat. His fingers worried at the edge of the cup, leaving a soft dent in the rim. He began with the truck, how it had gotten stuck, how his chest had tightened, how he had turned the engine off to save gas. He described the snow and the trees and the complete, smothering quiet of that stretch of road. Then he got to the shapes. "I saw them in the headlights," he said. 4 or 5 of them, wrapped up in blankets, heading down the middle of the road. I yelled, asked for help. He forced his eyes up from the table, met the sheriff's gaze. "They heard me. They stopped. I know they did." The sheriff nodded, pen moving. "And then they bunched up," Chuck said slowly, as if speaking the movements could make them less strange. Like they were afraid of something. Not me. Something else. Then they all just turned, went into the trees, fast, like they had somewhere else to be, and it sure was not my truck. He hesitated. There was a border in his mind, and he had reached it. On one side, the part of the story that sounded like a sane man recounting a miserable night. On the other, the parts he had tried to file under bad dream and too much stress and almost heart attack. The sheriff waited. The little red light on the recorder blinked on, off, on. "I heard a whistle," Chuck said finally. His voice had dropped a notch. 3 notes, high, low, high, came from where they were. Then after they went into the trees, it came from there instead. Same rhythm, wrong pitch, like a tape someone had stretched out. He expected a small flinch or a flicker of something in the sheriff's face. Instead, he got a practiced stillness, the sort of neutral that came from years of listening to people try to stitch sense around what had happened to them. "All right," the sheriff said. And later, so he told him about the shadow at his window, about the breathing that was not his own, about the handprint blooming on the fogged glass, fingers too long, palm too narrow, about the slow knock, once, twice, 3 times, about sitting so still his muscles shook, because moving felt like an invitation. He watched the sheriff's pen slow as he spoke, then pick up again only when he mentioned the parts that could be measured, the time, the weather, the fact that his own chest had hurt and he had been alone, scared, maybe not thinking straight. When he described the handprint, the sheriff just nodded tightly, eyes hooded. "Near heart attack can play tricks on you," the sheriff said gently when Chuck paused. "You know that. Deprivation, stress, that kind of cold. Not saying you did not feel what you felt, but tape, whistle, breathing. We have to be careful about what we put in the official statement." On the table between them, the recorder clicked. Neither man had touched it, yet the machine made the distinct mechanical sound of stopping and rewinding, a tiny whir that broke the steady blink of its red light. Both glanced at it. "Battery going," the deputy said from his place by the door. "These things glitch sometimes." He reached out, pressed a button, and the red light steadied, its blink falling back into rhythm. They finished the interview. Chuck signed a statement. The sheriff thanked him for coming in, for his time, for his efforts. On the way out, the receptionist put a hand on his arm and told him he had done what he could, that no one could ask more than that. Later, when the sheriff played back the recording in his office to write up the official report, he heard his own voice and Chuck's moving back and forth in the small room. Questions, answers, the flutter of paper, the scratch of pen. Underneath all that, very faint, was something else. At first, he thought it was feedback, some artifact from the cheap recorder, a thin, reedy sound that rose and fell. He leaned closer, turned the volume up a notch. The noise resolved itself into 3 notes: high, low, high, repeating at irregular intervals, always in the silences between Chuck's sentences, never over them. In the room that day, no one had heard it. He sat very still, finger hovering over the stop button, while the faint whistle threaded through the past, the machine having captured something the men in the room had not. When the official case file was typed up and closed, none of that made it into the narrative. The report mentioned a witness named Charles Hanley, who had seen 4 to 5 individuals walking along Hollow Ridge Service Road on the night of February 24th, approximately at 2 a.m. It recorded that he had been stuck in snow and suffering possible cardiac distress, and that he had been unable to render assistance. It added that he had inferred the individuals were the missing men from later news coverage. There was no mention of handprints on glass, of breathing at the window, of warm hoods in cold mornings, or of whistles hanging just outside the frequency of reasonable explanation. Those details lived only in the margins of a man's memory, and in one strange tape the sheriff did not play for anyone else. Chuck carried his own version to the end of his life. Even when doctors later told him that his heart had indeed been fragile that winter, that he had been lucky that night, that it was no wonder he had felt lightheaded and strange. He still woke some nights hearing 3 soft taps against glass that was not there. He still saw the blurred figures turning away from him, choosing the trees over his voice. He told the story a few times to people who listened and nodded and shook their heads at the sadness of it all. With each retelling, he shaved off some of the rough edges, made it more about the boys and less about the hand at his window. Still, the kernel of guilt sat under it, a little hard stone he could not cough up. "I should have done more," he would say, though logically he knew he could not have forced them into his truck any more than he could have pushed it out of the drift by himself. "I should have something." After he died, his widow went through his things. She found shirts that still smelled faintly of motor oil. She found a drawer full of old keys, each one labeled with tape in his tight slanted handwriting: lawnmower, Jones's Chevy, mystery lock. She found, tucked between the owner's manuals for lawn equipment in the garage, the battered book that had come with his truck when he bought it secondhand. The manual fell open in her hands at the back cover, where something had been written years later in blue ink. Someone stood there. I heard them. If you hear the whistling, lock the door and pretend you are asleep. The words were underlined twice. The pressure of the pen had indented the cardboard. She read the sentence 3 times, the room around her going very quiet. Outside, the late autumn wind stirred the branches of the maple in their yard, but softly. No storm, no snow, just leaves scraping one another. That night, after she had packed the manual away in a box, she did not quite know what to label. She stood at the kitchen sink washing a mug. The window above the sink showed her own reflection in the dark glass, the faint orange of the porch light behind her, the shadowy outline of the yard beyond. From somewhere just to the left of the frame, not from the radio, not from the TV, not from any neighbor's yard, she thought she heard a whistle. 3 notes: high, low, high. So soft that it might have been a trick of pipes or the house settling. She turned off the faucet. For a moment, there was no sound but the faint tick of the cooling stove. By the window, the wind chimes hanging from the eave moved, their metal tubes tapping together in a hesitant, uneven rhythm. They should have needed a breeze to stir them. The air outside looked perfectly still. She stepped closer, one hand resting lightly on the counter. The chimes swayed once, twice, then hung motionless again. "Just the house," she said aloud, to no one, to herself, to any listening thing. Just the house and old stories. She turned off the kitchen light. Her reflection vanished into the dark. For a second, before her eyes adjusted, the glass showed only black, smooth, and depthless, like the surface of a road at night before headlights catch it and reveal that someone has passed that way and gone on. When the story of the boys from Red Hollow settled into the public record, it did so in the way most stories like this do. The rough edges were sanded down until what remained fit into existing boxes. On paper, the explanations were simple. The official summaries, written in the careful language of reports and briefings, leaned heavily on words that sounded reasonable. Hypothermia, poor judgment, mental health history, a series of unfortunate decisions compounded by weather and terrain. The narrative went like this. A group of vulnerable young men, some with intellectual disabilities, some with psychiatric diagnoses, drove out on a cold February night. They were excited about a basketball game. On the way home, they somehow took a wrong turn onto a service road they did not understand. Snow began to fall more heavily. Inexperienced with mountain driving, scared by the conditions and their isolation, they abandoned a car that was still operational. They tried to walk back toward civilization, underestimated the distance, and succumbed to the cold. On top of that baseline, people added personal footnotes. Some said Mason's condition, his history of breakdowns, the pills he took to keep his mind quiet, must have flared that night. Maybe he insisted they take the service road. Maybe he became agitated on the highway, begged Brendan to get off, said things that frightened the others more than the weather did. Group loyalty being what it was, they agreed, not understanding the risk. Others focused on the simple mechanics of panic. One bad choice leads to another. The car feels, in a moment of fear, like a trap instead of a shelter. The snow outside looks temporary, a veil that will lift if you just walk far enough. The woods seem shorter in the imagination than they are on the ground. People have walked away from safety into worse many times before. There is nothing supernatural about it. Talk radio callers summarized it in phrases that fit between ad breaks. They were underprepared. They never should have been out there. Sad. But what did you expect? The idea that tragedy could be the result of nothing more mystical than bad timing and worse navigation comforted some. It made the world feel containable. Roads were roads. Storms were storms. And if people simply respected them correctly, nothing like this would happen again. These were the rational explanations people told themselves. They had weight. There was evidence you could point at. Gas still in the Buick's tank, snow depth on the road, medical histories in manila folders. You could draw lines with a pen from left gym after dark, to wrong road, to car abandoned, to bodies found, and each arrow had a tidy label. Hypothermia does strange things. Investigators would remind anyone who balked. People undress in the snow. They hide under trees. They fail to see food that is right in front of them. Their thinking narrows until even obvious lifelines do not look like lifelines at all. That, too, was a kind of horror. Brains turning against their owners. Rational minds dissolving under slow assault from cold and fear. But it was a horror that fit comfortably inside journals and textbooks. It lived in diagrams and footnotes, not in whispers in the dark. For the families, those neat explanations felt like a door politely closed in their faces. They knew their sons and brothers as more than the list of diagnoses and limitations the world attached to them. They knew how carefully the boys planned for the tournament, how much they loved routine, how proud they were of that car and that team. The idea that they had simply wandered, blindly and foolishly, away from a vehicle that could still run, did not sit easily with the people who had folded their jerseys the night before. The picture at the forestry camp complicated things further. Eli's body had not been found collapsed under a tree or halfway down a ravine. It had been found in a trailer with a roof. He had been wrapped in layers of whatever he could reach. He had eaten some of the military rations. He had tried, in his own way, to survive. And yet, the matches in their boxes remained untouched. The propane never flowed. The cabinets remained half full of food. The scratches on the wall beside his bed spoke not of confusion, but of counting, of nights tracked, of something noticed and remembered. Third night, it stood on the stairs. Sixth night, it stood by the fire door. Eighth night, it stood by the bed. There were no clinical terms that softened those lines. They did not fit in the box labeled simple tragedy. They suggested awareness, pattern, an attempt to make sense of an intrusion. Investigators could point out, reasonably, that stress and isolation and frostbitten pain might have warped Eli's perceptions. They could say that whatever it had been, noise, shadow, the shape of fear itself, was probably nothing that could leave footprints. The families would nod, because arguing with deputies did not bring anyone back. Privately, though, they turned those words over in their minds at night, the way you turn a strange stone in your hand, feeling for the smooth and rough parts. They thought about the fact that one pair of shoes under the bed did not belong to the man in it, that someone else had walked away wearing shoes too big. They thought about the warm hood of the Buick on a cold morning, about the sheriff's brief, unsteady glance at a recorder that had clicked and whirred on its own, about an older man from another town who swore, in a voice suddenly thinner than his shoulders, that he had seen blanket-wrapped figures on that road and heard a whistle the night they vanished. Several witnesses, who had no reason to know one another's stories, mentioned sound. Not screaming, not frantic shouts, not the ordinary calls of lost people trying to get each other's attention. A whistle, 3 notes, always 3, always with that peculiar high-low-high pattern that felt both arbitrary and intentional. It appeared in the margins of incident reports, in side conversations with reporters that never made it into print, in the half-whispered recollections of searchers who had spent too many hours in those woods. Heard some kind of whistling up there, one might say, then add quickly, probably just wind. You get turned around. Your ears play tricks on you. The official file did not emphasize it. There was nowhere to put strange, recurring sound motif on forms meant for listing weather conditions and bodily injuries. The whistling lived instead in the oral layers of the story, caught in phrases that began with, "I know this sounds crazy, but..." Rational explanations are the bones of stories like this. They give shape. They keep the whole thing from collapsing under the weight of dread. They allow coroners to write cause of death lines and officers to close boxes and say, with some conviction, that the case is as solved as it is going to be. And yet, there is a difference between having an explanation and feeling that explanation settle into you like truth. There is a gap between the world described by the file and the world remembered by the people who stood on the road, walked in the snow, or stared at a trailer door with something breathing just on the other side. In that gap, the whistling stays. If you sit long enough in the bars around Red Hollow, the official story eventually runs out. The newscaster's version, the deputy's version, the tragic but understandable version gets told first, with all its clean cause and effect. People nod, cluck their tongues, stare into their beers. Then, once the game on the TV is loud enough and the night outside is dark enough, someone will lean in and say, "You know, Hollow Ridge has always been funny, long before those boys. They are talking about the road, but they do not start with asphalt. They start with a cabin. Long before the forestry station installed its trailers and propane tanks and emergency rations, there was just a single wooden cabin tucked into the trees near the ridge. The maps from that time barely marked it. If they did, it was a small square with the word watchman penciled in beside it, as if the person who lived there mattered less than the job he did. The watchman had a name once, but it is worn down in the telling. Some call him Avery. Others say he was a Hayes. A few older voices insist his name does not belong in mouths anymore, that the ridge liked it too much and kept it. So he becomes just the watchman, a role instead of a man. The stories agree on the basics. He lived there through winters that lasted longer than they had any right to. He kept track of lightning strikes and smoke on the horizon, of logging crews going up and not coming down, of hunters who were late and might need rescue. He had a radio that popped and hissed, a log book full of neat lines of weather, and a pair of boots that only ever seemed to point toward the ridge or back toward town. He was good at his job, people say, at first. Straighter than a survey stake. One old-timer likes to say, tapping the bar with a knuckle for emphasis. Never missed a shift. He knew who was on the road by the sound of their engines. In those early years, his notes in the station log were simple. Snow depth, wind direction, sightings of smoke or fire. Then, somewhere in the middle, they started to change. Nobody has the original log anymore, but the story of it survives. Someone remembers an uncle who once flipped through it after a storm. Someone else remembers a ranger who told them what he had seen between the neat lines of numbers. He started writing down people, another voice will say, lowering just a little. Not names at first, just man on wrong road, midnight. Family with tired kids told them to turn back, that sort of thing. Then came notes that made less sense. Road pointed the wrong way tonight. Truck took a turn that was not there yesterday. Lights where no lights should be. At first, the bosses chalked it up to boredom. Long nights alone do odd things to the mind. The cabin was small. The winters were quiet. And the human brain does not like silence. It fills it with patterns, with invented voices, with meaning where there is only wind. When the watchman came down for supplies, though, he did not look like a man who had just been talking to his own echoes. He looked like someone who had been listening. He began to insist that the road itself, Hollow Ridge Road, the narrow service cut twisting up into the trees, moved at night. Not much. Not like some cartoon where asphalt snakes around. Just enough. Bends toward people who do not belong. He told anyone who would listen, leaning over his coffee at the diner. You get someone up there who should have stayed in the valley. The road notices. Just a curve at first. Just a sign turned wrong. Next thing you know, they're not where they thought they were. People laughed, because what else do you do when someone tells you the road is hunting? They said he needed more sleep. They said the wind turned signs, and the plows cut corners, and after enough winters, even a straight cut can feel crooked. They said the ridge was old and indifferent, and did not care enough about humans to move for them. He went back up anyway. Then there was the winter. He did not come back. Details vary, depending on who is talking. Some say a blizzard rolled in faster than anyone predicted. Others say it was an ordinary storm on paper, the kind the watchman had ridden out dozens of times, nothing special. What people agree on is this. When they went up in late March to resupply the cabin, they found it empty. Coffee gone stale in the pot. Logbook open on the table. Boots missing. Coat missing. Radio on, hissing to itself. Outside, the snow around the cabin showed tracks that came and went, muddled by melt, wind, time. There were no neat lines leading away, no tidy path that said, he went this way. Just scuffs and holes and places where the surface had collapsed into hollows. In the log, the last entry was short. No weather data, no fire reports. Road walked last night, it said. I am going to see where. Hollow Ridge kept his body, or gave it back in pieces no one recognized. The story disagrees about that. Some say he simply vanished, swallowed by a drift. Others say they found him miles off any marked path, frozen upright against a tree, eyes wide open as if he had finally seen what he'd been listening for. What almost everyone agrees on is the whistling. After that winter, people who drove those roads at night started to say they heard a sound where no person was visible. 3 notes: high, low, high. Sometimes it came from the trees. Sometimes from what sounded like just over the next rise. Sometimes, unnervingly, from behind their own vehicles, as if someone were walking in their tracks. Used to be his signal, an older ranger might say, nursing a beer. He'd whistle when he saw someone on the wrong road. Let him know he was watching. Maybe he whistled one time too many into the wrong dark. To cope with that feeling, the sense that something more than weather was at play out there, people did what people always do. They made rules. They told them half-jokingly, so it would be easier to remember them later. In bars and kitchen booths and the side rooms of gas stations, you can still hear them passed around, especially on winter nights when someone glances out the window and sees snow starting to fall sideways. First rule: do not follow a road you do not remember being there yesterday. Maybe it is about construction. Maybe it is about faded signs and old logging cuts. Or maybe it is about the ridge noticing you and laying out a new path like a tongue. Second rule: if snow starts when they said it would be clear, stay off Hollow Ridge. Storms happen. Forecasters get it wrong. Everyone knows that. But if the sky was supposed to hold and instead it closes over only when you are near that turnoff, people say, consider that a hint and keep going past. Third rule: if you hear 3 whistles and do not see a person, you did not hear anything. Keep walking. Keep driving. Do not look for the source. That one usually gets a laugh, shoulders loosening as the absurdity of it lands. Who does not look when they hear something strange? Who ignores a possible warning? The joke is that nobody will follow it. But the laughter always has an edge. Because even if the story is just that, a stitched-together mix of one lonely man's madness and a few bad winters and the human need to make patterns, people around Red Hollow remember the rules. They drive a little faster past the Hollow Ridge turnoff on nights when the wind rises with no warning. They pretend not to notice 3-note patterns in the distance. They tell themselves they are not superstitious. They say, it is just a ghost story, just how folks here cope. Then, when their tires hum over wet asphalt and the radio goes fuzzy for a second, they think about a watchman walking into a whiteout to see where the road was going. They listen, just for a heartbeat, for a whistle they will later insist they never heard. Officially, the Hollow Ridge file has 4 bodies attached to it. 4 names get carved into stone, printed in obituaries, folded into prayers. 4 small collections of possessions: watches, wallets, keys, ticket stubs, are bagged and cataloged, given back to families in boxes that seem too small. 4 lives are talked about in the past tense. He loved basketball. He was always kind. He used to call his mother after every game. Mason's name sits beside theirs on the paperwork, but there is no weight to anchor it. On the form, next to status, the box checked for him is not located or recovered. It is missing, presumed deceased. The presumption does a lot of heavy lifting. There is no body, no bones, no recovered clothing. There is only an absence in the space where he should be, and the quiet suggestion that the mountain kept more than it returned. Searchers combed the woods for him in those first weeks. They walked grid patterns through the trees until their calves burned and their eyes watered from staring at snow. They checked ravines, creek beds, thickets, where a man might have crawled and fallen asleep forever. Dogs sniffed at the air, caught interesting scents, lost them. Helicopters traced slow arcs overhead, their shadows sliding over pines and patches of bare ground. Nothing. At briefings, someone would say, maybe he went farther than the others. They would draw circles on maps, pushing the radius out, stretching the zone of possibility until it overlapped with other roads, other valleys, other stories. Then eventually, they stopped drawing. Life has a way of moving on, even when files stay open in a cabinet. The town found new tragedies to wrap its attention around. The Hollow Ridge boys settled into a particular place in memory, mentioned on anniversaries, brought up in cautionary tales, their photos yellowing on bulletin boards no one updated often. Mason became, in the public conversation, a ghost made of questions. Rumors, of course, did what rumors do. They scattered, seeded, took root in different soil. Years after the case had gone from breaking news to that thing that happened back then, a gas station clerk in another state, 300 miles away, across a border of mountain ranges and forgotten logging roads, claimed he had seen something on his security footage that made his skin crawl. The story, as it came to be told in back rooms and late-night forums, went like this. It was a slow, gray afternoon. The clerk was bored enough to scroll through old camera feeds, looking for anything interesting enough to break the monotony. In one clip from the week before, he noticed a shape at the very edge of the frame. Just a smear of movement at first, easy to miss if you were not looking for it. He paused the tape, rewound, let it play again, slower. A man limped along the far side of the lot, beyond the pumps, near the ditch where snow had melted into dirty piles. He wore no coat despite the damp cold. One foot was bare, skin raw, looking even in black and white, toes swollen as if from frostbite long ago. The other foot wore a shoe that was clearly too big for him, flapping a little at the heel with each step. He did not look into the camera. His head was turned away, hair hanging in a familiar, unkempt fall. His posture, slightly hunched, as if listening to something far away, stirred a memory the clerk could not place until the news replayed the Hollow Ridge case on some anniversary and showed Mason's older photo. In a still frame grabbed and printed out later, the man's face was a blur. The grain of the footage and the angle conspired together to erase the details that would have settled anything. But the outline, the way his shoulders sloped, the tilt of his head, the haircut that could have been grown out from the one in the missing posters, was close enough to make people say, "It looks like him. It feels like him." By the time someone from law enforcement came to look, the original files had been overwritten by new days. All that remained was the printed frame and a story told with hands moving in the air, tracing the limp, the bare foot, the too big shoe. It went into the rumor pile. Interesting, unsettling, impossible to prove. Other sightings followed, as they always do. A man walking along a forest road at dusk, miles from any town, muttering to himself as if answering questions no one else could hear. A barefoot figure seen crossing a field on a winter morning, leaving no prints in the frost. A pair of eyes in the reflection of a windshield in a parking lot that looked, for half a second, like a man who should have been 30 by then and was not. Maybe none of them were Mason, Maybe all of them were, for a certain definition of who or what Mason had become. The story makes room for different endings. Maybe he wandered until the end in another piece of forest, unseen by any search team, his body claimed by animals and weather, until even bones were scattered and lost. The mountain is large enough. The world is big enough. People vanish without help from moving roads. Maybe, on that last night at the trailer, when he stepped out into the storm and heard his name almost formed in the whistling, he followed. Not just along a logging cut or an animal path, but onto a road that was not on any map pinned behind a ranger's desk. A road that did what the old watchman had always claimed, bent itself toward those who did not belong, then away again, carrying them somewhere else. Maybe Hollow Ridge did not simply swallow him. Maybe it kept him the way a road keeps a familiar set of tire tracks in mind. Maybe it learned his patterns, the way he walked when his feet hurt, the cadence of his voice, the way he listened more than he spoke, and decided that a human guide would be useful. After all, if roads can choose, they might prefer someone who already knows what it feels like to be lost. So one version of the legend goes like this. On certain nights, in certain lengths of highway or forest road that were never drawn by surveyors, you might see a man walking just at the edge of your headlights. Barefoot on one side, oversized shoe on the other. He never quite turns his head enough for you to see his face. If you slow down to offer help, he steps off into the trees and is gone, leaving only 3 faint whistles in the air and a feeling that your GPS has not told you the whole truth about where you are. Most people, mercifully, never meet him. Most nights, roads are just roads, leading where they are supposed to. Still, the story lingers, and sometimes it bleeds into other places. About a year after the Hollow Ridge case was technically closed, a teenage couple parked at a different overlook on a different mountain. Just 2 kids who had driven up away from town lights to talk and not talk in the privacy of their car. The overlook was one of those places with a railing and a view that was better in the daytime. At night, it showed mostly darkness, the suggestion of valleys below, a scatter of distant farmhouse lights like low stars. They argued quietly about something small that felt big. The boy drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. The girl stared out the window, arms folded. The radio, turned low to fill the silence, hissed through static as it reached for a station. Then, unexpectedly, it grabbed onto a voice. Top of the 3rd, 2 outs. An announcer said, tinny and distant. Here is the pitch. The boy frowned. There is no game tonight, he said. Season is over. He reached for the dial, but his hand hovered instead of turning. Under the announcer's patter, so faint that they might have missed it if they had been talking louder, came 3 clean whistles. High, low, high. They sat very still. The girl's shoulders tightened. Turn that off, she said. Her voice was sharp, more frightened than annoyed. Turn it off. That road thing creeps me out. He blinked, hands still on the dial. What road thing? He asked. I never... He stopped mid-sentence. He had never told her about Hollow Ridge. He had listened to the stories from his uncle, had driven past the turnoff faster than necessary once or twice, but he had never said any of that out loud to her. The whistle came again through the speakers, slightly louder this time, the announcer's commentary warping around it like tape stretched too thin. He turned the radio off. The car fell into a silence, broken only by their breathing and the faint click of the cooling engine. Outside, the overlook and the road leading to it waited, still and unmarked, as if they had not noticed anything at all. Somewhere far from Hollow Ridge, the snow does not matter. Out there, on the mountain, the cabins sink into their own darkness. Their windows are black, their doors shut, the flagpole at the forestry camp giving a tired little squeak whenever the wind remembers it. The metal trailer that held Eli's last winter stands quiet. Thin walls cooled all the way through. Inside, blankets lie folded by other hands now. Bags are zipped, floors scrubbed. The scratches on the wall are still there under a new coat of paint, faint as veins under skin. The pines sway under a sky that is finally just a sky. No hidden seams, no watching angles. Clouds drift. Stars show when they can. On most nights, the only sounds are animal ones. An owl calling, a fox passing through, the sigh of snow slipping off branches and landing with a soft thump that no one hears. The road that walked for them lies where the plows and surveyors and men in uniforms left it. Gravel, ice, patches of old asphalt, all stitched into the landscape like a scar that will never completely fade. Cars still pass there sometimes. Their headlights sweep the trees and catch nothing stranger than their own reflection in a patch of ice. The hill remembers maybe, but it remembers quietly. The story leaves it there and travels, because stories do not stay in one place any more than roads do. It follows a very different kind of road now, one that has streetlights and painted lines and the soft red eyes of traffic signals blinking at empty intersections. It passes over bridges, between buildings, down long straight stretches of highway where the worst danger is someone checking their phone at the wrong moment. It slips off the freeway into neighborhoods with sidewalks and porches and trash cans lined up for morning collection. It moves past houses that have seen only ordinary nights, arguments about bills, kids with fevers, late dishes, television laughter. Some windows are lit, some dark, some hold the blue-white glow of screens. Then it comes to you. Somewhere in the United States, between 25 and 50 years old, you are not in a trailer on a forgotten ridge. You are in your room, or your apartment, or a borrowed space that you have slowly made into something that recognizes your shape. Maybe there is a lamp on, one of those with a warm bulb that turns the room honey-colored. The shade throws a soft circle of light on the wall, just enough to make shadows out of the furniture instead of dark blocks. Maybe you like it darker, and the only glow is from your phone resting beside you. The screen dimmed, the progress bar of this story moving slowly toward the edge. On your nightstand, there is a glass of water. The light catches on its rim, making a thin, bright line. A tiny ring of condensation has formed under it and left a damp halo on the wood. The water moves a little when you shift, sending a quiet ripple against the sides of the glass, like a very small, very calm tide. There might be a pet at the foot of the bed, a dog that has already given up on your bedtime and claimed its spot facing the door, or a cat curled in a perfect circle, tail over nose, ears flicking now and then at sounds you do not hear. Their breathing is slow and steady. They know this room. To them, it is the whole world right now. Or maybe the other side of the bed is empty. The sheet there still holds a faint dent, a memory of weight. It is not a hostile emptiness, just a quiet one. A place that has been used enough to remember a shoulder, a hip, the way someone else once turned in their sleep. The air is mild. You are not watching breath fog in front of you. You are not counting the burn in your feet to see how much of you is still yours. If it is winter where you are, the worst of the cold has been tamed by a heater that clicks on with a small, reassuring thump and sends warm air drifting through the vents. If it is summer, a fan pushes the heavy air around in lazy circles, the blades making a soft thup 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 that you have stopped consciously noticing. Listen. There is the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen, cycling on and off like a patient machine that has no opinion about anything you put inside it. Somewhere outside your window, a car passes on a real ordinary road, tires hissing on wet pavement or rumbling over dry asphalt. You can hear someone, maybe a neighbor, closing a door, a muffled thud that travels through walls and floors and loses all its sharp edges before it gets to you. A clock ticks down the hall, if you still own a clock that ticks. Your own heartbeat keeps its time in your chest. The bed frame creaks a little when you shift your weight. The sheets whisper when you pull them higher. All of this is small. All of it is ordinary. That is the point. You are not in the snow. You are not standing on a service road, watching your only way home sink slowly into a drift. You are not listening to your oars scrape ice or your boots crack thin ponds by accident in the dark. You are not on a road that changes direction when you are not looking, turning itself towards some place that was not there yesterday. You are here, in this room, in this moment, with walls around you that have probably never seen more than paint and pictures and the occasional dent from furniture being moved. The roof above you holds. The door closes. The lock works. Your phone or speaker sits nearby, small and solid, obedient to your thumb. The story has brought Hollow Ridge into your space, but only as sound. The road that walked, the watchman, the boys wrapped in blankets, the whistles. These things live on the other side of your screens and speakers. They exist between your ears for a while, and the way your brain paints pictures when a voice gives it lines to follow. When the story ends, those pictures will fade, not vanish, but soften into something you can put down. Right now, the hill that remembers people is not under your feet. Your floor is wood, carpet, tile, whatever you have. The weight it holds is yours. There is a kind of quiet haunting in that, because the story does not really stay up there on the ridge. It moves with you now, sits at the edge of your bed, not as a threat, but as a question. It asks what roads you have taken in your own life without entirely knowing why. It asks what instincts you have ignored, what strange little rhythms you have heard and pretended were nothing. But those questions can wait. Tonight, the most important thing is simpler. Your body is here in a small human space built for rest. You made it back from every road you have ever taken so far. Some of them were worse than Hollow Ridge in their own ways. Some of them were just as confusing. But you are not on them now. You are in your own room, with your own breath, with your own heartbeat counting time that still belongs to you. Some sounds stay with you long after you stop hearing them. On Hollow Ridge, it was 3 notes. High, low, high. You heard them follow the boys from the car to the trees, from the trees to the camp, from the camp to the edge of whatever waited just outside the trailer door. The whistle meant cold and wrong turns, and something watching that did not blink. It meant a road that did not want to stay where the map said it should. In your room, the sounds are different. Nothing in your house is whistling 3 notes in the dark, probably. Still, there are other patterns that visit you when the lights go low, and the phone screen goes dim. They do not come through the window. They come from inside. A memory knocks first, not a big one, not a life-changing disaster, just something small that decided it was important at exactly the wrong hour. A comment you made 3 years ago that came out sideways. The way someone looked at you in a meeting, and you have been rewriting that second ever since. An old conversation that ended badly and never got fixed. You are lying in a bed that has held you 1,000 nights with blankets that know your shape, and suddenly, there it is. That one moment, playing again in your head in perfect unwanted clarity. High, low, high. Another whistle, the email you have not replied to, the appointment you still have not booked, the message you read and told yourself you would answer later, only later, never showed up. And now it has been just a little too long. Your brain brings it up at 2 a.m. as if you can do anything about it from under your covers in the dark. Then the bigger whistles arrive, fears about tomorrow, questions about money, health, family, the feeling that everyone else somehow got a map that you missed. They do not come as sentences at first. They arrive as tightness in the chest, a sigh you did not plan to let out, a restless urge to check your phone again, even though you know there is nothing new. Each one feels like a sound outside the car, a call that might be important, something you should probably get up and answer, something you should follow. The mind is good at building its own service roads. You know the main highways in your life, the routines that keep you anchored, the relationships that matter, the duties you take care of because you must. Then late at night, the brain offers you a smaller turnoff, a thought that says, what if you had done that differently? What if they actually hate you? What if everything breaks tomorrow? The sign on that road always looks official. It flashes, shortcut to control, or necessary worry this way. Your anxiety tells you that if you take it, if you walk down that mental path far enough, you will finally find certainty, that you will finally feel safe. You know how that goes. You take the turn. You replay the conversation. You rehearse tomorrow's disaster in detail. You imagine every way something could go wrong. You try to answer every knock, follow every whistle. By the time you realize what has happened, you are nowhere near the main road of reality anymore. You are out there in a personal forest, cold and tired, chasing a glow that keeps stepping back. Everyone has at least one night where they abandon a perfectly good car inside their own head. Not literally. A car, in this case, is the present moment. The bed you are actually in. The fact that right now, nothing is on fire. No one is standing over you demanding answers. The house is standing. The fridge is humming. The clock is ticking. For a while, you forget that. You tell yourself you cannot rest until you go check the dark trees of what if one more time. The Hollow Ridge story just gave that habit a sound. High, low, high. The horror of the ridge is real for the people in it. But there is another layer sitting with you now. Something quieter, more familiar. That whistle is not just a thing in the trees. It is the part of your mind that calls your name when you are finally almost asleep. Hey, remember that mistake? Want to think about it for 45 minutes? Hey, you have bills. Want to catastrophize about the future right now? The road in the story moves toward people who do not belong there. The roads in your head move toward whatever hurts. Here is the thing the story can remind you of, gently, without scolding. You do not have to answer every knock. When your brain taps on the window with 3 soft what ifs in the middle of the night, you are allowed to do what Eli should have done with the trailer door. Recognize that the thing outside is real in some way. It is a memory, a fear, a regret. But it is not something you have to let in right now. You do not have to follow every strange road your mind offers at 2 a.m. Some thoughts are useful in daylight. Planning, problem solving, honest reflection. They are important. But the same thought that is helpful at noon becomes a hollow ridge service road at midnight. It bends the longer you walk it. It takes you away from where your body is resting and drags you into weather your nervous system is too tired to handle. There is a kind of courage in saying, "Not tonight." You can imagine, if it helps, that the whistle is outside and your room is the car. Heater on, doors locked, fuel enough to make it through until morning. The snow is tapping at the windows, and something in the trees is trying to get you to step out into it. It uses your own history as bait. It says, "Come worry about this. Come fix this now. Come walk with me until you cannot feel your feet." You are allowed to answer with silence, not denial, not pretending the regrets and fears do not exist, but delay. A promise to your own mind. I see that you are worried. We can think about this tomorrow when we are not exhausted. Tonight, we stay in the car. Listen again, just for a moment. Somewhere in the background of your awareness, if you tune in too sharply, you might almost hear a faint echo of those 3 notes, the story's leftover sound. High, low, high. Little waves of worry trying to press against the glass. Then bring your attention closer. Notice your own breathing instead. In, out. Slower now than it was when the story was at its sharpest. The air moves in your chest in a rhythm that is older than any road and any legend. Your heartbeat follows its steady pattern, not quite syncopated with the fridge hum or the heater clicks, but part of the same quiet orchestra. The imagined whistle fades the more you listen to these ordinary sounds. It does not vanish forever. Nothing that has meant something to you ever really does, but it moves back, out to the edge of the trees, back up the ridge, into a part of your mind where stories live, not where decisions are made. Tonight, at least, you are allowed to let the story walk back into the forest without you. You can picture Hollow Ridge receding, the cabins dimming, the trailer cooling, the footprints in the snow filling in with drift and time. The watchman's cabin turning into just another story told over cheap beer. The whistle becoming nothing more dangerous than a wind chime someone forgot to take down before winter. What stays with you is not the chill, but the reminder that you are not the only one whose mind builds haunted roads. Everyone has their own wrong turn they still question, their own ridge they replay. The fact that yours talks to you at night does not mean you are broken. It means you are human. And humans, unlike certain roads, get to choose where they go next. Later tonight, after the last line of this story slips away, and the screen in front of you goes dark or dim, the world will go on doing all its small, ordinary things. Your house will keep being your house. Your room will keep being your room. The hill, wherever it is, will go back to being something that exists on maps and in memories, and not in the air above your bed. Maybe, though, there will be one small interruption. Picture it. You are already drifting. The blankets are pulled up. The pillow has caught the exact shape of your head. Your eyelids are heavy in that pleasant way that says sleep is finally close. The story's images are fading at the edges, snow smearing into static, the trailer dimming down, the whistle becoming only the idea of a sound instead of an actual one. On your nightstand, your phone sits in its usual place, screen dark, charging cable plugged in, quiet. Then, for no good reason at all, the screen lights up. An unknown number blooms across it. No name. Just a string of digits you have never dialed and never saved. The brightness cuts through the half-dark, a little square of artificial day in the corner of your vision. The vibration, set to low, gives the wood a soft, buzzing tremor. You are half asleep. You see it through a slow blink. Your hand twitches like it wants to reach out and grab the phone, or flip it over, or at least squint to see what area code is calling you at this hour. Maybe, before you can move, it stops. The screen goes dark again. The buzzing pauses, then cuts off entirely. By the time your fingers brush the edge of the phone, there is nothing to answer. No notification, no voicemail yet. Just the faint ghost of a missed call icon that fades as the display times out. Probably just spam. Probably a wrong number. Probably an auto dialer somewhere in a building full of fluorescent lights, and people who do not know your name, pressing until a computer tells them to stop. That is all. Still, some small part of you might feel it as something else. A last, half-hearted invitation from an old road. A tiny flickering echo of the part of your mind that likes to say, "Come on, get up. Think about it more. Walk with me a little farther into this what if." You do not have to go. The story can carry that call for you. While you lie there on the edge of sleep with a quiet phone and a glass of water slowly warming on your nightstand, imagine the scene shifting one last time back to Hollow Ridge. It is deep night there, long after the last searchers packed up their gear and drove away with empty back seats. The snow has fallen and melted and fallen again, smoothing every footprint until the ground looks untouched. The forestry trailer sits with its door slightly open, the latch never quite repaired right, the darkness inside layered and still. Wind moves through the pines, but gently now. The angry edge of winter has worn off a little. Needles whisper against one another far above the ground, creating a sound like distant waves or traffic, far enough away that you can pretend it is any kind of comfort you need. The stairs of packed snow have long since collapsed. The watchman's cabin is a story older people tell when they want the younger ones to look at them with wide eyes. The Buick is gone. The footprints that once led from car to camp and back out into the trees are gone. If the hill remembers where those soles pressed, it keeps that memory to itself. Listen closely, far, far away, on the other side of the ridge, or maybe just at the edge of memory, you can almost hear 3 soft whistles. High, low, high. They are not sharp anymore. They do not sound hungry or insistent or like knuckles on glass. They sound like someone whistling to themselves on a long walk home. A scrap of tune with no words, carried on the air as much for the whistler's comfort as for anyone else's. If roads in this world can remember the people who walked them, their fears, their mistakes, the way their hearts beat faster in certain turns, then maybe rooms can remember too. Maybe your bedroom, in its own quiet way, remembers each time you chose to stay. The nights when you felt the temptation to get up and pace, to scroll, to stare at old messages, to sink into the cold forest of what-ifs, and did not. The nights when you lay down, heard your mind knocking, and still let your eyes close. Maybe walls and pillows and blankets learn your better choices as easily as your habits. Maybe the dent in the mattress is a map of every time you decided not to answer something that meant you harm. So if you hear a small sound in the dark tonight, a pipe settling, a branch tapping the window once, the heater clicking on in the little 3-beat rhythm your nerves are already primed to notice, you can choose not to get up. Not this time. Let the road go on without you. Let Hollow Ridge stay where it is, up in the high country, watched over by pines and snow, and whatever stories belong to it now. Let the parts of your mind that like to wander there do their walking without dragging your body along. Let the hills and the highways and the old service cuts hold their ghosts and their echoes and their missed calls. Let your body stay where the light is soft. Let your thoughts slow down to the pace of breathing and the subtle creak of furniture settling for the night. Let the room do what rooms were always meant to do for people who have had enough for one day. Hold you while you rest. The narration comes closer to silence. The words thin out. There is a moment, right here, where it feels like everything might simply stop, and the only thing left will be your own heartbeat and the sound of your sheets shifting as you turn your head on the pillow. Then, so faint it could almost be imagined, there is one last 3-note whistle. High, low, high. Not from the trees, not from the speakers, not from any road. It sounds far away and small, like someone whistling from the far side of a field, or from the end of a hallway in a dream you are already forgetting. It is followed by a slow, steady breath that is clearly human and calm. Yours, in, out, and then nothing except the quiet that you have earned.